Are you just beginning with web development or planning to brush up your skills? Because in this video, we will take you through everything you need to become a web developer from start to finish. But first things first, why should you be learning web development in 2024? Well, in today's digital world, having web development skills opens endless opportunities for you. Be it for your own business or freelance opportunities or landing a high-paying tech job. So, besides covering up the step-by-step roadmap to becoming a successful web developer and the core technologies you need to know, we will build your foundation in HTML and CSS so you can work with HTML editors with ease and use CSS for styling your web pages effortlessly. In addition to this, we will cover one of the most popular front-end framework, ReactJS, which makes web development faster and easier. You will also get introduced to databases where we will cover the basics of SQL and NoSQL. So, you are able to choose the right one for your projects. And that's not all. To make this video super comprehensive, as promised, we have also included a bit of server-side scripting, so you get to learn how to integrate PHP into your HTML projects for back-end functionality. We will end this video with a super fun project where you will use HTML, CSS and JavaScript to build an interactive game, and also get to learn how you could use ChatGPT to build a website in under 5 minutes. So, let's get started. Hello learners, welcome to the course on web development. Let's check out what is the agenda for this session. First, we will talk about what is web development. Also, we will learn how this web development interaction will happen with server in the intro. Then, we talk about HTML and how do we use this HTML, what are the different elements available in HTML is being discussed. Next, we will talk about the styling. Once you create the body of your web page, you have to style it with color and necessary visual elements that's attracting the end users. For that, we use CSS. Later, we have to give certain functionalities to it, right? It cannot be static every time. Hence, we have to understand about JavaScript. For that, we have to understand JavaScript, which gives functionality to your static web page. Then, we talk about ReactJS Basics. Later, the databases will be introduced. You have to store your customer data or any kind of information at the backend. For that, knowledge on database is very necessary. Later, we will talk about the backend language, that is PHP. How do we connect the frontend and the backend? How the interaction will be very much smoother, we will understand that. Later, we put all this knowledge into a project hands-on, that is color picker game. At last, we will talk about generative AI, how helpful it is in the domain of web development. Why wait? Let's quickly start with our first topic. What is web development? It is creating, building and maintaining the websites and web applications. As simple as that. The websites you see and use in your day-to-day life are the web pages which is being created. For that, you have to have the knowledge on web development. What are the key areas it will cover? First, as an end user, what do you see on the screen? That is known as front end. It focuses on how the user sees it. For that, we generally use HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Then comes backend. It manages the servers and databases. For that, we use PHP, Node.js or Python. Then, we have full stack. It is a combination of front end and backend, completely making a web page or the website work with respect to front end and the back end with good coordination is known to be a full stack. Now, let's see how does the web works. First, as a client or the user, we try to access a web page. When we try to do that, we will have a request that is raised from the client side to the server. The server processes the request and the browser will display the page or the website, which consists of HTML, CSS, JavaScript in basic. this is the diagrammatic representation of the same. You have a web client. It will raise a request with the help of HTTP to the web server. The static data request is put up to static data store. As a reply, you will get a response from static data. Again, back to HTTP response. It will display on the client side. This is how the web works.
Now, before we dive into our steps, let's first try to understand who is a web developer. He is the guy who is responsible for proper functioning of your websites. He makes it in such a way that it is easy for us to navigate through the website. He can create complicated websites, but he has to keep this thing in mind that the person who is visiting his website must be in such a way that it attracts both beginner as well as advanced users. He can be working on client-side scripting, server-side scripting, and database technology. With that being said, can I become a web developer is the thing that you might be thinking, right? If you have an undergraduate degree or a master's degree in mathematics and computer science, it is easy for you to switch to these roles. But even though if you're not having these degrees, right, you can still attend boot camps and do certifications from Udacity or Udemy or even from the free platforms like YouTube. Now let's try to see some of the important facts. If you talk about web development, it is one of the well-paid jobs. According to Bureau of Labor Statistics, there will be 8% growth in the employment from the year 2009 to 2028. Although most of the companies have stopped their hiring or they are hiring on a much lower rate post-COVID-19, many organizations rely on digital tools like they will be working from home, so they will be much dependent on their product. So this will not affect the job opportunities that are out there. If you don't have any exposure to programming languages, right, still you can stand with the person who is having programming experience. It's not compulsory to have a computer science. There are people who are from different backgrounds like film industry, musicians, and they are from management. Still, they perform much better than the person who is having a computer science degree. So it is not necessary to have a computer science degree, but if it is there, it is good to have. Let's now see the types of web developer. You can become a full stack developer, you can be a front-end developer, or you can be a back-end developer. So in this tutorial, what we are focusing on is full stack development. So this will cover both your front-end and back-end. Now it is up to you and your choice if you're interested in full stack or if you're interested in front-end or interested in back-end, you can pick one of them. If you're a person who is someone who likes programming languages and want to be the developer of that particular language, like JavaScript developer, Python developer, that can be also done. Now let's talk about our first step. It is HTML. It stands for Hypertext Markup Language. Hypertext is nothing but a link between web pages. As we all know, a website is nothing but a collection of web pages. What is markup? It is the text between the tags which defines our structure. So in nutshell, what is hypertext markup language? It is a language which is used to create web pages. It defines the structure of our web page. With that being said, now let's see what are the important things that we should know. We should know the basics of HTML. We should know forms and validations. We should know basic stuff of SEO, that is search engine optimization. And we should also know what are the best practices and semantics of HTML. Once you are done with this is your first step completed. Now let's talk about our second step, which is CSS. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. Once your structure is there, now you have your house ready. Now what you're going to do, you're going to change its look and feel with the help of CSS. It is used to make our web pages more presentable and attractive. If you talk about this acronym, cascading means falling off styles. That means one style will have priority over the other. Style means that you are adding designs, and sheets means that you're keeping in mind the separation of concerns. That means you will be writing your styles in a separate sheet. Now, what are the important things that you should know about CSS? First of all, you should know the basics of CSS. And you should also know about the responsive designs, multimedia queries, and you should also know layouts like grids, flexbox. You should have a complete understanding of these things. Once you are done with this thing, and you should also know one of the best frameworks of CSS, that is Bootstrap. It is nothing but it is like cutting and pasting it wherever you want. You should know what you want and directly implement it with the help of CDNs. Once you are done with this HTML and CSS, now try to create a static website, which includes only HTML and CSS. Now the third step is, and one of the most important steps, is JavaScript. JavaScript is the verb of a web page. Now, if you talk about this verb, what is this? Whatever are the actions that you perform on a web page can be done with the help of JavaScript. It is an object-oriented programming language which uses just-in-time compiler, which is nothing but it uses best of two worlds that is there, which is compiler and interpreter. It is installed in all the web browsers and its application range from web development, mobile development, and it is very easy and compatible with HTML and CSS. Now, if you talk about what are the things that you should know the basics of JavaScript, that is there, the conditional statements, loops, how to declare variables, and all those things. Once you are done with that, the next step is learning some of the advanced features like strict, hoisting, scope, fetching APIs, that is document object model. Once you are done with all these things, now the next thing is learning ReactJS. It is one of the best libraries of JavaScript, that is ReactJS. It's backed by Facebook and it is currently on a boom. Now, once you are done with all these steps, the next step is, without going any further to all the steps that are there, you should stop and create websites based on what you have learned. That is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You try to clone websites, right? Try to clone simple websites, and then try to increase the complexity of your websites. With this, the first three steps are done. Now let's talk about our fourth step, which is Node.js. Now you might be thinking, why Node.js, right? So you might be someone who is interested or who is in love with Java and he wants to use Spring. That is up to you. You can use it. Or you can be someone who is in love with Python and he wants to use Django. You can use it. But Node.js is at its boom right now. It is the runtime environment that includes everything that is there, right? I'll repeat. It includes everything that is there to execute a JavaScript program. Earlier, JavaScript programs can be run only on the browser. With Node.js out there, you can run your JavaScript programs outside the browsers. You can act like a standalone applications. It acts like other scripting languages like Python and Java. You can read, delete files from the server, and you can add, delete, and modify data in the database. So everything that can be done with Python, Java, and PHP can be done with Node.js. What are the things that you should know in Node.js? You should know the basics of Node.js. You should also have a good, decent idea about callbacks and events. You should also know how to connect database, that is database connectivity. And you should also know web modules. Once you are done with this thing, you are a full stack developer, but now there is only one step left, that is the database. Now our fifth and final step is MongoDB. So this is a database that we are going to use as it is a document-oriented database. Now earlier what we used to do, we used to have relations, tables, and all those things, and it could get uglier when our data is increased. In terms of scalability, MongoDB is one of the best. It stores in such a way that it is easy for computers and also for humans. It provides scalability, fault tolerance, and flexibility, which is one of the key features of MongoDB. Now, what are the things that you should know in MongoDB is that you should know the basics of MongoDB, the CRUD, that is create, read, update, and delete operations. You should also know some of the basic commands that are there, and you should also know the connectivity, how you can connect MongoDB with Node.js. So now that we have covered all the 5 steps in order to become a web developer, the final thing is there. You should also have some kind of an idea about Git and GitHub, and you should be able to work with repositories as well, and also a little bit knowledge about Bitbucket. And if you want to deploy your website that you just created, you can use Docker or AWS. That's it, guys. Congratulations, you are now a web developer.
What is HTML? So you must be knowing, like, whenever you are a fresher or a beginner, and maybe you are in 10th class or 12th class, or you are in starting stage of your engineering, you must be knowing what is HTML. It's hypertext markup language. But what is the definition? Hypertext markup language is just the full form, right? But what is it used for? Why do we use it? So basically, hypertext markup language, this word is having a meaning, right? So we need to understand first what is these single words meaning are. Okay. First of all, HTML is used for the designing and structure of the web page. If you take an example of a Facebook login page, if I go to Google and I just write here, facebook.com. Okay, I think my profile will open. I need to log out from here. So when I log out from here, you can see here this particular page, which is the Facebook login, right? Now you can see here these Facebook, this email address or phone number, password, these all are content, right? These are the design and structure. So this is basically the HTML part. Okay, this is what is HTML. One more thing I'll tell you, if you go to any web page and you right click and you click on view page source, okay, you have to right click and you click on view page source, you'll be able to see the whole HTML code for that web page. So I don't know if you can see it. I'll zoom it for you so that you can see. You can see here it starts with an HTML, right? And if I scroll down, it also ends with an HTML. I don't know if you can see it or not, but if I scroll down, this is a very big coding. So let's not scroll. So you can see it's this whole thing is an HTML document, right? That means every web page in the internet, most of the web pages in the internet are developed using this particular HTML, right? This HTML is so much bigger and such an important language. One more thing, let's see something about Facebook Wiki. Let's open this Facebook Wikipedia. Do you remember I told you the full form of HTML? Hypertext Markup Language. There are three words here: hypertext, markup, and language, right? Let's first understand what is this hypertext, right? Let's first understand the first word, which is hypertext. Hypertext means, if you look here in this particular web page, there are several links here. Can you see these blue color links? These are nothing but hyperlinks, right? These are called as hyperlinks. If you click on any of these links, it will open up that particular web page, right? So these hyperlinks are in text format, right? That is why the name hypertext came. This web page is designed using HTML. Because of these hyperlinks, it is called as hypertext, right? So now we know the meaning of the word hypertext. Okay, let's go back to my slide and let's see what is the next point. So it stands for hypertext markup language. Hypertext means link between web pages, which I just showed you. Markup, what is the meaning of marking up? Okay, let's take an example. So when you want to cook something, you go for a recipe book, right? And in recipe book, what you can see? You can see the ingredients, you can see all the steps, what you want to cook, right? All these things are written. Okay, so it is mentioning that what all ingredients you want, and it's written heading as ingredients, right? The heading as ingredients, and then after that all the ingredients are present. So you are basically marking up that these things are ingredients, and the another things are the steps. Also in HTML, we do the same thing. When you write a paragraph, we mention that we are writing a paragraph. When we write a heading, we mention that we are writing a heading. So everything we need to mark up when you're writing an HTML code. That is why the word markup we use. Okay. For better explanation, when we will move into the coding part, I'll explain you what is markup. Language, it's a programming language. That is why it is language. It is a language to create web pages. HTML defines how the web page looks and how to display content with the help of elements. There is some word written here, elements, which you know that I'll be covering in the last portion of this session. So HTML forms or defines the structure of a web page, and it has to be saved in the extension of .html. This is very important, guys. Whenever you're saving a file of HTML, it should be saved with .html extension. Like in PPTs, we are saving it with .ppt. When you work with Word doc file, we save it as .doc, right? In the same way, when you're writing an HTML code, the file should be saved in .html. Let's move to the next topic, which is features of HTML. Features of HTML, see, this is all theoretical topics, okay? I know that we are here for practical. After reading this, I'm directly jumping to coding, and we will do some codings and we'll design some web pages, okay? So let's quickly finish this 6 points and let's quickly move to the editor. So in features, learning curve is very easy. That means even a 6th class student or 8th class students can learn HTML and can design web pages. Creating effective presentations. So yes, when you work with HTML, you can design and you can, show your creativity around the web page, whatever colors, which thing you want where, these all things can be managed using HTML. Adding links wherein we can add references. Just like I showed you the Wikipedia page, that we can add many links wherever we want. So that we can do using HTML. Can display documents on platforms like Mac, Windows, Linux. So it can perform in, or it can work in any of the operating system. Let it be Windows, Mac, Linux, Unix, anything. Adding videos, graphics, and audios, making it more attractive. You must have seen some web pages where videos are there, audios are there, images are there, GIFs are there, right? So you can add these all things in HTML. There's no problem. How to do that? I'll show you. Very important topic which is written at the last. It's a case insensitive language. Case insensitive language means that you can write even the code in lowercase or uppercase. It doesn't matter. It's not a programming language. It's a markup language. Okay. So when you talk about markup languages or some other kind of languages, they are case insensitive. So even if you write the tag HTML in capital, it doesn't matter. It will not be like, there's an error. No, there's no error. Okay. HTML editors. We can use a lot of editors. So we have these 4 basic editors. You can use Notepad. You can use Notepad++. Notepad is already there in all of your systems. This is by default. Notepad++ you can download. It's a very easy download and installation steps for Notepad++. Atom and best editor is Sublime Text, which we'll be using in this session. And I'll be showing you how to download and from where. Let's first see how these editors look like. Notepad, you all must be knowing. So when you're using a Notepad for HTML coding, this is how it looks like. Okay. But if you look here, you can see everything is black in color. The whole code is black in color. So you are not understanding that which particular thing is a tag or an element or an attribute or whatever is there in this HTML coding. We are not understanding that in a very good manner, right? So we have Notepad++. In this, you can see several colors are there to identify what is tag and what is class, what is ID, what is attribute. These all things can be identified from here. Don't look at the coding. You will not understand any of it. It is just that I'm showing how these editors look like. Atom. You can see Atom is also a very cool looking, because when you do coding, you don't want the background to be white in color because it sometimes become boring. Some people like it, but some people keep, for some people it's very boring. So Atom gives you a feature where black background can be there and the codes can be in colored. So it is very good to code in these kind of platforms. Same goes to Sublime. Now in Sublime, you can see how cool is this looking. And it is very clear that what is a tag, what is an attribute. So that's why we are going to use Sublime. Okay, now is the time that we should start the coding now. Okay, right now, let's move to Google and let's see how to, first of all, I'll show you how to download Notepad++. It's very easy. You have to just write here Notepad++ download. The very first link which you can see, you can click there and you can see the latest versions are released here. Okay, I suggest don't go with the latest one because there can be some complications when you're downloading and installing the Notepad latest version. So do download these kind of versions which is in the 4th and 5th. Okay, it will be the same thing. There'll be some changes, but that's okay. So download this one. You just click here and your Notepad++ will be downloaded. Talking about Sublime, so you have to write here Sublime Text Editor download. Once you do that, you have to click on download Sublime Text and you can see here 4 things are there. I'll just zoom in so that you can see. OS X, Windows 64-bit and Linux. So whatever your system is, check your requirements and download this. I am having Windows 64-bit. Just click on it and it will be downloaded. I have already downloaded it, so I'll pause it. Okay, now quickly let's close this and open Sublime so that I can show you how this particular thing works. So I've already built some files here. Let me close that and let's open a new file. So here you can see when you go to file, click on new file, this file will be opened. This file is not saved, right? And if you start writing some codes here, you can see the colors are not coming. So when you start writing some codes here, the colors will not come here. For that, you need to first save it. So go to file and click on save. When you click on save, you can just save it in desktop. I'm just saving it in desktop. Let me name it as session1.html. Do you remember I told you that always whenever you're working with HTML file, save your file with .html extension. So that's what I am doing here and I'm clicking on save. Once you do that, now let's see what is the HTML skeleton and what is markup. Okay, let's do that. So first of all, you have to write here the very important thing, which is doc type HTML. This is the most important thing, the very first thing to write when you're starting with HTML coding. Why is it most important? Because this particular command will tell the browser, the web browser, whether you're using Chrome, Firefox, Opera, Safari, whatever, it tells the browser that user is writing an HTML5 code. User is writing an HTML5 code. So now browser will understand that user is writing HTML5 version code. So basically, doctype HTML tells the browser that you are using which version of HTML. Fine. Now, yes, you can see this is coming in color because I've already saved the file. Now, what is this angular bracket? Whenever you will see this kind of angular brackets, right? This kind of angular brackets, these are called as tags. These are called as tags. Whenever you will see these, whenever, so these are called as tags. Next, I'm going to close this HTML. When I'm saying closing, see, this is the opening tag and this is the closing tag. What is the difference? The difference is there's a slash. So when there's a slash, that means you're closing the tag. It is just simple as it is. Like when you open a door, you need to close it also, right? When you switch on the bulb, you need to switch it off also, right? Same thing happens here. Whenever you're opening a tag, you have to close it also. Fine. Yes, there is an exception that this tag doesn't get closed. Okay. This tag will not get closed anytime. So now let's see what is the skeleton of this HTML code. Basically, first we write the HTML tag. Now in a human body, what do we have? We have the head part and the body part, right? After the head part, the body comes, right? So we have to do the same thing. The head part, we will close the head part because after the head, the body comes, right? So we are going to write here now body. After that, again, we need to close it. For closing, you don't have to write full thing. You have to just put the slash, done. Okay. So you can see I have written an HTML tag inside the HTML. Let me give a tab so that you'll understand in a better way. So inside the HTML tag, you have the head portion and the body portion, right? Inside the head, let's write something else. So I'm going to put here title. Do you remember I told you that I'll be explaining what is markup, right? What is the meaning of markup? Now see, in my web page, I want a title to my web page. Title generally means this thing. Can you see here it's written download Sublime text? This is the title. In my web page, I also want that there should be something, this kind of title. Okay. So that is why in Sublime, I'm mentioning here title. So when you're writing a title, you are mentioning a tag out of it that I am going to write here the title. That is what is called as you're marking up things. You are marking the thing. So one title I will give, let's say that my web page. This is my title which I want to give. Okay. And I will be closing the tag because every tag which you're opening, you need to close that. So I am closing it. My web page is my title now, right? Let's have a look whether it is working or not, right? What you have to do for that? You have to go to file, you have to click on save. Once it is saved, right click here, go to copy file path. Okay, so it will copy your file path wherever your file is there. Once it is copied, open another tab and put it down here. When you paste that, hit enter, you can see the title. Can you see the title, my web page? Why is it coming there? Because in the title tag, I am writing my web page. I'm mentioning that this is a title. So this is called as markup. Anything you write, you need to mark up. Okay. So you can see the title, I have written it inside head tag, right? The head portion is basically this portion. Okay. This portion is something but head and this is the title. So we are writing the title. Now you will say, sir, this whole thing is blank. Why this white thing is there? Because I have not written anything there. This is the body part. This whole thing is the body part, this white color thing. Now, if I write anything inside the body, let's say, what about a paragraph? So for paragraph, to write a paragraph, I have to mark it up. Like for title, I have marked it up as title. So for paragraph, I have to again mark it up. So I'll be using P tag. We don't write it as paragraph tag, we write it as P tag. This is the format of writing the commands. Okay. Let me quickly write the paragraph and then I'll jump to the comments. I'll answer some of the questions and I'll again come back. So let me write that this is a demo web page for HTML. I have closed the paragraph tag. Let me save it. Control S I am doing. I'm not going from here, it takes time. So Control S will save your file. Once you do that, what you have to do, you don't have to again right click copy file path. No, you have to go to your browser, reload your page. Once you reload your page, you can see the paragraph is coming. Paragraph must be looking very small for you. So I'm going to zoom it. You can see I have zoomed in. Okay, this is not the real size of the paragraph. So I have zoomed in. This is what is coming in the body part. You can see that, right? Let me come back to the normal zoom. So I hope you understood what is markup, right? Everything we are marking up here. Okay, I'll show you some more examples. We have understood the basic skeleton of it. One thing I want to show you here, when you're using Sublime, you must be thinking that this is the basic thing, right? Why for again and again for a new file, I have to write this again and again, same thing, right? Suppose if I create a new file and I save it in the name of session2.html, then I have to again write here, right? Doc type, HTML. This will take much time, right? What you can do, I'll show you a short way of doing it. You put a angular bracket, you write HTML, okay? After this, you hit enter. Once you hit enter, you can find out what is happening. This whole thing is coming at once. The whole skeleton is there for you. You don't have to write it. So now you can start directly writing the title and the body, right? So that's how you can save time. For different text editors, there are different ways. Like one person told me how to do it in Visual Studio Code. For Visual Studio Code, how you can do it, you can just put an exclamation mark and hit enter. Once you do that, the whole thing will come. But here in Sublime, we have to do this. Angular bracket HTML, hit enter, everything will come. Fine. Let's quickly go to the slide and let's see, is the same skeleton there in my PPT? Yes, it is the same. You can see doc type HTML, head, body, HTML. So in head, what do we write? We write the upper portion of my web page. Whatever will come in the tab portion. In the body, we write the actual web page content. Whatever I want in the content of my web page, I write it in body. This is just a normal description, so you can read it once. But in simple and layman terms, I have already explained what is it. Doc type HTML is the instruction to the browser about the HTML version. HTML tag is the root element and head tag is the everything written here will never be displayed in the browser. It will be displayed in the tab bar, right? The body will contain everything written here will be as a content which will be displayed in the browser. It can be text, image, links, videos, audios, anything. You have to put it here. Now, in this particular point, you can see there are some examples which is given. One is for paragraph. One is something called as AHREF. We don't know what is it. Let's see what is it. And the next one is IMG, which is image. So let's do one thing. Let's quickly go to this particular page and let me show you one particular basic thing, like how to give a hyperlink. Because when you are creating a web page, this is very important to know how we can actually go from one web page to another web page, right? Like I showed you in Wikipedia, one web page was having so many links, and when you click on one link, it goes to another web page. Let's see how we can do that. So we have to write a tag. A tag means anchor. Anchor is ANCHOR. Okay, anchor tag. And then you will write HREF. HREF is hyperlink reference. Okay, hyperlink reference. I will be writing all those things in this, so don't worry. A is anchor tag, HREF is hyperlink reference. I'll be writing here the hyperlink, whatever I want. So let's write something like this. This is my link which I want to open. www.youtube.com. This is the link which I want to open. And now I can write here, click here to open YouTube. So when you click on this particular text, it will open youtube.com. Obviously, we are missing something. We have to close the tag because every tag should be closed. Let's save the file. I've saved it. One thing more I want to show you here. See, when you don't know that whether my file is saved or not, if you don't know, then how to find it? Can you see here in this file? Here there's a small circle coming here. I don't know if you can see it. There's a small circle here. When this circle is coming, the gray circle, that means your file is not saved. Once you save it, it will become a cross. It's becoming a cross here, right? Let me show you again. So if I say, I have changed some item and now my file is not saved. So you can see here this circle here, right? When I save this, it will become a cross. That means now your file is saved. You can go to the browser and you can reload the page. Can you see this link here? I'll zoom it for you. So click here to open YouTube. You can click on this link and it will take you to youtube.com. You can see directly it is opening my youtube.com. Right? Like that, I can do more links. So you have to just, I'll show you one more. So you can copy this and let's say I'm pasting it here, www.facebook.com. And here I will be writing, click here to open Facebook. You must be thinking that how sir is remembering these links, these hyperlinks, HTTPS. It's a very easy thing. You just have to go and check it out. So you can see here, it's coming here, right? Click here to open Facebook. When I click on it, Facebook login page is opening. Now, yes, it can be very hard to remember these links, right? So what you have to do, suppose I want to go to google.com or let's say I want to go to amazon.com, right? I want to go to amazon.com. What I have to do, this is the Amazon website. You have to just click here, copy this and paste it here, right? You can directly do that. I'll do something. If you can see here, whenever I'm doing this, whenever I am actually providing a link, the links are always coming in a very different manner. It's coming here, right? In the same line. How can I do it in the next line? What I have to do, if I want click here to open YouTube and I want here click here to open Amazon, what can we do for that? So for that, what you have to do, you have to basically put another tag here, which is BR. BR means break. Okay, BR means break. So it will break that line. So once you reload your page, you can see it is breaking that line. Another doubt can come in your mind, sir, what if I put here 2 breaks? Once you put 2 breaks, one more line will break here. Now it is looking quite a good web page, right? Okay. What about I want a separation here? I want a line here which will separate these 2 links. What we can do for that? So we can put a HR. Can you see this HR? This HR is for horizontal line. So it will draw a horizontal line wherever you have given it. You can see the horizontal line. Okay. Now there's a lot of space here. So let me remove this BR so that that space will go off. I hope you are understanding how I'm writing the code and I'm shifting to web page and I'm showing it to you. Right? So HR and BR, you have understood. Okay, now let me show you some basic things also. Before that, let's learn what are comments. These are very important. That's why I don't want to skip it. So what is comment? Comments are not codings. Okay, these are not codings. These are normal text which you write in text editors. These are the normal text which you write in text editors. It helps to understand our code better and makes it readable. Now imagine that I have written a very long code and I have given it to any fresher who doesn't know what is HTML. Will he be able to understand what I have written? No, right? Because he doesn't know anything about that HTML. So how is gonna understand what I've written? So I'll be adding some comments which will make him analyze what I'm writing here. For an example, if you see here, I'm writing this paragraph, right? What I'm going to do, I'm going to write here that it's a paragraph. So I'll write here, it's a paragraph. Now how to make it a comment? So select this thing, this sentence, select it and then control slash. When you do control slash, I don't know if you can see it. This is the comment. It has become a comment now. It's not a code. It is not a code, but when I will send it to you, you'll be able to understand that, okay, sir has written a paragraph. Same thing I can do here. A is anchor tag. href is hyperlink reference. I want to put this as a comment because I don't want it to be a code, right? Control and slash together. It become a comment. Now I'll be able to understand, okay, anchor A is an anchor tag and href is an hyperlink reference. The same thing I can do with this br and hr. I can just put it somewhere here that br is break and hr is a horizontal line. Select this, control slash, become a comment. Right? It will not affect in your browser. You can see I've saved the file, I've reloaded it. Does not affect anything, right? Okay, one more thing I want to show. If you right click here and you go to view page source, you can see this code here. Right? The same code is coming here, but you can't edit this. Obviously, you can't edit it here. If you could have done it, then you can actually edit all the web pages in the market, right? So this particular file you can't edit. If you have your original file in the editor, then only you can edit it. I hope you understood what is comments, right? If you want to comment this whole thing, like the whole thing, if you want to comment the whole thing, select everything, control slash. You can see everything is commented. Okay. And let's discuss what is tag, element, and attribute, which I said is a very important topic. So let's understand what is tag, element, and attribute. Let me close this. Okay, now look here, guys. These are three things which are very important: tags, elements, and attributes. So first understand what is a tag. I've already told you tags are something where you can find these angular brackets. Wherever you will find these angular brackets, these are nothing but called as tags. Fine. Now when you talk about elements, elements are the things which is written inside the angular brackets. Like body is an element, head is an element. See, when I'm saying body is an element, I'm saying like this: body is an element. When I write like this, then this is body is a tag. Easy, understood? So body, then HTML, head, A, these all are elements. And when you talk about tags, so body tag, HTML tag, these all are tags. What is an attribute? Attributes are nothing but extra features provided to a tag. Extra features provided to a tag. So understanding this line, if this is a tag, you can see this attribute here. This is an attribute because this is an extra feature provided to this particular A tag, right? This is an extra feature. If you look at this href, this is also an extra feature, right? Okay, let me show you one more thing. Somebody asked me how to increase the font size or font of the text, right? Let's do that. If this is a paragraph and I have to write here style, then I have to mention here color. This is for text color. So if I'm putting text color as let's say red, if I save this file, you can see in the paragraph I'm changing the color to red. So when I go to my web page and I reload, can you see this particular thing? This paragraph is becoming red in color, right? Okay. Now what if I write here background color as black? What will happen when I do that? So when I reload my page, the paragraph background color is black. I hope you can see that. I'll again show you how I have written it. Style, color equal to red. Color means the text color, it will become red, and the background color for that will become black. Now you will ask me, sir, what if I do this in the body? Let's do it. So if I write here style, then same thing, equal to background color. Let's say if I'm giving here purple, right? If I'm giving, now body is the whole web page, remember, the whole content. So if I go there and if I reload my page, the whole page is becoming purple, right? And these links are blue in color. You can't see, basically, even I can't see because color combinations are bad. Okay, so never use such a bright color. Always use some colors which, is very light in color and is having a faded quality. Something like that you can use. Let's say lime. So if I write lime here, this color will become lime. Right? I know these colors are very bright, so don't use it anytime in your particular web page. Okay. Why I have not closed BR or HR tag? Now look here, guys. So if you talk about this paragraph, when you talk about this paragraph is having some content, right? Which is written in the white part. It's written in the white part, right? This is a paragraph. When you talk about anchor tag, this is also having a content which is in white part. But when you talk about BR or HR, is it having any content? Do we need to write any content for it? Because a single tag of BR will do the work. It will provide a space. A single tag of HR will provide its horizontal line. So basically in these kind of tags, we don't have to write any content, right? We don't have to write any content for these. These tags are called as empty tags. Okay, so I'll just write it here. BR and HR tags are empty tags because they do not have any content. They do not have any content. That is why these are called as empty tags. There are so many more tags such like that, which is, img, then which is for image, right? There are so many tags like this. Now let's move to the another HTML document and let me explain you what are div and span. Okay, let's quickly move to the slides and you can see here elements. I've already told you. So elements are nothing but the names, okay, which I have explained here. If you can see, elements are the names. Also, elements is also having one more meaning. If you look at this particular whole thing, right, this whole sentence, the whole sentence is one element. The whole sentence is one element. What is containing in that whole sentence? The tag name, the style, the attributes, the tags, everything is there in that particular line. That is also an element. I'll comment this whole portion. You have to select everything, Control/. It's all commented. Okay, one second. I missed out this portion. Okay, everything is commented. Now let's move to the session2.html. Let's move to the slide. Written some things about elements. We have already seen the whole thing. You can see P color red. This is our first paragraph. This whole thing is also a element, right? Start tag, end tag, attribute. I've already told you these things. Div tags are block level elements. Paragraphs, div, these all are block level elements. So what is block level? Let's say if I'm putting a div here and if I'm writing style and I'm giving a color here, let's say I'm giving the background color as red. And here I'm going to write this is div 1. Okay, going to close the div. I'm going to create one more div and I'm going to write here div style background color. I'll be writing here yellow and this is div 2. And now I'll be writing one paragraph and this particular paragraph also I'll be giving one style. I'll be putting one color. Let's say background color black. Let's say black. And I'll be writing this is the paragraph. Okay, when I do that, what happens? When I save the file and if I copy file path and I go to my browser, have a look what happens. So let me zoom it. Okay, the black color paragraph is not coming because the text color is also black. So let me change the color of the text. I'm writing color red. So the text color is changed to red now. If you can see here, can you see divs both the divs are very close to each other. But when you talk about the paragraph, it is containing this whole thing. So divs are the containers. This is one container, this is two container. Second one. And when you talk about paragraph, this paragraph is taking this white part also. Okay. So paragraphs takes an extra space, but divs doesn't take an extra space. Okay. That is why these kind of things are called as block level element. See, this is whole block, right? I didn't tell it to take the whole web page. I just said that this much it should take, but it is taking the whole block. That is why it is called as block level. So paragraph, div, tag, these all are block level. One full block will be taken. H1, H6, OL, UL, these all things will take the whole block. Okay. Let's see what is inline level. Block level, we have seen that it will take the whole block. Let's see what is inline level. In inline level, we will talk about span and all. So this inline level will not take the whole thing, the whole block. It will just take the how much ever space you want to take it. Let's take an example. That will be better to explain. So if I write a paragraph here, let's say I'm not giving any styles. Let's write here that my eye color is blue. Okay. Or I can write mom is having blue color eyes. Okay. Something like this I have written, some random paragraph. Now, if you can see here, when I reload the page and I see, you can see here what is happening. The same thing is coming. My mom is having blue color eyes, right? If what I'll do here, in this blue, I only want this blue should be coming in blue color. So see what we were doing. When I want a text color to be colored, I was putting style in the first tag itself. But I don't want the whole thing to be blue color. I want only this one text to be blue color. So I'll be writing here span. In this, I will put the style and I'll put here color. Okay, let's take equal to and color. I'll put here blue. Once you write like this, what will happen? Okay. So I have to put the double quote here, not there. Okay, and then I'll close this span here only because I want only this much to be blue in color, right? So I'll be closing it here. Once you do that and reload your page, let's see what happens. Can you see this? This blue, only this text is coming blue, right? That is what is span, inline, in one line. It's not a block. It's not anything bigger than that. It's one line. Right? That is what is span. Okay, I hope you understood. So that is why the span is called as inline level, because in the same line you are doing something. So it's span. If I go here and if I write here mom, for mom, if I'm writing strong is a tag. So if I'm writing here mom in a strong tag and I save this and I reload my page, so you can see here, this mom becomes bold. These are the inline lines, right? So now let's see how we can actually store our HTML applications or our web applications files and folders in our system. Yes, so there is a particular way how you need to store all your documents in a folder. Okay, so this topic will mostly talk about how you can structure your files and folders in your system. Now let's suppose that I have taken an example of this kind of documents folder, inside which I have many folders of mine. My personal documents are there and some all other stuffs are there. Okay, now if you can see here, we have the root folder. Inside the root folder, I will keep all my files of my web application, the project which I'm working on. Okay, So let's zoom into that root folder and let's see what we are going to keep inside this root folder. Okay, you can ignore this default.rdp and zoom. Just focus on this root folder. So you have created a root folder, and now inside that what all things should be there. So there are mostly 4 things which should be there, 3 folders and some files. Let's see what are those files and folders. So the first folder will be CSS folder, the second folder will be the image folder, and the third folder will be the JS folder. It's not important that you have to name the folders like this only. No, you can just rename it like CSS, image, and JS. That's it. Okay. And then what is sam.html? I'll tell you right now. So some of you must have understood what is this happening here. I'll tell you in more elaborated way what is happening. All the .html files will go here in the top level of the folder. That means all your HTML files, index.html or aboutus.html, contactus.html, these all things will go here in the root folder. That means just in this top level. Those files will not be inside any of these folders. Okay. So one HTML file which I have created is sam.html and I have kept it here. Now, all the CSS files, that means all the styling sheet files, will go in the CSS folder. Now, what is CSS? We will see in the later part. But right now, just understand that how HTML language is there. We have one more language which is CSS, and that will go inside this CSS folder. The next is the image folder, inside which all our images will go. That means in your web application, obviously you will keep some images, right? So all those images you need to store somewhere, and those images we store it in the image folder. Okay. Now what is this JS folder? JS means JavaScript. Okay. This is also a programming language. So how you keep all your HTML files in the top thing, like here, and how you keep all your CSS files inside the CSS folder, we keep all our JavaScript files in the JS folder. So all the .js files will go inside this folder. Now why we are doing this? Why there is a file and folder structure for a web application project? Because you can see it is very well defined that where are your files. Let's suppose that you are creating a web application and you found some errors in the styling of the web page. So you know where to go. You have to open CSS folder and you have to open the .css file, because you know that a styling error will only come in the CSS part. If you have an issue with behavior means when your web page behaves, like suppose we'll take an example, Facebook login page. So when you click on the login button, your profile comes up, right? That means your web page behaves, right? Now, how it is happening? Because of JavaScript. Okay, because of JavaScript, your web page is behaving, correct? So those codes, those programming language codes will put it here. Now, if you find out that there is any problem in the login button or submit button, that the button is not working, it is not responding, it is not behaving, so then you know where you have to go. You have to open the JS folder and you have to correct your code there, right? Similarly, when you have a problem with the design of the web page or the structure of the web page, alignment is not proper, those things, then you have to go with the HTML files. So everything is very properly managed and well structured, right? That is why whenever you're working with a project, you should keep all your files and folders like this. It's a more better and efficient way whenever you're working with a project or a web application, right? Now, don't worry about JavaScript. Okay, JavaScript is totally a different programming language. So in this particular tutorial, we are going to only see the HTML and CSS part, right? Now, project root folder, which was the main folder, right? So this main folder is for the project and contains all other files and folders On the web, it is called the root folder. Okay, because that is our main folder here, inside which all my files are there. If this main folder is deleted, then all your web application files will be gone, correct? Now, HTML files, these are all of those files that end with .html. Okay, this should be directly in the project root folder. You don't have to keep it inside any other folder, okay, because these are .html and not in any subfolders. You must have understood this. Now, CSS folder. So all the cascading style sheets, that means all your styling file, right? Those who are ending with .css, you can name the folder as CSS and you can put all your style sheet files inside this folder. Images folder, all the images like .jpg, any format, .png, .gif, and many more are there. You can name the folder images or img and you can keep all the images inside that folder. Naming of the folders are totally depend on you. So you can give any names, whatever you want to give. It's just that you should understand what that folder is containing. So if you're writing CSS, it will contain style sheet files. If you're naming the folder as img, you know that it will contain all the images. Similarly, JavaScript folder, all JavaScript files will go here. They end with .js. Okay, you can name the folder JavaScript or JS, depends on you. Okay, so I hope the file and folder structure, how it should be in your system, that is properly described. Now, let's see what is the anatomy of HTML tags. That means if you're writing an HTML tag, then what all things should be there and what do we call those things as, right? What is the anatomy? Let's have a look. So suppose you have written one particular line, which is this anchor tag, in which you are giving a hyperlink reference of facebook.com. So in the hyperlink reference, I have given https www.facebook.com, and in the text I have written welcome to Facebook, so that when you click on welcome to Facebook, it will directly take you to the Facebook login page, right? And if your profile is open, then directly your profile will open. Okay, now if I look into this tag, then what are the anatomy of these tags? Let's see. Obviously, first you will have your opening tag. This is called as the opening tag. Okay. Now, if it is having an opening tag, I have already told you that it will be having a closing tag also. So that's our closing tag. Now, whenever you have a closing tag, that means in between opening and closing tag, you have written something, and that is what is called as content, right? So we have opening tag, we have the closing tag, and inside those tags, we have the content, right? Now, what next? So the whole thing, if you talk about the opening, the content, and the closing, this whole thing is called as element. Okay, so the total line, the total one line which you're writing in an HTML document, that's an element. Okay, the next one, this part where it is written as href equal to https://www.facebook.com/, this is what is your whole thing as attribute. Now, href is called as attribute name, and that particular www.facebook.com is the attribute value. Okay, so opening tag, closing tag, content, element, attribute, attribute name, and attribute value. These are nothing but the most basic terms, or you can say the terminologies which is used in an HTML tag. That is why the heading, anatomy of an HTML tag. I hope you have understood this. Now, from now on, you will not be taking the words which is not technical. Okay, so you will be taking the words which is technical now. That means here whatever words I have written, attribute, element, opening tag, this is how you need to talk whenever you are learning HTML. Okay, so from now on, remember that when you're using an A tag, say it as that you are opening the tag, you're closing the tag, you're writing the content, and now you'll be giving the attribute, right? So make that habit. Okay, let's quickly move to the next topic. So Now we'll talk a little bit more about attributes because we have not seen and much discussed about it, right? So let's see what are the other kinds of attributes for different tags and what is it, right? Now, attributes, as I've already told you, that these are the extra information provided to a tag, right? Now, if I talk about the anchor tag, which was the hyperlink, we are providing an extra information to it as a href, hyperlink reference, right? When you talk about attributes, these are the properties associated with each tag. Let's talk about the image tag, right? img. When you talk about image tag, obviously what image you want in your application, you have to mention that file name, right? Where you will mention that file name, we have an attribute for that. Okay. Now let's have a look. What are those attributes and actually what it is, right? So if you can see, these are the properties associated with the each tag. Okay. So href, src, these are some properties. How do we write it? We write tag name, right? The tag like h1, p or a, whatever. And then we write the attribute name and then we write the attribute value. That's it. This is the structure how you write a normal tag or an element, whatever you can say. Now, global attribute. There are some attributes which are global, okay? Now, what is global? Global means that for any HTML document, you will have these kind of attributes. One is the title, which is nothing but an add extra information. So, in the title bar or in the tab bar, you get that title, right? So, this is also an attribute, because it is providing me an extra information. Title in the tab bar, it is providing me an extra information. What is the style? This also gives me an extra information, right? So this is also an attribute. Okay, I will show you how do we write this. Okay, let's move back to the Sublime and let's see what happens when we are writing the title or the style. Okay, so this is my Sublime. Okay, let me show you first how to create a folder. So if you see here in this, there's a folder which I'm creating. This folder, I'll just name it as, let's say, HTML and CSS tutorial, right? And now in this folder, I'll be creating one file, which will be HTML, right? So let's do one thing. In the Sublime, let's create a new file and save it in our folder here. And let's name it as session1.html. .html, I've told you it's very important to write, otherwise your browser will not understand which file you want to embed in your browser, right? He will not be able to understand what kind of file is this. So session1.html. Now I've also told you that when you write htm and you hit enter, you get the structural body of an HTML. That means the skeleton part, right? So I've got all this. In the title, let me write, let's say, Great Learning Tutorial, right? So this is the title which I've given. And in the body, let's say I'm writing h1 tag. And in the h1 tag, I'm writing, welcome to my first web page. Okay, this is done. Let's save this and let's copy file path. I'll go to my browser. So let's open one of the browser. Microsoft Edge will be fine. Now here, let's run this. So here you can see my H1 is coming. My zoom is 100%. I hope you guys can see it. If you can't see it, then I'll just zoom it. Okay, this is how my H1 is looking. Very simple code. I have not done anything. There's a title which is written as Great Learning Tutorial. Okay, now for an attribute, it was said in the slide that we can use title and style as the global attribute. So what we will do is style we will use as an attribute, and let's see how we can write that. In H1, I'm writing style. And then I'm giving here, let's say color, okay. And in the color, let's say I am giving here green. Okay, just for a sample sake, I'm just writing green. Now if I go to my browser and I reload my page, this is becoming green. Correct? Now you will say that what is this style? This is what is your attribute. This is your global attribute, because you can use this style in any of the tag. Any of the tag. Let's suppose I'm writing here P, and in this paragraph I'm writing color as, let's say, okay, let's say red, right? And in this paragraph I'm going to write, I hope you are enjoying this session or this tutorial, right? I have written this. Now if I save it and if I reload my page, my paragraph will also become red. Again, I'm saying this screen is in zoom, that is why it is more closer to you. This is the normal page. This is how it will look like. Okay. Now, so you can see this is coming red in color. Why? Because I have used a global attribute, which is a style, in my paragraph also. Okay. Now see, in my A tag, I am using href because I want to give the hyperlinks, right? But in my paragraph, can I give href? No, right? I can't give, because it is not necessary. Paragraph is not a link. Paragraph is just a paragraph. H1 we also can't give hyperlink reference because those are the headings. So I hope you understood what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to say that there are some attributes which are meant for only one particular tag, but there are some attributes which are meant for all the tags. You can give this style attribute to any tag. That is why it is called as global attribute. Okay, that is why it is called as global attribute. href can't be used with any tag. href can only be used with a tag, right? Or with link, right? So I hope you understood what is global attribute. The same way we have the title attribute, which you can see here. If you want to give extra information to any tag, we write the title. Okay. In the coming particular examples, you will see the title attribute also. I'll be writing a program and you will see that I'll be using a title attribute in my program. Now, let's talk about, instead of global attribute or except global attribute, what else do we have? So general attributes we have for each of the tags. You can see here. In image, we use the src, or we also use the width. Now if you look here, src is the attribute used in image tag to define the path, right? When you want to define paths to the image which you want to bring out in your application, we put it here in the src. Width is attribute used to define width in pixels. Okay, so how much width do you want? That you can define here in width. And these are also defined in pixels, percentage, okay, em. You can use these kind of measurements. Like generally we have centimeter and meter, right? But system won't understand what is centimeter and meter. So they understand pixels, because in image, pixels is the measurement part. Percentage, em. We will discuss about what is em and percentage. What is the difference between these two? What is the difference between these two? We will discuss that, don't worry. But for now, just for, to see how the image comes in the web browser, I am saying this. Okay. Alt is also one of the attribute in the image. That is alternate text if image is not loaded. So if your image is creating a problem, like the image is not coming in the web browser for some reason, can be some mistakes, right? It can happen. You must have seen that some of the browsers, when any web application you open, the image doesn't show up. But instead of that image, one text shows up, right? Now, what is that text? That is the alternate text. so that user will understand that there is some problem loading that image, right? That is how your application will become user friendly when you're connecting with the user. Okay, now you will be thinking that when I will teach you this image tag and I'll show you in my browser that how this IMG is working. I will show you that when we will learn the basic tags. Okay, let's move ahead and let's see this example. I have already explained you this example many a times, which is an anchor tag. I'll just write it for you. This is an anchor tag in which what is happening? We are giving the hyperlink reference. Here you will give the URL, right? And then you will give the name of the link. When you click on the link, your particular URL will get opened, right? This also I'll explain you in the basic tags. We'll be doing one example and I'll show you one more attribute of this, which is target. Okay, so let's move ahead so that we can directly jump to, or we can move to basic tags and understand how we can do this IMG and anchor. Now, so we are in the basic tags topic, and now we are going to see what are the basic tags which is very generally used in HTML, and we will see and we will use those tags and I'll show you in an application. Okay, so let's quickly move to the basic tags and let's see what all pointers we have written here. So first of all, we have written that it is enclosed within the angular brackets, right? All the tags whichever you will work with, these are basically enclosed with the angular brackets. Different tags render different meaning. Obviously, like H1 tag is for heading, P is for paragraph. So different tags render different meaning. What about title tag? So you already know that title tag is whatever is written in this tag comes up in the web pages tab. In above, when you see the tab bar, there only the title comes in. It defines the title of the page and the syntax is something like this. This we have written so many times, so I do not have to explain it in detail. The P tag is the paragraph tag which defines the paragraph. This also we have seen many times. So let's move to the new tags which we need to learn. Now, you must have understood that what is this H1 and H2, right? Not only H1 and H2, but this also goes till H1 to H6, right? There is no H7, there is no H8, okay? I'll tell you what is the reason. But before that, these 3 pointers are really very important to understand. See, search engines means Google or, all the other Yahoo, Bing. These search engines use the headings to index the structure and content of your web page. Whatever headings you will give in your web page, that will become the index of your web page. Okay, when people will search about anything, the search engines always look for the headings. When you search for any document or when you search for any keyword, it looks for the headings from our web pages. That is why these tags are really very important. User often skim a page by its headings. It is important to use headings to show the document structure. What users do, they don't write the headings, okay? They don't use H1 and H2. What they do, they write a paragraph tag and they increase the font size. So it looks like a heading, right? But you should not do that. When you are writing a heading, when you know that that particular thing, that particular text will become a heading, you have to use H1 to H6, any of the tag, depending on what boldness or what strength of that text you want. So it is important to use headings to show the document structure. H1 heading should be used for main headings. The very main headings, the very first headings, followed by a H2 because H2 is a little bit smaller than H1. And then the less important, which is H3 and so on. You should also consider this fact that you should not misuse the tags which is given by HTML. H1 is for main heading, so you have to use it for main heading. H2 is for subheading, so you can use it for subheading. H3 is something like subheading. Okay, so use it for that. When it is already given to you, then make use of it, right? Use HTML headings for headings only. Don't use headings to make text big or bold, right? I did not have to repeat this line again. You must have understood this. Now, let's move to the next and let's see what is this. This is something new which you are now seeing in the screen. This is called as pre-tag. Now, what is this pre-tag? Before learning all these things, whatever is written here, before reading that, let's move to our Sublime and let me show you some examples. Okay, moving to my Sublime, this is my Sublime and this is the code which we have written right till now. In the paragraph, what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here a normal paragraph, okay, just a normal basic paragraph. So let's say that please visit Great Learning Academy for free courses and after completion get a free certificate. So something like this paragraph I have written. Okay, now I'm going to save this and you know what will happen in the browser, right? One paragraph will come, correct? Now listen to this carefully. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to break this paragraph in some portions, okay? Or I'll give some extra spaces just randomly. By mistake, I've done it. Let's suppose by mistake, I have done this. When I save this, please guys understand that I'm saving it. It's not important that you have to go to file and then save it. I'm doing Control S. You should also keep a habit of, pressing Control S rather than going into the file and saving it. For beginners, you can do that for some time, but don't make it a habit. It really takes a lot of time. Go to file, click on save. Instead of that, just do Control S. Now, what do you think that what will happen in the paragraph? Will it come like this? Like all the spaces and all will be there? Or will the paragraph will come normally? Let's see. If I reload my page, nothing is happening. The spaces are not getting considered. Let me zoom it, right? And the hitting enter, the extra spaces are also not getting considered. Why? HTML, what it does, in a paragraph, when you're mentioning that it's a paragraph, HTML knows that you're writing a paragraph. And what it does, it considers this spaces as user's mistake. Okay. And what it does, it actually ignores it. It actually ignores these things. Okay. Now, but suppose that I want these spaces. I really want that please visit great should be in one line, then there should be one space, and then it should come like this. Then what I should use? I should use one tag which is called as pre-formatted tag. Okay, pre-formatted tag means formatting is done and that is how I want it in my web page. Okay, so this is how you write that pre-formatted tag. We write it as pre. Now, obviously, this pre tag is having a content. We need to close it. And what should we close before and after? Let's see. Paragraph is already getting closed. Before that, we should close the pre. This is also very important, guys. You can't close the pre tag after paragraph. Why? Because you are opening the paragraph and after that you have opened pre. So you have to first close the pre and then only you can close the paragraph, right? Because inside paragraph you're using pre tag, right? I hope you understood this. Now, let's save this. So remember that we have used the pre tag, right? Let's reload the page. What is happening? I am getting the same exact pattern how I have written my paragraph now, right? However, I have written it in my Sublime the same way it is coming, right? Also, you will observe that there is a slight change in the font style. right? The font style which was there back, like if I remove this pre for now and I refresh my page, look at the font style, right? It is different. Now if I again go back to my Sublime and I do Control Y, which is nothing but redo, and if I again go back, just have a look in the font style of this paragraph, it is changing. This is what is a pre-tag, pre-formatted tag. Okay, so when you want your any text to be written in the same manner how you're writing in the Sublime, then you have to use the pre-tag. Now let's go to our slide and let's understand what pointers I've written here. The pre-tag defines pre-formatted text. Text in a pre-element is displayed in a fixed width font. So this is totally in a fixed width. That means how much width you are taking, only that much width it will take in the web browser also. And the text preserves both spaces and line breaks. So spaces, line breaks, these all things will be preserved when you are using a pre-tag. Sorry, when you're using a pre-tag. Okay. Now the text will be displayed exactly as written in the HTML source code. Okay, two examples are written here. Now if you look here in this example, there's a space here, right? So if you're using a pre-tag, this space will be maintained, it will be preserved. And look at this is like totally random stuff, right? So this also will be preserved. It will be the same paragraph which will show up in the browser. Okay, the all spaces will be there. I've just showed you. Okay, now I hope you understood what is pre-tag. This is a new tag, right? Because we have right now only seen the HTML or the head, the title, the paragraph, the H1 to H6, but this is a new tag, right? Okay, let's move and let's see what all other new tags do we have. Now is the time when we will talk about the most of the new tags which are there in the HTML5, specifically HTML5 version. Okay, these are quotations, abbreviations, and citations. Okay, let's understand one by one what are these tags and how it will work. Okay, so now let's begin with the first tag from this particular section, which is the block quote. Now what is this block quote? Let's understand in a theoretical manner and then we will do a practical. So to define a long quotation or block quotation, we use block quote. What is block quotation? See, many leaders have given some quotations, right? Where there is a will, there is a way, right? When one door open, another also opens, something like that. So those are the quotations. Now, in some of the web pages, what happens? The developer write the quotations in the beginning so that when a user is entering into his application, the user will read that quotation and then he will start looking into the whatever content it is having in the application or in the web page, right? So when he reads the quotes, he actually understands and feels very good. Yeah, some developers does that, some web page developers does that. So if you want to put a quotation, we use this block quote. Block quote tag indents the quotation in browser. Now please understand what is this indent. Indent means, see, how I've written these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there is a space given here, right? I'm not starting 2 dot from here. I've not written it here, right? I have given some space here. This is called as indentation. Okay, I have given an indentation so that it will look nice. Imagine that if I have written this in the corner, so it will not look nice, right? But one small indentation will make your presentation or will make your web page very good looking, right? Now, so block quote gives the indentation for the quotations in the browsers. How do we write it? Right? That's our question. Let's move to our Sublime. Let's write a code for it. I'll keep this pre-tag as it is so that you can refer to that anytime while I am continuing with my tutorial. Here what I'll do, I will mention that block quote, and here I will write one basic kind of quotation. Okay, a little bit bigger you should write. If you write in a smaller one, I'll show you what will happen. Let me write the smaller one. Let me write the bigger one first. Okay, so let me write this. Obviously it's a quote, so we have to give the double quotations. Now when one door closes, another opens. You can take any quotation. It's not important that what I am writing you have to use it for your web page. No, you can write any quotations, even your own will also work, right? But we often look so long and so regretfully. Also, this is just, a sample thing. It's not important that in every web page there should be a block quote. It all depends on you. You want to put it. You don't want to put it, don't put it. In an HTML document, the thing which is permanent is nothing but the skeleton. In this skeleton of an HTML document, whatever you're writing, the HTML tag, head tag, title tag, body tag, those things are very important. Those things you can't skip. Those are permanent, right? And these H1P pre-block code, these are temporary. If you want to write it, write it. If you don't want to mention, don't mention. So regretfully, upon the closed door, that we do not see the one which has opened for us. Now, I don't know if you have heard this quotation, but I have heard it. And it was a long one, so I took it out. And who told this? This is told by Alexander Graham Bell. Okay, this is done. Now I have to close the block quote. It is closed. You can see I just kept the slash, and Sublime already understood that I want to close the block quote. This is done. Save this and let's reload my page. What is happening? What is happening, right? So this is not even a paragraph. This is not even a heading. What is happening is, let me first show you in a normal size. So this is 100% zoom. If you can see, this whole block quote is coming in a center, right? And there is an indentation given, if you see here. That's what I told. That block quote will provide automatic indentation to your web page. Both the sides you have an indentation, right? So I didn't tell it that it has to be in center, but automatically it is in the center, correct? This is what is your block quote, right? And because my quotation was really big, it is looking very nice, right? It is looking in the center. Now imagine that I have written this block quote in the beginning of my web page. How cool it will be. It will look very nice because user will start looking into the web application or your web page from here, and he will read that. He will read that quotation: when one door closes, another opens, and blah, 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 right? Okay, now let me show you what if your block code is really small. So I'll write it here only. Let's say I'm writing the block code tag and I'm writing here, where there is a will, there is a way. Very small quotation, right? Let me give some exclamation mark, and here the spelling is wrong. Yeah, done. Save, reload the page. What is happening? Is it looking nice? Well, it is looking structured. The indentation is there, but still this is not coming in the center. Why? Because my quotation is not that long and is not looking like it is coming in the center. When a quotation is long, it looks like that it is in the center of the web page. But when a quotation is small, it just finishes there, right? So this is the difference between a long quote and a small quotation. So it depends on you. It is always better that you prefer a long quotation. Let's move to the next tag, which is the Q tag, right? Okay, let me remove these things so that you will not, get confused. Fine, this is done. Now, what is Q tag? So if you look here, the HTML Q tag defines a short quotation. I'll tell you what is this. Don't just think what about this short quotation. I'll tell you what is it. This is nothing but the double quote. Okay. So the Q tag will provide you a double quote. I'll tell you how. Browsers normally insert quotation marks around the quotation. Browsers normally insert quotation marks around the quotation. I'll show you how. Have a look. So here you can see in this where there's a will, there's a way. I have not given any quotation, right? I must have forgot it, right? Now I need to put it. I will not do this. What I'll do, instead of that, I'll put a Q tag. When I'm putting a Q tag and I'm saving the file, let's see what will happen. Let me zoom it if you're not being able to see it. You are getting a quotation here, right? You're getting a double quote here. I didn't give any double quote in my where there's a will, there's a way sentence. I've just written Q tag. I hope you understood what is Q tag. Q tag gives you the double quote. If I remove this and if I write here Q, and here also in the ending, if I remove this, if I just put a slash, if I refresh my page, same thing will happen because I was having that quotation. Okay, let me bring it back to 100%. And now let's go back to our slide because we have also understood this particular tag, right? Now this is done. Next one is ABBR. So let's see what is this ABBR tag. ABBR tag means the abbreviation tag. Okay. Now what is this abbreviation tag? This ABBR tag, abbreviation tags means whatever short forms you have, right? Let's suppose for HTML, what is the short form? What is the full form? HTML full form is hypertext markup language. Like that CSS, then Mr., Doctor, all these terms we write it in a short form. Like as soon as possible, we write ASAP. Automatic teller machine, we write ATM, right? For all these kind of things, we use ABBR tag. Marking abbreviations can give useful information to browsers. Whenever you're marking some text as an abbreviation, it gives the browser an useful information that what it is you are talking about. What it is, right? Let's suppose if I'm writing HTML and a beginner will not understand what is this word. So what will happen? I will put this inside the ABBR thing. And when a user will keep their mouse, let's say this is the mouse, when the user will keep their mouse in this particular thing, it will show them the full form. Interesting, right? Right now it is not interesting because I have not shown you in a practical manner. Let's jump back to Sublime and let's do a code for ABBR tag. So let's read this point first. Marking abbreviations can give useful information to browsers, translation systems, and search engines. Okay, let's move back to Sublime. Here, let me write a paragraph after this, right? Here I'll write that we are learning HTML and CSS, right? Now this is just a normal paragraph, right? So when you will see into the browser, it will look very normal, just a normal paragraph, right? Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put the ABBR and here I'm going to write the title attribute. Okay, inside the title attribute I am going to write the full form of that HTML. So I'm going to write here hypertext markup language. Okay, now this particular ABBR is only for this HTML, not for and CSS. So I'm going to close it here. Right, now let's reload my page. Let's see what happens. Let me zoom in. If you can see in the HTML, I'm getting this kind of dots, right? And when you hover your mouse here, it is showing me the full form of HTML. How cool is it, right? So it's very, it is very efficient because any beginner who will see my web page will understand that what is that HTML. What is the full form of HTML? Okay, so when you hover your mouse, it is giving me the full form. Let's do it for CSS also. So it will be very good, guys, if you are writing this down in a notebook, or somewhere you are just mentioning it, because later on you will forget all these things, right? And watching this video again and again will also give you don't have much time to again and again watch this video, right? So keep a notebook handy and keep on writing these tags, because there are 100 of tags which we are going to discuss. So you will not remember all those tags, right? Keep a habit of writing it somewhere. Done. This is done. Now let's close this ABBR and let's see whether it is giving me the full form or not. Yes, it is giving me. Okay. We are learning HTML and CSS, and you're going to master it ASAP. Okay, so here I'm going to again give the ABBR, the title, and in the title I'm going to give here as soon as possible. It's not important to write in capital letters. I'm just writing in capital letters so that you can see it very clearly. You can write in whatever manner you want, in small also. Let me save this, reload my page, and the paragraph will increase, and in ASAP you're getting as soon as possible. I hope you got what is ABBR, right? It is one of the fun thing to do. Now let's move to the next and let's see what is the address tag. Now address tag is also fun, because whenever in a web page you must have seen, like mostly in e-commerce websites, any startups or any business which is starting, people used to give their address below in the footer section, right? When you scroll down in the web page, below you can see the address written, right? Now what is this address tags? Let's see. The HTML address tag defines the contact information of the author or the owner of the HTML document or that web page, right? The contact information can be an email address, URL, physical address, phone number, social media handle, anything. Okay, so let's quickly move to our Sublime and let me show you how we can write this. So suppose this is my web page, right? This is how my web page is looking like. Okay, now I want to end my web page. This is my web page. I want to end it. So I want to give my address and all. I want to give my contact information basically. So I'll write here address tag, right? I'll write here written via, mention my name, Ritvik Raj. Here I'll give, okay, I'll give that later on. So now here I'll write here contact number. Okay, something, and then I'll give the location, or you can write whatever state or something. I'm writing just location. Let's say I'm writing a random 567 comma Church Street, let's say Bangalore. Okay, and then I'm going to give here the pin code. Okay, done. Let me close the address. Let's see what happens if I go to my web page, reload it. Okay, this is something italic. It is looking like an italic, but it is not looking very good, right? It is not looking like an address kind of thing. Let's make it look like an address kind of thing. Nothing to do. You just have to add a BR tag here so that all the things will come in separate lines and will look much nicer. Let me show you. So if I do that and I reload my page, you can see this is how it is looking like. Okay, and this is what is the address tag. You must have seen this kind of things in many of the web pages, right? In italic it must be written, correct? So this is what is your address tag. Okay, now Let's move to our next tag and let's see what is that. So this is called as site tag. Okay. Now let's understand what is this site tag. So this HTML site tag defines the title of a creative work. That means suppose if you're doing writing a book or a poem or a song or a movie or a painting or a sculpture, in those things we write the site tag. It defines the title of it. Okay, it's a very normal tag. So whenever you're creating a web page for your own book, or you're writing a poem, or you're writing a song, when you're writing a poem you must be writing the author's names, right? So when you're writing that author's name, you have to use the site tag. For a song, when you're writing an author's name or the composer, right? So we write the site tag. Let me show you how does it look like. It's a very basic tag. So let's suppose beside this, okay, I am writing a normal just a poem name, okay, just writing a poem name. Let's say I'm writing the unhealthy thing, just a random, okay. So now what I have to do, site tag, and here I'll write Baya Pankaj Jan, something like this. Okay, let me save this. I've not used any paragraph tag or something, just normally I've written it. Let's see what happens. So if you look here, okay, this address and the unhealthy thing is coming together, right? Let me give a what tag? BR tag, so that it will give a space there, right? Now let's reload. You can see, okay, I think I've not saved the file. I have saved the file. Let me give one more BR tag. Let me refresh this. Yeah, so I got this space. Now you can see where I have given the site tag, I have given it in the by Pankaj Jain, and you can see it is looking like a author's name because this is the title and this is the author name, which is by Pankaj Jain. It is nothing but an italic. Now you will ask me, sir, why can't we write this site tag instead of site tag? Why can't we write address tag? Because address is also looking like the same, site tag is also looking like the same, right? And you know what? There are many such tags which looks the same, which does the same task. Okay, like an I tag. If you mention any I tag, let's see, let's say I'm writing here I tag, and in this I tag I'm writing some random thing. Let's say welcome to quotations, citations, and abbreviations tags. This I've written in which particular tag? I tag. I tag means italic. If you reload the page, can you see this welcome to quotations, citations? This is coming again in italic. So now the question is, what is the difference then? What is the difference between an I tag or a site tag or an address tag, right? Now see, the problem is browsers understand these tags in the same manner how we understand, okay? So suppose if you are giving this web page to a beginner or to a very unknown technical person, non-technical person, he will not understand what are you writing. He will not understand which tag have you used, but he will understand what content you're writing. He'll understand that this is a blog quote. I mean, this is a quotation. He will understand this is a heading. He'll understand that this is a paragraph. He will also understand that this is the poem name and this is the author name. Why? Because it looks like that, right? He will also understand that this is the address because it looks like that. For that purpose, we mention the tag names like that. Now suppose if the user is confused, what he will do, he will right click, he'll click on view page source, he will see the whole code and he will see here that I have used the address tag. He will see here that I've used the citation tag. He will see that I've used the I tag. So he knows that which tag is used to write this web page. And that is what is very important for a developer. For a developer, it is not that you just make a web page and it is done. No. You have to mention those tags and all the commands very carefully, because those web page or those projects are going to your client. The client will see your code. The client or the user will actually use your web application in a daily basis. Correct? So that is why we have a number of tags, but all those tags do a similar task. Okay, I hope you understood what is site. Okay, now let's move to the next one, which is video, and let's see what is this video. So many new tags, right? Let's see what is this video. Video is nothing but a bidirectional override. The full form of video is bidirectional override. Now what is this bidirectional override? The HTML video tag is used to override the current text direction. So it will change the direction of your current text. Yes. Now you will not understand how it is, but let me show you a program on it and let's see what it does. So let me go back to my site. Okay, let me first see how my web page is looking. Okay, so I think I have to give one more BR tag here so that there will be much more space and you can see the difference also. Yeah, this is now looking great. Where should I give the video now? Let me give it around this thing. Welcome to quotation citation. Around this thing only I'll give. So here I have to use the video tag with an attribute of dir. Dir is nothing but direction. Let me write here LTR. LTR means left to right. Okay. And because I have opened the video tag here, which is after the I tag, so I have to close it before. Direction I have given what? LTR. Let me refresh this. Anything is happening to this line? No, because left to right means left to right. That's correct. What if I write here RTL? That means right to left. If I reload my page, if you observe here, I know this is very crazy, but if you look here, my whole sentence is reversed. Welcome to quotations, what I wrote, okay, citations and abbreviations tags, right? So the whole thing is now reversed. This is what is your video, bidirectional override. Okay, perfect. So these are some tags which is very new, and I hope you got it. What is the meaning of these tags, right? Now let's move to the next set of basic tags and let's see what are those. Okay, so now you can see there are so many tags which I've written here, and let me give you one by one an introductory to all these tags. These are very small tags, but very efficient. B tag, it will make your text bold. I tag will make your text italic. U tag will make your text underlined. Now these all things you must be knowing, because in MS Word, if you have worked on, or if you have worked on any of your documents, you must have known these things. A small tag will make your text appear very smaller. Then you have DEL. DEL will delete your text. That means if suppose you're writing a text like, let's say I'm writing Abraham. Okay. Oh, my mistake. I did not wanted to write Abraham. I wanted to write Raj. So what I can do, I can use the delete tag around this Abraham. It will get deleted like this. Cool, right? I'll show you this. Don't worry. Now INS means insert tag. So when you want to insert something, you use INS. That means it basically is an underline. See, you remember in our school times, we used to have a fill in the blanks kind of thing in the examinations, right? Where one sentence will be there and there will be a fill in the blanks. where you insert your answer, right? Same thing happens here. So whatever you're writing, let's suppose I'm writing Ritvik, and underline will come in the insert. You will say, sir, you said U tag is also the same. Yes, U tag INS is the same. Strong. Remember, I have already told you what is strong tag, right? In one of the example. This is for the bold, right? Again, emphasizing the text and making the text bold, it is not same. Making the text bold means that you're clearly saying that, highlighting that text. Emphasizing means that you're emphasizing on it. Okay, but bold and strong does the same thing. So bold and strong is the same tag. It does the same thing. Okay, I'm making these arrows so that you'll be able to understand the comparison between those all tags. Okay, let me remove these tick marks so that you will not get confused, and I'll get some more space because later on I have some more tags which is very common. Okay, so I hope you have understood till strong. Sub means subscript. What is this subscript? Subscript means it will come down to the text. I'll show you what is it, but right now just understand this word down. Superscript is just the opposite of subscript, so it will be up. Okay, I'll show you that, don't worry. EM is for emphasized text. Now you will say strong is also emphasized, EM is also emphasized, but EM is emphasizing in an italic manner. So I tag and EM tag is similar. Okay, now DFN is used for definition term. When you want to specify any definition, okay, in your web browser, that time you use this DFN tag. This is also italic. Oh my god, so you will be thinking that there are so many tags with which we can actually make our text as italic, right? DFN, EM, address, site, I, correct? So I'll just join this also here so that you'll not get confused. Have a look for some time and then we will move into the Sublime and we'll use all these tags in our paragraph, okay? Right, so I hope you have understood what all tags are similar. Let's move to our Sublime, and now to use these all tags we have to write a very big paragraph, right? Let me do one thing. What I can do here, let me give a BR tag. Let me give 2 BR tags, and here I'm going to write a paragraph. Okay, don't worry about these, just worry about the paragraph right now. Okay, let me do one thing to make this work easy. Let me copy some paragraph from a random website, right? So let me go to Google, and here I'm going to write, let's say, Facebook wiki, right? This is the Wikipedia, and here just taking a random text, only this much, right? Taking a random text, putting it in the Sublime as a paragraph, and here let me remove these spaces. Well, I'm not using the pre-tag here still. Now closing the paragraph. One by one, let's use all these tags in our paragraph. Facebook is the most important term. I'll be using here B tag. Bold is done. It's an American online social media, so I'll use here I tag. Okay, and social networking service, so I'll use here U tag, because I want to underline that. I want to make it observe to the users. So this is done. So let's check how it is looking in the web browser. I have saved the file, reload the page, and here you can see Facebook is bold, American online social media is italic, social networking service is underlined. Why there is so much space? Have I given so much space? In the pre I have given. Okay, I've given 2 BR tags also, so that is why those many spaces are coming, because of 2 BR tags. Let me remove this BR so that the paragraph goes a little bit above. Right? Now, what is the next? I actually forgot what was the next tag. Oh, we have small, we have delete and insert. So here what I'm going to do, Menlo Park, California, that I'm going to put it in small. Okay, so let's write here small, and after California, let me put it here, closing. This is done. And a flagship service of the namesake company Facebook. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, namesake company Facebook Incorporation. So in the flagship service, what I'm going to do, here I'm going to write here, delete. I don't want to write here the term flagship, but instead of that, what I want to write here is flagship. Okay, I don't want to write it in small letters, I want to write it in a capital letter, so I'm deleting that and then I'm writing it. So let me refresh my page. If you see here, this Menlo Park, California is little bit smaller than the normal text, and your flagship is getting deleted, that means getting cut it down, and then my capital letter flagship is written. Okay, let me show you the insert also. Company Facebook. So here I'll give the INS. Okay, sorry. Yep. This Facebook. Okay, till here I should give. Now I told you insert is nothing but a command which is nothing but the underline. So this is getting underlined. You can see there's no difference between U tag and the INS, but internally there is so many differences. So please use it specifically when you are using an insert tag or when you want to use an I tag. What is next? We have the strong. Okay. Strong, I think we should use it in Mark Zuckerberg. So let me write here strong, that I have already shown you. Still, because I want to use it, because I want to use all the tags in one paragraph, so I'm showing you. Strong is done. Let's move to sub and sub. Subscript and superscript. Along with fellow Harvard College. So here I'm going to give sub college till college and roommates. Okay, these names which is there, I'll make it sub. Right? So subscript and superscript. A strong I've given to Mark Zuckerberg. Let's see. Mark Zuckerberg is strong, bolder, right? And Harvard College was subscript. So you can see it is down. Remember in the slide I wrote down, right? For subscript I wrote down, but for superscript I wrote up. So you can see here, that is what is happening. For subscript it is down, and for superscript it is like a power, like a, power when you write 4 to the power 3, something like that. Right? Okay, what next? We have DFN left and EM, right? Let's do that. So namesake, this namesake, let's give EM here. EM, I have already told you that it is something like a italic, right? Have a look in the namesake. Where is it? This is now italic. Yes. And let's now write for the definition, DFN. That I'll keep a separate tag. So here I'm going to write HTML. HTML is the word, the term, but definition I'll write here, hypertext markup language. It is used to design or structure your web page. Okay, cool. The DFN tag I have closed. Let's see what happens. This will also give an italic. As I told you, you can see it is looking like a definition. Right? HTML is the word, the keyword, the term, and this is the definition. Okay, so I hope you understood these all basic tags and how do we incorporate these tags in our normal web page application using Sublime, correct? Let's move to the next topic and let's see what is there. So now let's see the next thing, which is nothing but list of self-closing, or we also call it as empty tags. I've already told you some of the tags which is called as empty tags and what are those, but let's understand in a deeper manner. So what is it? Empty tags are those tags which are empty. That means it does not contain anything. Let's say, for an example, I write BR. When we write BR, it doesn't contain anything, right? We just write BR, that's it, right? Contain means, let's say I'm writing a paragraph tag, then it contains something and then we close it. But for BR, does it contain anything? It doesn't contain anything, that is why we are not closing it. So the tags which does not contain anything and is not getting closed, those are called as empty tags. Okay, so any tag which doesn't have content or it is not closing, those are empty tags. For an example, HR is also one of the tag. HR is called as horizontal line. Okay, so what is horizontal line, that we will see right now. And one more tag for empty tag is image tag, because in image we don't want to write anything, right? We just want to give the image, that's it. So this is also an empty tag. Okay, now let's see the use of HR and IMG tag in our particular Sublime, because BR we have already used many a times. Let's see what is this HR. If I go to my Sublime back and let's save this first of all, and let's go to my web page. Let's see how does it look like in a 100% zoom. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, this is how it is looking like. Okay, now what we have to do here is we have to use the HR. Now if you look here, there's a block code, and after the block code I want to give a line here. I want to give the horizontal line. So what I'll do, I'll go to my Sublime, and after my block quotation, let's remove this, or let's comment it. What is a comment? You know it. Comment is control/. When you do that, it is commented. So the second quotation I have commented, and here I'm going to give HR so that a horizontal line will be provided. Let's reload the page and you can see the horizontal line is provided. This is the HR. So this is an empty tag because it doesn't contain anything, right? Now let's see how we can include an image in our web page. Okay, first of all, let's find a location where I want to put my image. Suppose I want to put an image here, right, in this location after the pre-tag, the paragraph tag. Okay, let's do that. Now where is my pre-tag? This is my pre-tag. This is the BR. Let's put one more BR, and before that let's write the IMG. Let me give some spaces so that you can clearly see what I'm writing. Okay, IMG, here I'll write source. Okay, for source, let's say I'm giving a name download.jpg. Just a random I'm given. There's no such file in my location. There's no such file I've downloaded. I'm just randomly giving. I'll tell you why I'm giving like this. And then alt is the attribute. Remember I told you that alternate is also one kind of an attribute of image tag. So let's see whether this is working or not. The image is not uploaded. This is what I have written in the alternate text. Close this. Now I do not have to close the image tag. You can close it also, but when you do it in Sublime, you can see that when you're putting a slash, it actually doesn't recognize IMG because IMG is an empty tag. Okay, so you do not have to close this. Now let's see what happens when I refresh my page. So what's happening? There is, okay, let me zoom it. There is some image crack is coming. and then it says image is not uploaded. That means there is some problem in my code, or there is some problem in the image, that the image is not coming here, right? What is the problem? The problem is nothing but that in my folder, the image itself is not there. Right? In my folder, when I go to my folder where my web application project is there, you can see that there is no such image there. So let's go back to my folder and let's see whether there is an image or not. This is my folder, HTML and CSS tutorial, and you can see that this particular folder doesn't have any image here, right? So let's keep some images here. I'll go to my pictures, and in my pictures I have these two images which I've downloaded from Google. So, but the image name is very big. The file name is very big. Let's do one thing. Let's rename this, and I'll write here download. Now download.jpg, I have one image. I'll copy this and I'll again go to my folder and I'll put it here. Once I put it here, now this is my HTML document. This is my image. The image name is download.jpg, and in the Sublime also I've written download.jpg. Save the file, reload the page, and you are getting the image here. Right? Just after your paragraph, you are getting this image, correct? Now, when you're getting this image, this is very big, right? If you look here, this image is really very big. I don't want such a big image. I want to make it small. How can I do that? Again, one more attribute which I told you was width. So for width, we can give the percentage, pixel, or whatever you want to give. So let's say I'm giving 100, just 100. Let's see what happens. So if you look here, 100 is really very small, right? Okay. Now let's give 100 pixel, px. Okay. Now let's see what happens. Nothing is happening, it's the same. Now let's give percentage. And now let's see what happens when I reload my page. 100% is really very big. Okay, it is actually taking the whole web page, the whole width of your screen, the full width of your screen, right? That is what is 100%. Now you will understand that what is the meaning of pixel and percentage. Percentage always refers to your width of the screen. How much width of the screen you have? 100%. When you give 100%, the image is taking the whole 100%. That means if I give here 50%, so my web page will take only half of my screen. You can see my screen is this much big. It is taking only the half of it. So now you know how you can actually understand the difference between percentage and pixel. Let's work with pixel now. Pixel, you saw 100 pixel was very small. So let's give 300 pixel. When I give 300 pixel, it will be a little much bigger. And now it looks fine, right? For this kind of web page, now my web page is looking quite good, right? So I'll keep at this particular stage. I'll keep this particular pic in this stage. Fine. Now you know how to insert an image also, right? One more question. What if my image is not in the same folder? What if my image is not here? What if my image is somewhere else? Then what I have to do? Okay, let me show you. So suppose this is my next picture, and here I'll just rename it to, let's say, download1.jpg, right? Download1.jpg. In my Sublime, if I mention download1.jpg, obviously it will not come because my browser will search only in that particular local folder, right? So it will say the image is not uploaded, correct? Now what I can do here? So what you have to do, you have to copy the path of your file. Wherever your image is there, you have to copy the path of that file. So I'll copy this path. I'll go to my Sublime, and here I'm going to paste this. Okay. Now what you have to do, listen carefully. wherever your cursor is, give a slash. Okay, and whatever slashes you have here, just make it opposite. Okay, just make this opposite, because in a system that slash means inside folder, and inside folder, but in HTML this slash means inside folder. Okay, so when I save this and now when I reload my page, I am getting that image, because my browser knows that where he will get that image. He will get it inside C folder, inside users folder, inside Ritvik Raj, inside pictures, inside camera roll, download one.jpg. So I'm getting that image, right? But this is a quite lengthy process. That is why what do? We keep our image in the same folder itself. So let me copy this, go back. Here I'm going to keep it. Remember I told you about the file and folder structure. So what we can do, we can create a folder here and name it as images. And these two images, we can keep it in this folder. Now it looks really organized. Now what we can do, if I want that image, have a look, because I have moved the image, this image will go now, right? Right now it will not go because in my picture already this image is there. So what I'll do, here I'll remove these all things and I'll just write here images. That's it. Because my folder name is images, and inside the images folder you have download one.jpg. I'm going to refresh my page. Am I getting that image? Yes, I'm getting it. What if I remove this one and write download.jpg? Am I getting that another image? Yes, I'm getting that another image. Perfect. I hope you understood how to insert an image in your file. Let's move and let's see what is next. So now we have some more tags, which is nothing but the div and the span. Div I have already explained in a very descriptive manner. Span also I've explained in a very descriptive manner, right? Both of these are used to group different tags. Acts like a container. So inside div, you can actually write whatever tags you want and then you can close it. It works like a container, okay? It doesn't do anything. It's a block level element, or you can say block level tags. So what it does is just a container which actually occupies all your different tags here. Fine. It is effective while styling, because if you want to style all these tags which you have written together, you want to style all this together, just give the styling to this div. When you give the styling to this div, all these 4 tags will be styled automatically, right? You don't have to give styles to them separately. Now whatever I am saying, this is styling part, you will not understand because we have not started with CSS. So stick to the session. You will be able to understand what is this I'm saying here. And when I will tell about CSS, come back and then again, run this particular video. You'll understand what I have said here. Difference, div is block level, span is inline level, that we have very clearly seen, right? Now img tag, it is used to add images in a web page. Syntax is this much, it's a self-closing tag. A tag also we have seen, is used to add links in a web page. You put it like this. Okay. Now that we have seen and learned most of the things about HTML, we have seen what are the basic tags used in HTML. Now is the time that we should learn how we can actually style our web pages. That means how we can totally make our web page attractive, right? Because we have already seen how we can design and give a structure to the web page, but our web page is not looking that attractive. It is just building or giving a structure to my web page, right? Now let's start and see what is this CSS and how we can give style to my web page. So let's first understand what is CSS. CSS full form is Cascading Style Sheet. Now, what is the meaning of cascading? What is the meaning of style and what is the meaning of sheet? That you will see right here. But before that, let's cover all these pointers. So, if HTML is the structure of the house, then CSS is the look and feel of the house. That means the structure is something like just the structure, just the building block, that's it. But styling is nothing but when you color them or when you make it attractive, right? There will be a window here or what there will be in this particular portion, right? How can you make this house attractive? Those are the things which is nothing but your CSS. The structure is your HTML. It is the language to make our web pages presentable. How we can make our home or house presentable? In the same way, if you want to make your web page presentable, we have to use CSS. It is designed to make style sheets for web. So we actually design style sheets for our web pages. Okay. Now, what is the meaning of style sheets? We'll see. Now, if we try to break the acronym, then cascading means falling of styles. That means all the styles cascaded together. So suppose this one is color, this one is border, and this one is padding. All these three things I am applying it to paragraph. So we are cascading all the styles to paragraph tag. That is why the name cascading. Style means adding designs, styling our HTML tags. That means we are giving these styles, color, then border, then padding, these all things to my paragraph. That is what is called as styling. Sheets are nothing but a CSS file can be externally made. That means we can create a CSS file separate, an HTML file separate, and one more CSS file separate. So these are nothing but the sheets. So this is one CSS sheet and this is another CSS sheet, right? So writing our style in different documents, that is what is nothing but your sheets. We can write our or we can specify our styling in different documents, right? Okay. Now let's move ahead and let's see what is next. So now let's understand what is the history of CSS, because this is most important when you're learning about any language. When you're learning about any coding language, you should know who is the developer of that language or who actually built it, right? Starting with 1994, it was first proposed by Hakon Viom Lee on 10th October. Okay, so he came up with an idea of styling our web pages using CSS. Then in 1996, CSS was published on 17 November. That means it became public with the influencer Bert Boss, and then CSS was in use. Later, he became the co-author of CSS. That means CSS language was written again by a Bert Boss. Okay. Now, in 1996 again, CSS became official with the language named CSS, which was published in December in 1996 year itself. 1997 created CSS level 2 on 4th November, and then in 1998 it was published on 12th May. So these were the actual scheduling, or you can say how things got updated in CSS. What was happening around 1994 till 1998 when people came up with this idea of styling our web pages, which is known as CSS, or which is done by a CSS. Now after this, all the people who are using or creating web pages and putting it in the internet, they are using CSS widely to style their web page. Now this is all about the history of CSS. Now it's not important to have all these informations, but yes, you should know the first year and the developer name, right? These two informations are very important when you are a fresher or a beginner. You should know this information because you will become a front-end developer or a full-stack developer, and you have to pass the interviews, right? You have to crack the interviews. Now, in interviews, they can ask this type of questions. Moving to the next slide, which is CSS editors. What all editors we can use to write our CSS code? Obviously, you will say that whatever HTML we are writing in Sublime, we can use the same editor to write the CSS. Perfect, you are right. But instead of all those editors, we have some more editors where we can write our CSS, such as Atom. This is also like Sublime. Then brackets, Espresso. So all the Apple Mac users, you can use Espresso for writing the CSS commands. Notepad++, you guys are very familiar with this. This is an updated version of Notepad where you can actually write the codes and you can see it in colors. So all the tags, elements and attributes will be in different colors, so that will be easy for you to understand and write the code. Komodo Edit, this is also very simple particular editor which you can use, but instead of using this, the best one to use is Sublime Text Editor, which we are going to use in this particular tutorial. So we are going to use Sublime Text Editor, which we have already used while writing the HTML codes. It's just that we have to create another file and we have to save it in .css file format. Now, you must have understood that we were saving the HTML file with an extension of .html. When you work with CSS, you have to save your file with .css. Okay, don't worry, we will see this in a practical aspect also, and we will see how we can actually style our web page using CSS files. Okay, next, let's see what is the basic structure of the CSS and how we can actually write the CSS commands in our Sublime Text Editor. Before going into the practical demonstration, I want to first show you theoretically how we can actually write the CSS. Now there are three things which you have to mainly focus on. The first one is selector, the second one is property, and the third one is value. Now let me take an example and first show you how this particular thing works. So suppose if you have an H1 where I have written the word welcome. Only this is the particular HTML tag which I have used, H1 tag, in which welcome I have written. Now if I have to provide styling to this tag, how I will write the CSS? You have to choose which particular selector you want to provide the CSS. So I want to provide it in the H1 tag. So that will be my selector. So H1 is my selector. I have selected in which particular tag I want the styling. I'll put a curly bracket and here I'll specify the property and value. What is this property and value? That means what actually do you want with this H1? What actually you want it to do? So suppose I want the H1 to have the text color of red. So I'll write here color : red. So this welcome will become red in color in my web page. Suppose I want that the H1 should be text aligned to center. That means this H1 should actually come into the center of the web page. So it will come to the center of the web page. Now this is what is your property and this is what is your value. This is as easy as it is. Right? Now if you want to work with the paragraph tag, then you have to just type another CSS with paragraph selector, and whatever you want to give here, you can give that. Let's suppose I want to give here blue. This is a colon, not a semicolon. This is a semicolon. Like this, you can give the CSS to all your selectors. Right now in your mind, there will be many questions that how we can give same particular styles to all my tags, or can we give different styles to different tags, right? Those things we will cover it in the next topic, but let's see what are these pointers written here, and let's do one practical example of our CSS command. Now a selector means it selects the element you want to target. I wanted to target H1, so I have taken the selector as H1. I wanted to target paragraph, so I have taken the element as paragraph. There are few basic selectors like tags IDs and classes. Don't worry about this if you're confused with this line. This is just saying that there are basic selectors, like this one is nothing but type selector. We call it as type selector. We have some more like ID and classes. We will discuss it in the next particular topic when we will jump into types of selectors. But right now, information of only this much is enough for you guys. Okay. Now, so we will skip this particular point. We will understand this in our next topic. All forms this key and value pair. So this property and value which you can see, this is also called as key and value pair. That means you have a key and you have a value to it. So all CSS will have a key and value pair. Keys are nothing but the properties, attributes like color, font size, background, width, height, text align, anything such like that. So if you want to change the color, if you want to change the font size, if you want to change the background color, the width, the height, anything you can do, and that is what is called as properties, the keys. The value is nothing but the values associated with these properties. Something like red, center, 400 pixel, 500 pixel, those are nothing but my values. Last point, it always remains same whether we apply it internal or external styling. Again, this particular line you will not understand now, but we will see it in the topic of types of CSS, which is our next topic. We'll be seeing what is this internal styling or external styling meant. Okay. So right now we have these two lines which we need to understand, and keep it in your mind, these lines, that what we are going to do or what we are going to understand with these lines, and we will see it in our next topic. So let's quickly move to our Sublime Text Editor and let's see what we are going to do with CSS and how we are going to write the CSS. So I have some files open here which we have already worked with, right? And let's go to our most first one, which is nothing but the basic tags one. And here I'm going to write our styling. So how I'm going to write that? I'll first of all write here inside the head tag, the style tag, because CSS when you're writing, you have to use the tag which is style tag. So if I have opened it, I have to also close that. Now this particular thing, inside this, I'll be writing my selector, property and value. So let's first check what all things do we have. If you can see, we have the H1, we have the paragraph, we have some more paragraphs, and we have many things here, address and everything, right? So what we are going to do here, let's select one of the selector and let's give it some color. So let's say if I'm choosing this address. Okay. Now what I want to do, I'll remove this extra address, and here what I want to do, I will give an address selector. To this address selector, I want to give some color. So let's say I want to give a color of red. Let me save this. I have saved it, and you can see I have only given one property and value to this particular one selector, which is address. Let's see what happens. If I go to my browser, if I go to this particular page, you can see right now I have not reloaded the page. That is why my address is black in color. If I reload my page, my address becomes red in color. If you can't see it, I'm just zooming in, and you can see it is red in color. Now you will tell me that, sir, the same thing was happening when you did it here. So in H1 and paragraph, we wrote style equal to color green, and this particular H1 becomes green. If you can see here, the same goes to that paragraph, it becomes red. Then why are we creating this kind of a style tag and we are writing it here? Correct? That's a very good question if you have it in your mind. Now let me tell you what and why do we require this. Understand that this is also CSS and this is also CSS. There's no difference in that. Obviously, the difference is in the writing. So in the writing, you can see that this CSS is written in a different manner and this CSS is written in a different manner. Now, why is it so? Let's talk about it. When you're writing style in your particular tag itself, we call it as inline CSS. Okay, so we call it as inline CSS. Let me comment this. So this is called as inline CSS. Why? Because you're writing the CSS in the same line. You're writing the CSS in the same line where you want it. Right? That's the same thing you're doing in the paragraph also. You're writing the same CSS or whatever CSS you want to give, you're writing it in the same line where you want it. Right? What is happening here? We are not writing the CSS in the same line. This is called as internal CSS, right? This is called as internal CSS. Now, why is it called as internal CSS? Because in the same HTML document file, internally, we are writing the CSS. Internally in the same HTML document, we are writing the CSS. So that is what is called as internal CSS. Now, I hope you remember in this slide also we have seen one liner, which was the last point. It says it always remains same whether we apply internal or external styling. This is what is internal means. Okay, that is why we have written this internal word here. So when you write internal, internal means that we are writing this particular CSS in our HTML document, right? Inside it. It is not in the same line. Okay. Now that we know that there are two ways to write it, right? We can either write CSS inline or we can either write CSS internally. It all depends on you. There are one more way which is called as external CSS, which you have seen in the slide also. Here we have written external. We will see this later on. Okay, not right now. We'll see what is external. But the main point to handle here is, or to understand here is, that why we have 2 or 3 types of CSS. Why we have inline, why we have internal. Whether internal is not sufficient, can't we just write here H1 color green or P color red? That will also work, right? Then why do we need these? That is the question. Now understand, suppose if you have so many things, you have so many CSS to give to the H1, right? Suppose you have here only, I'm writing color green. Now let's say I'm going to give here the background color. Let's say I'm going to give the background color as black. And then I have the font size. So let's say I'm giving the font size as 50 pixel. And then I have many things. I have text align, let's say center. Now you can see how complex is it looking. To understand this particular one-liner code, you have to first go line by line. Color green, background color black, font size 50 pixel, text align center. And I don't know if we can increase this also, right? Maybe it can take more 2-3 more lines. So writing all the CSS in one line is really very tough, and it is very difficult to understand what you are writing in this particular one line and how many CSS are you writing in this particular one line. So when you are using inline CSS, it is most recommended that you are using only 1 or 2 properties and values. You are giving only 1 or 2 property and values in your style. That is the purpose why we use inline CSS. We use inline CSS to just give 1 or 2 property values so that it doesn't look much, descriptive, or it doesn't look much crowded, right? So suppose, imagine that if I'm writing here background color, that's it, black, that's it. Only color red, background black. This is much more understandable than this H1, right? Now what we can do, if we can't write these all things in our inline, we can write it in our internal, because in internal it is much more descriptive and good looking when you write these things here. How? Let me show you. So you can see here, now it is looking much more better than the inline CSS, right? Because we have all the commands also here and it is line by line, right? So it is much more descriptive and it is not looking like a chaos, because we can see color, background color, this is in separate lines, right? So the whole motto of designing different types of CSS is nothing but you have different views or perspective to write the CSS. If you have more number of CSS to write, please use internal. If you have less number of CSS to give to one selector, then use inline. Okay, let's see how it is looking in our web page. For H1, we have given color green, background color black, and font size 50 pixel, text align center. And for paragraph, we have given the color red and background color black. So right now it is looking like this, but once I reload my page, it is looking something like this. So for H1, my text align is center, font size is also increased, it has come to the center, and the background color is black. Same goes to the paragraph. The paragraph background color is black and the color is red. That's what we have given in our CSS. So this is how you totally work with CSS. This is just the beginning of CSS. We have one more type of CSS which is pending. We have not understood. So that is external CSS. We will look into it in our next topic. But this is how we use CSS and write it in our HTML code. I hope you understood this particular topic. Let's move to our next topic and understand what is it. So our next topic is talking about CSS comments. Now HTML comments we have already seen, and we have seen how we can actually write we can actually make any statement as a comment, right? What are these comments? These comments don't render on the browser. That means these are not a code. These are just basic information, or you can say descriptive information about our coding. So if any beginner or a fresher or any developer is looking into it, you can totally understand by reading our comments that what code we have written there. It helps to understand our code better and makes it readable. It helps for debugging the code. That means debugging is nothing but when you want to understand the codes line by line, you want to understand each line, what is it saying, right? So after this line, what is happening? After this line, what is happening? After this line, what is happening? That is what is called as debugging. There are two ways to comment, a single line and a multiple line. We will see these two things right now in our Sublime, but you must be confused that how we are commenting in our HTML isn't the same way we are commenting the CSS also. Yes, it is the same way. Then where is the difference? Let's see. So we know that this is our paragraph and this is our HTML, right? There is no CSS. If you see here, whatever text I've selected, there is no CSS. So if I hit Ctrl/, what is happening? This is getting totally commented. How? Just with this angular bracket, exclamation mark, double dash, and ending with double dash and angular bracket. This is how HTML is getting commented. Let's come to our CSS. This is our CSS. Let's select this and let's comment it. When we comment it, is it the same way is it getting commented? No. The way of putting the comment is different, right? I am pressing Ctrl/, that is the same thing. In any programming language or in most of HTML, CSS programming languages, not programming languages, but yes, in working with HTML and CSS, if you are, working with comments, if you want to give comments, you hit Ctrl/, right? Here also I did the same thing, but when I did that, there's a different kind of comment which is coming here. If you see / and then */, it is not giving me this kind of comment. Why? Because both HTML and CSS is having different kinds of comments. Okay, that is the reason I told you that if a question is coming in your mind that what is the difference in the comments of HTML and CSS, this is the difference. Now suppose these we have done it for multiple lines. What if I select only one line to comment, that is single line? So if I comment this, you can see it is doing it in the same way how it has done for the multiple line, right? Let me uncomment this. And now let's move ahead. Let's uncomment all these things because we want these in our codes. So let's uncomment these all things. So I hope you understood how different is it looking when you're commenting it in HTML and when you're commenting it in CSS. You can see here when I commented internal CSS, the same kind of CSS comment is coming. But when I commented inline CSS, you can see a different HTML comment is coming here. So I hope you understood what is the different types of comments which is given in HTML and CSS. The meaning of comment is actually same. It's just that it is not a code and it doesn't render on the browser. It is just an information or description for the user. That's it. Now let's move ahead and let's see what is the next topic we are going to talk about. So now we are going to see and talk about the different types of CSS. We are going to understand that how many different types of CSS are there and in how many different ways we can write it. We have already seen two of the ways, but we are going to discuss that in more deeper way, and let's understand what are the different types of CSS. So there are three ways to write CSS in our HTML file. The three ways are inline CSS, internal CSS, and external CSS. Now, when you talk about inline CSS, it's nothing but when you write the CSS in the same line. That means if you have an h1 tag, then you write the style there itself with an equal to, and then you give the property and value whatever you want to give here. Well, this is what is nothing but your inline CSS. So we can write the heading to be anything. And now talking about internal CSS is nothing but when you are writing the CSS tags or CSS commands in your HTML document itself using the style tag. So inside the head you write the style tag and then you mention the selector, and then inside that you write the whatever property and value you want to mention. This is what is about your internal CSS. Then what is external CSS? We will have a look right now. Okay. So before going to the Sublime and do a practical on all of these, let's understand what is the priority order of it. Priority order means that suppose that you have written inline also and internal also for the same selector, then which will be followed? Obviously the inline one will be followed because priority order for this particular types of CSS is inline is greater than internal, which is greater than external. So for h1 tag, if you are giving an inline CSS and an internal CSS, inline one will be followed. We will see it in a practical way also, that what I am saying. So let's move to a Sublime and let's see what here I am talking about. Now in Sublime we have already created so many files, so I don't want to work with these files. So let's close these files and create a new one. So I'm going to create a new file and I'm going to save it. So here I'm going to write session. Okay. Now, so let's write some basic HTML code first and then implement some CSS into it. And let's see how it works out. So title we will write types of CSS, and in the body let's write some commands. So let's give some heading. Okay, and let's give some paragraphs, or let's say a subheading. Now let's write a paragraph. So in paragraph, we can write any random thing. So I'm just writing my name is Hrithik Raj. Today we are going to learn about different types of CSS. Just a normal paragraph, that's it. Okay, now let's understand one by one what is this inline, internal and external CSS. Right now we have not given any kind of CSS in this particular file. So we have saved this and let's see in the browser how it looks like. We are going to close these all because we don't need these. Now here you can see we have a heading H1 and then H2 and then a paragraph, right? Now there's no color, no style, nothing. It's very normal looking, right? And let me just keep it in 100%. So it looks like this. Now let's go to a Sublime and start giving some commands to it. Let's first start giving the inline CSS. Now see, how do we give the inline CSS? We write the style and then we give the equal to sign and then we give the color. Now it can be anything. It's not important that you have to give color only. You can give whatever particular CSS you want to give, whatever property you want to give. So in the color, I'm going to write here, let's say red. When I'm writing red and suppose I want to add some other property also, then I'm going to give a semicolon here to separate one property from another. Now I'm going to write a second property. Let's say I'm going to write text align. And here I'm going to give center. Okay. Now you must be remembering that while writing an inline CSS, the CSS should be small. That means it can have properties like 1 or 2. So I've written only 1 or 2. Okay. I'm not writing much more because if I'm writing much more, then I should go for internal CSS. Right. So I've written this much CSS for H1 tag. Now let's reload the page and yes, it is working. Okay. Now for H2, I want to give some more properties for CSS. So I'm going to use internal. What I'm going to do here is style tag and here I'm going to write H2 and for H2 I want some things. So let's say color, I'm going to use here green. Text align, let's say center. And let's say font size, I'm giving 50px or let's say 30px. And some random other kind of CSS I'm giving. So let's say padding top 5 pixel. You must not be knowing what is this padding top, but don't worry. I'm going to teach you in just maybe next 5 minutes what is this padding top. So now this much CSS I've given for H2. Let's see what happens to my web page. Okay. 1 second. So we have not closed the style tag. Let's close that and then reload my page. So you can see my particular H2 tag is green in color. It's in the center. And what else we have written? Font size is 30 pixel and padding top. From top there is some space. If you're not understanding padding top, don't worry. Specifically, I will explain about it in the next topic. So here you can see the CSS is working, internal CSS. So let me write it here that this is nothing but your internal CSS and this is nothing but your inline CSS. Okay. Now let's talk about what is external CSS, because we have seen many examples of inline and internal. Now let's see what is this external CSS. When internal means that you have to write the CSS in the same HTML file, external means that you have to write this particular thing in a different file. So what you have to do is you have to create a new file, okay, and you have to save it. You have to keep it in the same folder. So what I'm going to write here is, I'm going to write, let's say, style.css. The name of the file I'm giving is style.css. You can give any name, but yes, .css is mandatory because this file is specifically a cascading style sheet file. So I'm going to save this. Now this is my style.css which is saved. Now understand, when you're working with external, you don't use any tag here. Why? Because this is not HTML that it will understand a tag. This is a CSS. This is a different language other than HTML, right? So in HTML, when we are working, we write style tag. But when you are a separate CSS file, then you don't write any tag. You just write the whole CSS part. Okay, so it will look something like this. Now let's save this file and let me remove this style from here, or let's comment this. Okay, so right now here I don't have internal CSS. I only have this file. Now in this HTML, let's save this and reload my page. Whether my H2 CSS is working? My H2 CSS is not working. Why? Because I have removed it from this file and I've kept it in a separate file. But this HTML file doesn't know that I have created style.css and I want it to link to HTML, right? Because of no linking, that means no connection between these two files, this HTML file is not understanding that where is the CSS written for H2. Okay, so this HTML file is not understanding where is the CSS. For that, what we have to do, we have to link this particular CSS file to this HTML. How we can do that? Very simple. We have to use link tag. Once you write li, you will be getting some options. So you'll be getting link tag as an option in Sublime. Just click on that. You will get some things automatically. Now let's see what are these attributes. REL means relation. That means the file which you want to link with this HTML file, what is the relation of that file? The relation is that it is a style sheet file. What is the type of that file? The type of that file is text/CSS. That means it's a CSS file. In the hyperlink reference, we are going to give the name of that file. So our name of file is style.css. That's what we are going to give. Save this and let's reload my page. In H2, I am getting that particular CSS here. That means these two files are now linked to each other and they know that this HTML file actually knows that he is having a CSS which is an external. So this is what we call it as external CSS, because we have written a separate file in which only CSS commands are available. Now you must be thinking why there are three types of CSS. In the previous particular topic, we have seen that why there are inline and internal, because in inline, if you want to specify a minimal amount of property and value, then we write it here itself. And in internal, when you have for one selector, when you have 5 to 6 or 8 to 9 property and value, then you write that particular CSS in internal way. Then why do we use the external? Now understand. Suppose you have so many tags here. You have 5 H1 tags, 5 paragraphs, and then 10 different sections you have. Then you have 10 different one footer you have, one header you have so much big program here. Okay, now for all of those things you need CSS. For all of those CSS you will write it in an internal way. When you will write in an internal way, then inside head your style tag will contain all the property and value. And if you have to look upon the HTML, you have to scroll down. You have to keep scrolling down, because in the starting only CSS will be there. And that is what is making my file very big, right? Suppose if you have some error in your code and in the browser, in the web page, something is not coming up. And that error is from HTML side. So you'll go to a Sublime, you will check the code, but before checking the code, you have to scroll down, because my HTML part is given down below, right? So you have to scroll down too much, because CSS is quite a very long CSS, right? So in those cases, what we can do, we can write the CSS in a separate file, so that it will be easy for a developer or anybody to understand where is the problem and to rectify that problem. Suppose the problem is with the structure or design. That means some paragraph is not actually coming up here. So we know that problem is with HTML. We'll go to HTML file and we will see why that paragraph is not showing. But suppose if the problem is with the color or the alignment or border or padding or margin, then we know that the problem is not in HTML, the problem is in the CSS. So we can directly go to the CSS file and we can rectify here. That is why it's really very good to have different files for HTML and CSS, because both the files will look very compact and it will be structured. So your both the files will not be very long, so that you get bored and you get scrolling and scrolling to check out the errors in your, or to find out the errors in your code. I hope you understood the different types of CSS. So let's go back to our slide and let's see what is written there. Now, talking about inline CSS, let's have some pointers. So before CSS, this was the only way to apply styles. Now, when CSS did not came into the market, for HTML tags, we used to give the styles in the same line. Now, when people came to know that, if you have larger number of CSS, then your file will become more complex, right? Or more crowded. That is why it was not an efficient way to write, as it has a lot of redundancy. Okay. Then self-contained. So inline CSS is self-contained because in the same h1 tag or a p tag you are writing the whole CSS. It is uniquely applied on each element. Yes, for h1 it is uniquely applied. For paragraph again it will be uniquely applied. For all the tags it is uniquely applied. Idea of separation of concerns was lost. That means there is no separation. If you want to write the CSS, you have to write it inside the tag itself. So there was no separation of HTML or CSS file at that time. The examples are given here. If you can see, the same way h3 style color red and paragraph style color green. So this is your inline CSS. Let's talk about the internal CSS, what we have learned. We have learned with the help of style tag. So we use the style tag. We can apply styles within the HTML file. So this is one thing which we have seen. Redundancy is removed, right? That redundancy means duplication, right? So duplication is removed when you talk about internal CSS. Then, but idea of separation of concerns is still lost. That means is still your CSS and HTML is not separate, right? Your CSS is still inside your HTML, right? So still it is very complex to understand the particular code. Uniquely applied on single document. So in whole HTML document, we apply one section of CSS. That means wherever we start with the style tag, we start with the CSS, right? So in one file, there'll be one section where CSS will be written. So every document will have one CSS, correct? Every document will have one CSS. Understand this very clearly. That means each file you make, there will be one CSS. If this is one HTML, there'll be one CSS. Again, one HTML, there'll be one CSS. Why I'm saying this and explaining it again and again, I'll tell you when we will discuss about external. For example, you are writing this style tag and then you are mentioning your selector property and value, and then you are closing your style tag. This is what is your internal CSS. Let's jump to external CSS and let's talk about this. With the help of link tag, we link our CSS style sheets to our HTML, correct? So with the help of link tag in head tag, we can apply styles. Reference is added. Reference means href, hyperlink reference is added. Of which file? Of the CSS file. File saved in .css extension. Obviously the CSS file will be saved in .css extension. Redundancy is removed here also because it's a totally different file. Idea of separation of concerns is maintained. That means now you have a different set of CSS file. That means totally a different document, correct? So this is HTML, which is a separate document, and this is CSS, which is a different document. So separation is there, correct? So I have already told you what is the benefit of writing HTML in a different file and CSS in a different file. Now let me tell you what I was explaining in internal CSS. So I told you in internal what is happening. For each document, for each HTML document, you will have one CSS in internal, right? In each document, you will have one CSS. So like that, you will have so many HTML documents, and every HTML document will have one CSS. But that is not the case when you're working with external CSS. Suppose you have a very big project to work with, okay? And you must have seen navigation bars in your web pages. So navigation bar, something look like this: home, and then about us, then contact, and there are login and many more things written here. For each of these pages, when you click on it, you get a different kind of web page. So for all these pages, we'll have separate HTML document, right? For home, we'll have home.html. Let me write it so that you will understand in a better way. For home, we'll have home.html file. For about, we'll have about.html file. For contact, we'll have contact.html file. Right? Now, when I'm writing these or when I'm creating these HTML files, do we have to create separate CSS file for each one of them? If yes, then understand and think how many different files will be there. 3 HTML files, that means 3 more files of CSS. That means in total we will have 6 files to work with. And again, in Sublime, if you're opening 6 files at once and if you're working with it, it is more complex. So in external, this is not the case. In external, what you have to do? Home.html, about.html, contact.html, and there will be only one file which will be style.css, and all the styles for these 3 files will come in this CSS file. So all the particular CSS, depending on home, about, contact, these all will come into this style.css. So now you have only 4 files to work with, right? This is why actually external CSS is more beneficial to work with, because you'll have only one file to write the CSS for all the other HTML files for the same project, right? So this is what I wanted to tell you, that external CSS is always better when you have a bigger project to work with. When you have single page to work with, you go for internal CSS. But when you have a bigger page to work with where you have different HTML files, then please go for external, because there you will be using only one CSS file and that is enough for you. Next point, it is uniquely applied on each document. Okay, and the example is written here. So we are writing link tag, rel style sheet, then href, you will give the file name. So in our case it is style.css. You can give any name, but .css is mandatory, and this is what will be written inside style.css, which is an external file. Perfect. So we have understood very clearly that what are the different types of CSS and why do we use it and why they exist in so many different forms. What is the reason behind, coming up with different types of CSS? And this question is really very important in interview perspective, because interviewers do ask that why there are different types of CSS to work with. So I hope you're clear about that. And let's move to our next topic, which is types of selectors. Now, before moving into our next topic, which is types of selectors, I forgot to tell you about one thing, which was nothing but the priority. So what we are going to do here is we are going to go back to our Sublime, and let me tell you what is the priority of our types of CSS when you're working with all the types of CSS, or two types of CSS. So we have seen the priority is nothing but inline will always be greater than internal or external. So what we are going to do here is, in this particular internal, I'm going to remove these comments, and here in H1 you can see I've given this style color red, right? So what I'm going to write here is, I'm going to write here H1 itself, and here I'm going to give the color as purple. Okay, so here in inline I have written the color as red for H1, but in internal CSS I have given the H1 as purple. Let's see what happens in my browser. So if you look here, and even if I'm refreshing, my H1 color is still red. It is not getting changed to purple because I've written the color purple in my H1. Right? Now, suppose if I give here any other CSS command, let's say that I'm giving here background color. Background color, let's say I'm giving black. Okay. Now please notice that this background color black is not given in inline part. Right? In inline part, this particular background color property is not there. So obviously when you will refresh, it will be followed. Why? Because CSS and browser both understand that to H1 you have given some command which will be followed in a priority basis from inline. So these two are getting followed. But if there is a duplication, that means if the color is already written in internal also, then this will be ignored. This will be ignored. And if there is any CSS which is new, right? So this is a new CSS which we have written here for H1. So this will be followed. Right? The same goes with the external also. Suppose here if I'm writing H1 and here I'm going to write, let's say, color blue. Okay. And also I'll give here a background color. So let's say I'm giving a background color green. Now let's save this and let's reload my page. You can see still nothing is happening. That means external also, if you are mentioning anything for H1 for which already one inline CSS is given, then also nothing is happening. Right? Now talking about the background color we have not given in inline, right? Background color we have only given in internal. But internal is greater than external. That is what is the priority, right? So internal will be followed, then external will be followed, right? So background color black is followed, not green. Okay, if I'll remove this from here or comment it from here, then yes, possibly your browser will become green. I mean, your heading will become green background, will have a green background, right? So this is what is your priority. I hope you have understood that what is the priority basis of inline, internal and external. Now let me tell you that what is the correct way of writing a CSS. Again, reiterating, when you are working with minimal property and value of CSS, you go for inline. When you have a larger CSS, go for style. But if you have lots of CSS to give to lots of selectors, then please create a different file of CSS so that your HTML file doesn't get bigger and bigger. The next thing is, whatever CSS you are giving and you know that, suppose for H1, you want it to be red only. It is fixed. You will not change it. Then give it in inline. Because even if you're changing it in your external or internal, it will not get changed because inline will already have that color. And inline priority is more. Okay. So you need to understand and keep these things in mind when you're working with different types of CSS. Now let's jump to the topic of types of selectors. Now, if you remember, selectors meaning we have already seen that in CSS, when we choose some selector, we give the property and value to that particular selector. Now, this selector, there are different types. I mean, how we can have different types of selectors here, right? We have to just write that particular tag here, right? But no, there are so many things when you talk about this selector. Let's see what are those things. So when you talk about selectors are used as target elements. Target elements means that in that particular selector, you are actually giving your CSS, right? Now there are 5 simple selectors: element selector, ID selector, class selector, group and universal. This element selector is also called as type selector. We have ID, we have class, we have group and universal. We will see what are these things, but before going deep dive into this or before understanding what is these selectors, let me tell you one thing, and I want you to keep this in mind. When you're working with ID, remember this hash. When you're working with class, remember this dot. When you're working with group, remember the comma. And when you're working with universal, remember this particular symbol, which is star. So before going into these topics, understand these particular symbols and remember it. Okay. So for ID it is hash, for class it is dot, for group it is comma, and for universal it is star. Priority of selectors are nothing but ID will be given more priority than class, and then it will be given priority to element. So ID will have the most priority, after that class, and after that element. Now let's understand one by one what are these selectors and how we are going to work with it. So starting off with the first selector, which is nothing but our element selector, let's see what is this kind of selector and what it does. We also call it as type selector. Let's understand what is it. It is used to select HTML elements by its name. That means if you have an H1 tag, or if you have an P tag, or if you have an H2 tag, so it selects the HTML elements by its name. What is the name of this tag? H1. So we write H1 curly bracket, curly bracket. What is the name of this tag? P. So P curly bracket, property value. This we have already seen in internal CSS, right? We have already seen internal CSS how we can write this. That is what is called as element selector. Okay. So normally in our Sublime, whatever code we have written here, this is nothing but your type selector. Okay, which is also known as element selector. So this is your element selector. Let me refresh my page. Yeah, this is your element selector. Okay, now let's go back to our slide and let's read that particular sentence. So we select the heading tag and then change the color property, that is text color, to red. Now whatever is written in this tag content, whatever is written in the H1 tag content will have the text color as red. As simple as it is. Okay, this is what is your element selector. It is named as element selector. Why? Because in the selector we write the element name. Okay, now let's move to the next one, which is your ID selector, and please understand it in a very good way. So I hope you remember that I wrote that hash will be one symbol which we'll be using here. So we will come back to this hash later on. Let's first understand what is this ID. Okay, now before going and reading these pointers, let me make you understand with an example. Now suppose that in a school there are two people, okay, and both the person name is Rohan. Okay, they have similar names. Now if they have similar names, it will be very hard for their friends or their class teacher to call their names, right? Because if they call Rohan, then both will be able to hands up, right, or stand up. So what they have done, they have given a roll number to each one of them. In our school, you must be remembering we were having some roll numbers, right, in our school time. So why these roll numbers are given? So that all the people or all the students will have a unique identity of their own, right? So this roll numbers will give them a unique specification about themselves, right? Okay, so if suppose the class teacher has to call out their name, they will not call their name. Instead, they will call their roll number. So suppose this roll number is 82 and this roll number is 83. Now we can differ that which Rohan is which one. Correct? The same happens in our ID selector. Okay. Now let me explain you in a very simple way. So let me go back to my Sublime, and here what I'm going to do, let me remove these comments because now we'll be working with different types of selectors. So let me remove these different types of CSS comments so that you will not get confused. And this one also let's get removed. Okay. So we have these commands. We have one H1, we have one H2, and we have one paragraph. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to write one more paragraph, and let's say that I'm writing here some random paragraph. Okay, let me close this, and one more paragraph. So let's say I'm writing, I hope you are liking this session, liking and enjoying this session. Okay, so this is one paragraph. Now if you look here, I have an H1 tag, I have an H2 tag, and I have three different paragraph tags. Okay, obviously when I save this file and I reload my page, three different paragraphs will come like this in a normal black color, in a normal font size, right? But now my question is, what if I want to give a color to these paragraphs? What if I want to give a color to these paragraphs? So what you will do? you will basically go for internal CSS and you will write P, and inside P you will write the color whatever you want to write. Let's say I want lime. So done, save this, refresh your page. All the 3 paragraphs are lime in color. The color lime is really very bad. It's not even okay. Now let's see. Yeah. So all the paragraphs are now in red color. But understand, we don't want all the paragraphs to be in red color. The same thing is happening. See, when I told you that there are 2 students named Rohan, and when we are calling Rohan, both these students is getting a stand up, right? So we have 3 paragraphs, and when we are saying in the paragraph put color red, then all the 3 paragraphs color red is coming. But we don't want that. Correct? So what we did in the Rohan's example, we give a separate roll number to each Rohan. For Rohan, we give ID 82 and roll number 82, and we give the other Rohan the roll number 83. Here also, we'll do the same thing if you want all the paragraphs to be in different colors. So for this paragraph, I'll give the ID. Let's give the ID as demo. And to this paragraph, I'll give the ID as demo1. Now, to which paragraph I want red color? I want in the demo ID, the paragraph red color. So I'm going to write here demo. But this will not work like this, because when you're writing demo here, then it is nothing but element selector. Correct? In element selector, we used to write like this, no? Have a look here. We used to write the h1 tag, correct, without any symbol. So is there any demo tag? No, there is no demo tag. There's a demo ID. To represent an ID, we use hash. Okay, that is why I told you, remember that particular symbol, which is nothing but your ID for hash. Okay, now this is done. Let's save this and let's see what happens in your browser. What will happen? In the demo ID, color red will come. Where is the demo ID? Here. That means this paragraph. My name is Ritik Raj. Today we are going to learn about different types of CSS will become red. The other will be in black color. If you can see it. Correct? The same way I've given ID to demo 1. That means I can give here also a different color. So I can type here purple, and my demo 1 ID paragraph will become purple in color, which is welcome to great learning. So it is becoming purple. I don't know if you can see it, but it is purple in color. Okay. Let me give some any other kind of CSS. Let's say I am writing here text align center. To which one? To demo 1. To demo 1 ID. Let's see if that middle paragraph is coming in the center. It is. I hope you understood what is ID. Now, why there is different types of selectors, right? Why there is this ID? This you must have understood very clearly, that why there is ID selector, because when you have similar tags or when you have similar HTML tags to work with and you want to distinguish between them, you put the ID selector so that all those similar tags will become unique to each other. Simple, easy. Now let me give here also ID so that or otherwise what we can do. One question. Let's see what happens when I'm writing here P and then I'm writing here color green. Let's see what happens now. Because paragraph is this also, and this also, right? The only thing is that this paragraph is having an ID demo. This paragraph is having an ID demo 1, but this paragraph is not having any ID. So let's see whether which particular paragraph will be red, purple or green. Now if you focus here, I don't know if you can see the colors, but only my last paragraph is green in color. Okay, now why is it so? Because we have already given IDs to my rest two paragraphs. There is only one paragraph in which there is no ID, and that is why this color green is applied to only that paragraph. So it's really very easy for you to actually give separate colors to all the similar tags, right? So there will be no confusion. I hope you have understood what is ID selector. Let's read some pointers from the ID selector slide and then we'll move to the next selector. ID attribute is used to select HTML element, used to target a specific or unique element. This is a very good point. It is used to target a specific or unique element. How we do it? We use we take the h1 tag, we give the ID, any ID, you can write your name also, and then in the CSS we put the hash symbol and then we write that particular ID name and we give the style. We selected ID and then change the color property, that is text color, to red. Now whatever is written in this tag, that means the content, will be red color. Right? Now, I hope you understood what is ID. Keep this ID selector in your mind because I don't want that in later selectors you get confused and did not understand what is the other selectors. Coming to the class selector, I told you that you have to remember about one symbol which is dot. Right? Now let's understand what is class selector. Before reading these pointers, let me explain you with an example. Okay, the similar way how we did it in ID. Now, when you talk about class, okay, let me talk about ID. When you talk about ID, what was happening? We were having similar tags, right? And we were giving different IDs to all of these. Right? So this was different ID, let's say 1 and let's say 2. Different IDs to all these paragraphs. Right? To make it unique, to make all these tags unique so that we can provide unique styles to all of them. That is what we were doing. Now this was happening in ID. In class what happens? Understand this. In class you will be working with different tags, not similar tags. These were similar tags. In class, we work with different tags. So, if you have an H1 and H2 and a paragraph, okay, and what I want to do here is, I want to give the same CSS to all three of them. I want to give the same CSS to all three of them. That means I want all three of them color to be red, all three of them text align to be center, and all three of them padding top to 50 pixel. So what I can do, I can give here a class. What I can write here, I can write whatever class I want, but the same thing will be written here also. The same thing will be written here also. Class equal to demo, class equal to demo. So for all these three different tags, I am giving the same class name. Why? Because I want to give the same CSS to all these three tags. Okay, let me give you a real world example of this. Let's say there are three students, Rohan, Mohan and Ram. Okay, now these all students are roaming outside the, in the campus, in the school campus. They all three are roaming in the school campus. Okay, now one class teacher came and they told Rohan that what are you doing here? So he said, I'm just roaming in my campus and I am searching for my classroom. Okay, so what the class teacher will do, he will ask him that which is your class, or you are in which standard. So he will say that I am in 7th standard. The class teacher will send him to class 7th. Now behind Rohan, class teacher can see Mohan is also coming, and he will ask Rohan that, Rohan, do you know him? So he will say, yes, he is my friend. That means he is also in the same class. And behind Mohan there is Ram who is coming, and class teacher will ask Mohan, do you know him? Or he will ask both Rohan and Mohan, do you know him? So they will say, yes, we know him. He is our friend also, and he is also in class 7. So then class teacher will send all three of them in class 7th. Right? What is happening here? All three are different person, but they are from class 7 itself. So class teacher has sent them back to class 7th only. Same thing is happening here. We have different tags, but we want the same styles to be given to all these three tags. We use class at that time. Easy? Now let's move to our Sublime and let's do some coding and let's see what actually we have learned here. So what we are going to do here is, so we know that we can't work with same tags, right? So these three paragraphs we can't use when we are working with class. What I'm going to do now is, I am going to remove this style from here, which is the inline one, and I'm going to give here the class as, let's say I'm giving here sample. This is my class name. I want H1, H2 and this last paragraph to be having the same kind of CSS, exactly same kind of CSS to all the three tags. So I have to give the same class to all of them. Let me copy this and save this in my paragraph also. Done. So we have written class for all different tags. Now see, it is very clear for you, right? When you have the same tag, which is these two paragraphs, you're using ID. When you have different tags, which is H1, H2 and paragraph, you're using class. Very simple. Now in CSS, how we can mention it? Yes, it is very simple. You must be remembering about that symbol. So it is dot. You use the dot and then you write the class name and then you give whatever CSS you want to give. Now, suppose I want the color should be, okay, let me see what all things we have already. Let me save this. Let me go to my browser. Let's refresh it. Okay, so it's looking something like this. Why? Because in the external CSS also we have given the background color and all. That is why. So what we are going to do here is, let's give the color to be, let's say white. Okay. And the background color, let's say we'll give black. Right. From here, I'm going to remove the background color black. Or else let's keep it. Let's remove this color purple. Okay, because we have already given this color white to H1, right? This dot sample is also H1. So I did not wanted to give it twice. So I have given something like that. But that's a good thing. Let's see what happens if I'm writing color purple. Because both color purple is for H1 is for this also, right? Let's see that. So if I reload my page, you can see my H1, my H2 and my paragraph. All three background colors are black and the text is also in white color. That means your color purple is not getting followed here, right? It is neglected or rejected or removed or ignored. Why? The reason here is that whatever new updates you are giving to the CSS, that will be followed. Okay, so if you are giving color purple and after that you have given color white, so white is the one which is the new updation, right? White is the new color which you are giving, so purple will be ignored. That is why at the beginning I removed this to show you that for one particular tag, you have to give only one color. Otherwise, what will happen? Your code will become bigger unnecessarily, right? So this is how you use your class. Now you can see for all my 3 different tags, I have the same kind of CSS. So I hope you're understanding the difference between ID and class, right? And why there are different types of selectors in market, right? So when we talk about ID, we work with same tags. When we want to give different CSS for all the similar tags, we use ID. And when we want to give same kind of CSS to all different tags, we use class, right? We represent ID with hash, we represent class with dot. That's it. Let's go back to our slide and let's see what is that particular statement which is written down. So class attribute is used to select HTML element. It is used to target specific class of element. How we do it? We write the dot command, dot symbol, and then the class name which is written in the HTML tag, and then we specify the style. We selected class and then change the color property, that is text color, to red. Now whatever is written in this tag, hi, will have the text color as red. I hope there is no confusion in ID and class selector. It is very simple concept, but a very important concept in CSS. The most important and bigger concept in CSS is nothing but this. So I hope you understood this part. Now, let's move to our next selector and understand what is it. Okay. So I told you about something which is group selector. Okay. Now let's see what is this group selector. So what I'm going to do here is, here itself I'm going to write some more h1 and some more h2s. So let's say I'm writing here h1 and let's say, hi there, how are you? I'm just writing a normal any random text, so don't worry about that. And for h2 I'm just writing, okay, this is what I have written. And let's say one more paragraph. Let's say that I hope you are enjoying this session. Okay, now so we have some more h1, some more h2, and one paragraph, right? Now what is this group selector? Let's understand. Grouping means when you want to group all the elements together. Now if I go back, I have told you that in group selector you have to remember about this comma symbol, right? Now what is this comma used for? Understand, grouping means together, right? So suppose I want to give all this h1, h2 and paragraph similar style, the same thing which we have done in class. So when we try to give similar kind of CSS to different tags, we use class, right? That's what I have taught you. And it's a very simple way to use. You just write the class and you use the dot symbol. But there is one more way to do it. We can write it like this. So what I'm doing, I'm writing h1, comma h2, comma p, and then we can specify our CSS. It's the same thing, right? Because in h1, h2 and paragraph, I want my CSS. So in all these 3 things, my CSS will come, correct? So let's write color. Let's give here, let's say blue. Okay. So now my all new h1 and h2 and paragraph will become blue in color, right? This h1 is also having a background color because in the starting I have written here h1 background color black. That is why for h1 also this background color is coming. Okay. Now you will ask me that when class selector is already there for this purpose, then why there is a group selector? When class selected is already doing the work of giving the same style to different tags, then why do we need the group selector to give the same style to different tags? The answer is very simple, that in class you specify the class equal to sample, you specify it. Okay, now wherever the sample class is written, only to those tags the particular CSS will be applied, correct? But is it the case in your group selector? No, we are not specifying any name here, right? We are not specifying any unique name here, right? That means if I have another h1 and h2 and paragraph, right? So this CSS will be applied to those h1, h2 and paragraph also, right? But is it the same case in your classes? No, right? Suppose if I'm writing this again, okay, but this time I'm not mentioning any class. So will it have the same CSS? Will it have the same CSS which is written in sample code? No, right? Because I have not mentioned the sample, the class sample, correct? So if you see, it is not following that. The color is not white here, correct? So that is the reason why there are different selectors. Let me remove this h1 and h2 because it will get you confused, and this h1 and h2 paragraph also. Okay. So I hope you understood what is group selector. We use the comma to do this, correct? Okay. Now the last one, which is the fifth selector, which is nothing but universal selector. What is this universal selector and which symbol do we use it for it? We use star. What is this star and what it does? Let's understand that. So if I go back to my Sublime and I have so many tags here now, right? Okay. Now suppose I want to give all my tags, whatever tags are there, I want to give all my tags a specific CSS to all of them. To all of them. Let's say I don't have this class written here. I don't have this ID written here. There's nothing specified. There's no ID, there's no class. There are just simple tags which is in the body in a normal tag. Okay, in a normal way. Correct? Now there is no ID, there is no classes, so I can remove these all things also. Right? Now what is happening? This is a very normal code of HTML. I'll remove this also. Right? Now suppose I want this all tags should be having only same kind of CSS, a very similar kind of CSS. So what I'm going to do, I can't write here h1, h2, p, whatever other tags are there. If suppose you have so many more tags, a, tr, td, you have so many, then it will go on, right? If you have a very long HTML code and you want to give the same CSS to all those, you won't be writing the group selector, right? Because it will go on, how many commas you will give? What we can give? We can use the star. Once you give a star and once you give the color, let's say red, and once you give text align, let's say center, and once you give the, let's say background color, it will look awkward, but let's see. So this is nothing but a universal selector. Now what is the meaning of universal selector? That to all my commands, to all my HTML tags, the same CSS will be applied. Background color is totally black and my all the h1, h2 and paragraph are red in color. So how much code we have to write? we have to write only this much. Suppose or imagine if we have to write like this, h1, then same CSS, h2, same CSS, paragraph, same CSS, it will be much longer. Imagine that you're writing like this, h1, h2, p, comma, that will be also much longer. But this one is looking very precise and structured, right? So when you want to have a web page in which you want to give the similar CSS to all the tags, you use universal selector. Okay, so we have seen 5 selectors, which is nothing but element, ID, class, group, and universal. And I hope that you have understood the differences between ID and class, because in interview, this is the most and hot topic when an interviewer takes an interview of a front-end developer. They will ask the difference between ID and class. Okay, I'll tell you what is the reason that they ask about ID and class. Okay, if we go back to our Sublime, see, for ID and class we have totally understood what is the difference. But if you look here, I told you for all the similar tags we can give the ID, correct? We can give here ID. Can't we give different tags the ID? I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. Can't we give different tags different ID? We can. It will work. It should work. Have a look. If I give here hash demo, there's no such thing that will not work. It will work, right? And why am I saying that will work? And why CSS is also allowing that? Let's see. If you see this demo, which was the H1, only that is becoming green, right? So that means, what is that concept which was saying that similar tags we give the ID, different tags we give the class. But here, even we give the ID to different tags, it is working. It will work, but this is wrong. Whatever we have written here, this is not the correct way of using the ID or class. Okay, so interviewer can confuse you. They will write a program and they'll give it like this, and they'll ask whether this is the correct use of ID or whether this is the correct use of class. No, that's not. You have to be very specific about it, because you should remember the correct and specific difference between ID and class. Okay, ID we use it with similar tags because we want to give different IDs to similar tags, because we want different styles to those, right? And in class, what happens? We use class in different tags because we want to give similar styles. It is just vice versa. So this is how the difference between class and ID you need to get on with. The next is group and universal, which is really very easy. What is it? And the element you already know, right? So I hope you understood what is this types of selectors. Now let's jump into the topic of priority of selector, and let's understand what is this priority talking about. So priority always says that ID is much bigger than class. That means, suppose I'm giving here an ID demo, and also I'm giving here a class that is demo1. Okay, and here I've written demo color green, and here I will write demo1 color red. Okay, let's see what happens, because in the same h1 tag I've given the ID also and the class also. So let's see what happens. If you can see, it is following the ID, right? Because in the ID I have given color green, hash ID, right? So it is following the ID thing, right? That is why it is written that priority is given first to ID, not to class. Now if you have a class, and then if you have, let's suppose I will remove this, and here I am going to write h1. Okay, it's already written there, color red, right? And here I will change it to, let's say, green. So I'm using a class and an element selector, let's say h1. Okay, let's say h1. So I'm using in h1, in the element selector, I'm using color red, and in the class I'm using color green. Let's see which one will work. So if you look here, what is happening? Now if you look into the code, there are two h1s which is present here. One is down, which is hi there, how are you? And one is above. Okay, the class where we have given demo1, that is becoming green, and the class where it's not given, only the tag is given, which is element selector, is becoming red. Okay, what I'll do, I will remove this particular h1 from here so that I can actually tell you that between class and element selector, what is the priority. So you can see it is still giving me green. Why? Because for the class I have written green. That means class is having more priority than element, right? Class is having more priority than element selector. That is what in the slide we have written. We have written ID is having more priority than class is having more priority than element. So I hope this particular basic topic of CSS is understood by each one of you very clearly, okay, and very easily. I hope you liked the examples. Now let's go to the next topic and let's see what is it. So we are going to now talk about the CSS color. Now when we talk about CSS color, that means how many colors are there in CSS and how we can give it, what are the different ways how we can specify our color. Now you must be thinking that obviously there are 12 main colors, which is red, blue, green, and all the other main colors, right? But that is not enough. In any web page, you can see there are variety of colors which is used in any website, right? From where those colors are coming. Because if you talk about a blue color, then there are shades of it. If you talk about a red color, then there are different shades of it, right? How we can get those different shades of color? We don't remember all the names, right? We don't remember each shade's names, correct? So from where we can get those colors, correct? Let's see. Now in CSS, there are different coloring schemes, okay? Now two widely used techniques are RGB and hex. Now let me tell you what is this RGB. RGB means red, green, and blue. Okay, now these are the main colors, main components of creating any color. So if you want to create any black color or white color, blue color, or purple, violet, any such kind of colors, you have to use these three colors. You have to basically take a proportion of red color, take a proportion of green, take a proportion of blue to create whatever other colors you want to create. So these are the main colors which you need in designing any other color or forming any other color, right? This starts with RGB and takes three parameters. Three parameter basically corresponds to red, green, and blue. Value of each parameter may vary from 0 to 255. Now value of each color, that means for red the value will vary from 0 to 255. Same will go for green and same will go for blue. Okay, we will see how we can use that. Let's see one of the example. If you can see, RGB bracket 255, 0, will give you color red. Why? Because this is R, this is G, and this is B. So R is 255, that means complete red. I don't want any mixture of green, I don't want any mixture of blue. So that is why it is complete red. If you will write 0 to 55, 0, which color it will be? It will be green. Because for green, I am giving 255 the whole value. Other than that, red and blue are 0. Okay. Now, not only this, but we can use any kind of mixture, something like 144, 156, 8. Something like this also we can use, and it will give me a very different color. Let's see how this works. Now, let's go to our Sublime, and we have this particular code here. So what we are going to do here is we are going to mention some colors here, okay? Now, if you see here for H1, I have written color red, right? What I will do, let me put one H1 here. If you can see, I have one H1 here, okay? And here I'm not going to write red. What I'm going to give here is I'm going to give RGB. Let me first show you a simple one which we have already seen in the slide. So 255, 0, 0 will give you which kind of color? Will give me red color, and you can see my H1 is coming in a red text color. Correct? Now what I'm going to do, let's see one more simple example. Let's make this middle one as 255 and let's see what happens. Obviously, you will get a bright green color. Okay? Now, let's do one thing. What I'm going to do, I'm going to write here 255 for red, 255 for green, and 255 for blue. Let's see what happens. Here, you are getting a totally white color. Why you're getting a white color? Because if you combine a very bright red with very bright blue and very bright green, it will result into a white color. That is why you are getting white. If I give here 0, 0 and 0, I hope you understood what I'm doing. So you will get a black color. And because my text is black, that is why you can see it is totally black coming, because my background color is also black and the text is also black. So it is not visible, but you can check it out when I'm selecting it. You can see the text is there, right? Okay, let's mix some colors. Let's write some random numbers here. Let's write 34, let's write 45, let's write 56. Let's see what happens. Just random things I've written. I don't know if you can see this or not, but there is a slightly gray color which is coming here. Okay, slightly gray. Now if I write any other random numbers, let's say 145, so there's more red here, and let's say 200, now there's more green here, and let's say 176. Okay, let's see what happens now. So if you look here, some different kind of color is coming, some very light green but bluish kind of color is coming, right? Correct. So the question here is that you can't just do some trial and error method and you keep on writing the numbers till you get your desired color. You can't do that, right? It is impossible, because 255, 255, 255, you imagine how much probability it will be, and it is impossible for a human being to check out or get that particular color which you want just writing the numbers. Then what is the easy technique to do this? Well, what you can do, you can go to one of the website which is nothing but your HTML color codes. So you have to just write in your Google HTML color codes. Once you write that, click on the first link. When you click on the first link, it will open HTML color codes website. Now here you can see we have different kind of way to write the CSS: hexadecimal, RGB, HSL. HSL is nothing but hue, saturation, those all things. Okay, now have a look here what I'm going to do. So you can put up here any color, whatever color you want. Let's say I want to have a kind of a blue fade color. Okay, so I have kept it in the light blue portion. Now I can use this circle to keep it in any of the color position whatever I want. Let's suppose I want this kind of color. Okay, so I've kept my mouse here, and now I can copy these values of RGB, which is red, green and blue, and I can put it in my Sublime. Okay, once you do that, just save this and check your web page. You will get that color. In the text, you are getting that color, right? So you can use these values. You can identify the numbers or the values, what you have to give in red, green, and blue from this particular website. Every developer uses this particular website to get the color whatever they want. Let's say a very unique color I want, which is kind of a purple, and I want a very bright purple here. So I'm going to take this, going to take the values of RGB, and I'm going to put it here in my Sublime. Okay, let's save this and let's go to my web page, reload the page. You are getting your purple color here. Okay, it looks really cool, right? And it is very easy for you now to understand how this particular RGB works, right? Now let's go back to our slide and have a look what is the next one, which is hex. Now what is this hex? Hex means hexadecimal value. Now hex code starts with hash. Okay, don't compare it with ID. ID is a complete different thing. This hex is a complete different thing. It is a color concept. So we use hash, and it comprises of 6 numbers, okay, which is further divided into 3 sets. Now what are these 3 sets? I'll tell you. So what is going to happen here is you will write a hash and there will be 3 sets, making it 6 letters. So something like this will be there, FF, FF, and then again FF. So this is one set, this is second set, this is third set. Now what is this FF and all? Let's see. 255 in decimal is 255. In hexadecimal we call it as FF. Okay. So in hexadecimal it is called as capital FF. Okay. Now that means this is for red, this is for green, and this is for blue, right? And this is also 255, this is also 255. The only difference is in RGB we are writing the values, but in hexadecimal we are writing the hexa values of that particular decimal number itself. So its sets basically corresponds to red, green, and blue. A single set value can vary from 00 to FF. 00 is nothing but your 0 in decimal, and FF is nothing but 255 in decimal. Right? Now example, FF 0000. F is red, so the whole color means red. Let's try to do this and let's see how this hexadecimal values we can write it in our Sublime and we can use it. So I will remove this particular RGB from here. I'll write a hash and I'll write FF 0000. Let's save this. Let's go back to my, okay, yeah, 1 second. Yep. Now reload my page. You can see it is in red color. Now the same thing I can do for this also. So I'm mixing red with green. Let's see what comes up. Yellow. Okay. Now let's mix up with green and blue and give the red as 0. So green and blue, let's see what happens. It is kind of a light blue. Okay. Now coming back to my HTML color codes, you can see here the hexa value is given. So for this purple color, my hexa value is D903FA. So I can put it here. Obviously, you can't remember all the hexa values, right? Again, you can't actually do the trial and error methods again and again, correct? So you can take help of this particular HTML color codes and you can see you are getting that purple color here, right? So this is your hexadecimal values. How you can give hex values. Remember that always you have to put a hash symbol in front of your hexadecimal values, okay? Now, next, if you check out this particular website, htmlcolorcodes.com, you can find a lot of things which is given here. So you can see, if you select, you can select from these blocks also which faded color do you want, because these colors are basically used in any web applications. You will never see a very bright color in your web application, right? In your websites, you can only see a kind of a light color or a faded color, these kind of colors, right? So they have given a section where we can actually get all the faded colors, okay, which is very good for your website. Then there's a color chart, okay, there's a names given for all the kind of red colors or all the faded colors of pink and all. So there are names, there are values, and the RGB values are also given, okay. Color names are, if you want to write the names, you can browse the full list. If I click on it, you can see all the names of the colors are coming here, okay. We can write this color, there's no problem, we can write tomato. So if you look here, what I can do here, I can give here tomato, okay. Let me save this and reload my page. So this is coming like a tomato color, right? So these names also you can directly write it down, but obviously you can't remember all the names, and that is why we don't follow that. We basically follow the hex or the RGB, right? Like suppose this one, okay. What I'm going to do, I'm going to just write it here. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I think it's fuchsia, okay. So let's go back to our code and refresh it, so you can see that kind of color is coming here. Perfect. Now let's go back and let's see what else do we have. So that is what they're saying. Can't remember all 140 HTML color names. We have got you covered. Check out our guide for a quick reference of all the HTML color names grouped by color. That is what we have seen. Then there is color library. So you can actually take out any color from here. Okay. There's a CSS color basics given here. So these things are not mandatory for you right now. Let's go ahead and let's see this HSL. HSL is basically the hue, saturation, and light, okay. So what we are going to do here is, you can see here when you will put the mouse here, you will get the full form also of this. Yeah, you can see hue, saturation, and lightness values, correct? The same thing which you do it in your pics. When you click a picture, you try to edit that, right? And you try to add some contrast, some hue, some saturation values. You increase the saturation value, you decrease the saturation value. The same values they are talking about, okay. Let's see what happens here. So for this, how you will write, you will basically write it in the same manner how you wrote the RGB. So we are going to give the HSL value now. So let's go to our browser, and here I'm going to select this particular command. So this is kind of a dark blue, some kind of faded blue kind of color. Let's give it here and let's see whether it is giving me the same kind of color or not, right? So hue is 204, saturation is 78%, and 44 is your lightness. So let's reload my page, and you are getting that color, that blue color, right? So it's always better to use RGB or hex rather than HSL, because HSL, hue, saturation, and lightness, you can't actually identify, you can't actually understand that what are these values, right? So it's always better to use red, green, and blue, or the hexadecimal values, right? Now, I hope you understood how to mention these colors. And yes, in the starting, I told you that how many colors CSS can use. It's infinity, okay? There are so many colors, so there is no count that how many colors you can use in any website, okay? These are any numbers you can use. You can put any value, whatever you want in your RGB, and you can get that color, right? So let's move ahead and let's see what is the next topic in our tutorial. We are going to talk about CSS background now. Moving into the topic of CSS background, let's see what we are going to discuss here and what is the meaning of this background. Is it background color or is it background image? Now, when you talk about CSS background, CSS background basically means that in your website, in the background, you can actually put any image as your background product. Okay, so a whole image can be put down here, and above the image you can write the content whatever you want to write. Now, how to give this background image? That is one question. The next is how the size of that image will fix to my screen width. That is second question. The third question is that can we repeat the images again and again? That means suppose if the content is really big and automatically there's a scroll bar coming in your web page, so you have to scroll down. When you scroll down, whether the same background image will repeat or will not. That is the third question. So let's find out the answer to these three questions and understand how we can use CSS background in any website. The first thing is background image. Now, obviously, first we need the background image, right? So the background image property is used to set an image as a background of an element. By default, the image covers the entire element. So by default, the image will cover the entire element. Okay. Now suppose if your image is of HD quality, that means your image is basically of this size. This is what is HD, right? If this is the size of your image, that means it will cover the whole screen width of your laptop or whatever device you're using. But suppose if your image is a little bit smaller than that, then obviously it is not going to completely cover your screen. It will be slightly in the center. Okay, and the spaces here will be empty. The image will not come in this particular portions, right? So it totally depends on the quality of the image or the size of the image. Which image are you using in your background? Background repeat. The next one is background repeat. Let's see what it is. By default, the background image property repeats the background image horizontally and vertically. Some images are repeated only vertically or only horizontally, right? Now, suppose if your image is really very small, okay? Now, if you want to repeat that image horizontally, so that image will come up like this. So every time that image will keep on repeating. This is vertically. Now when you want to make your image come horizontally, then the image will come like this. Okay. So I will show you this particular thing in the application also, in the practical application also. But right now just understand that you can actually repeat your images horizontally and vertically however you want. Okay. Next, background position. What will be the position of your background image? Is it used to define the initial position of the background image? By default, the background image is placed on the top left of the web page. If you're not specifying any position, it will be on the top left. Top left is what? Is this portion. Right? So this is your top left. Now, this we have understood theoretically that how we can put the background image, how we can repeat our image vertically or horizontally, and how we can actually position our background image. But now let's write a program and practically let's see that how we can actually work with the background image. Remember, in our folder we have already kept some images, like 2 images, right? We will use those particular images and we will provide the background. Okay. So I have already written one code here, which is a very basic code. I'll just copy this and I will tell you what I have basically written here. Opening my Sublime and creating a new file here, saving it in the same folder and naming it as, let's say, session6.html. And now here I'm going to make my structure Here I'm going to write the background image thing, and in the body I will paste this. Now obviously this style thing will come inside my head part, so I'm going to remove this, and I think it is done. Only this is repeated, so I'm going to remove that. Perfect. Now if you look here what we have done. So we have given the title background image, and then we have given the style. In the style, we are giving the style to the body. Let's first see what all things we have in the body. We have 5 paragraphs. The same thing is written again and again. So no need to care about this. Just understand that there are 5 paragraphs here. Let's see what property and value we have given in the style. We have put up a background URL. Okay. Let's see what is this background URL. That means in the background you want images/download.jpg. Let's find out in our images folder what is download.jpg. This is this image, right? Now that means in the background that image will come. Other than that, I am not writing anything. So let's do one thing. Let's reload my page. So once I reload my page, okay, one second. This is another file, so I have to open it. Yeah. So this is what I'm getting when I'm just putting my image in as a background. Okay. So you can see scrolling is not happening. Why? The reason is the text is not that much. I know you can't see the text, so I'm just selecting it so that you can see the text is written here. Okay, the text is there, but because of the image you are not being able to see it. Okay, the next thing is because the text is not that much bigger, that is why scrolling thing is not coming. Okay, so only the fixed width screen is coming. If I minimize my screen, you can see there are multiple images which is creating automatically. This is how your background actually works out. Okay. Now, suppose what I'm going to do, I'm going to write this paragraph for like 10 to 15 times. Okay. Let's say I'm writing it like 10 to 15 times or 20 times, 25 times. Now, if I reload, you can see the scrolling bar has come, and the scrolling bar is also giving me my background image again. Right? So I hope you understood how this background image is coming only by writing this much statement. Okay. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to my PPT and let's see what is this background repeat, no repeat. Right? Now what is this background repeat, no repeat? Background repeat, no repeat means that you don't want to repeat your images. So if I reload my page, my image is now not getting repeated. Scrolling is happening, everything is working fine, but my image is not getting repeated. The actual size of the image is just coming in my browser. Now, this background repeat is having more properties, like it is having 4 of them. It is having repeat, repeat X, repeat Y, and no repeat. Repeat means that it will get repeated, which is the default one. No repeat means it will not repeat, which we have just seen. Repeat X means horizontal. So you must have learned Cartesian coordinates in which X direction is nothing but the horizontal thing, right? So now let's reload the page and you can see horizontally my page or my image is getting repeated, right? There's no scroll bar on the horizontal side because the text is not that long. That is why there is no third image coming, okay? But once you write a long paragraph, the third image can also come, okay? Now the next one is repeat Y. Repeat Y means vertically. So if I reload my page, the image will come vertically, right? If you write only repeat, then it will come horizontally, vertically, both the ways. Okay, I hope you understood this. Now what we are going to do, now we are going to go for the next one, which is background attachment fixed. Okay, so what we are going to do here is we are going to write background attachment is fixed and we are going to reload the page. Now you can see here basically nothing happened, right? But if you look at the code, it was written here no repeat, right? So we have written here repeat. What we have to do, first of all, we will comment this and we will write here no repeat. Okay, and then we will check our web page. So our image will come with no repeating, right? Now we are going to uncomment this particular section, which is background attachment fixed. And what is the meaning of background attachment fixed is nothing but this image is now fixed here. Okay, so if you now see, when I'm scrolling down, my text is scrolling down, right? And my background image is fixed now. It is not moving. I'm again going to show you. Suppose this I'm commenting. Okay, and right now if I reload my page, if I scroll down, my image is going above. That means my image is not fixed on the top left corner. It is movable. It can move once I scroll, right? But when I make this as uncomment and I save this, I'm actually making my background image fixed in this top left corner. So when I scroll, my text is scrolling, but my image is still there. Cool, right? So this is a very good feature which you can use in your web applications or your websites, right? So you have to just write background attachment fixed. Let's see what is next, and it's written here background position center. Now this is self-explanatory. That means your background image will come in the center, something like this. And because I've written fixed, so it is fixed. It is in the center itself. I can scroll the text, but the image is in the center only. Okay, the next one. The next one is very, very beneficial for you guys, because background size cover, what it will do, it will basically make your image cover the whole screen. So once I reload, the image is covering my whole screen, right? My whole screen is getting covered, and when I'm scrolling, my text is getting scrolled, but my image is still the same, right? So this is what is the use of background properties of CSS. Let's revise once. So we have used our background URL where we can give the image. Background repeat will decide whether your image should get repeated or not. If not, then it will be just placed in one corner, and if yes, then in which direction, X direction, Y direction, or in both. Background attachment will make your image fixed at one particular place. Background position will make it center, left, right, wherever you want to bring it. And background size will actually, using the cover, will actually make your image cover the whole screen width. So these are the properties, or these are the CSS properties which you can use when you are working with your background image. Now let's move to our slide and let's see what do we have in the next topic. Now we are going to talk about the CSS text and the font styles. Understanding CSS text and font styles is really fun. Now let's begin with the first one, which is the text, and let's see in a text what all CSS properties we can use. So beginning with text color. So a text color can be given to a text, which is nothing but we use the command color and then we give red or whatever color you want to give in an RGB format, in a hexadecimal format, or an HSL, whatever you want to use, you can use. This we have done quite a few times, so there should be no difficulty in understanding what is this color property, which is used to set the color of the text. Next is the text alignment. That means the text can be aligned in which particular corner of the page. That means whether it can be aligned to the left hand side, to the right hand side, to the center, or it can be justified. Now what is the meaning of justified? Let's understand. Now If you have worked with the Word document or MS Word, then you must be knowing that in that there is an alignment property in which the text can be aligned to the left hand side, the text can be aligned to the right hand side, the text can be aligned to the center, and the text can be aligned as a justified. Justified means that all the lines of the text will be equally proportioned. Okay, so all the lines will be equally proportioned. None of the letters or none of the words will be coming out of the box. Okay, this is what is justified. Okay, it works purely fine with some paragraphs. So if you have a paragraph which you're working with, if you declare a text to be justified, you'll be able to see the difference. Okay, in a single line you won't be able to see the difference of justifications. Let's move to the next one, which is text decoration. Now you must be understanding that when you are using a color, you can give n number of colors here, right? When you talk about alignment, you have 4 values: left, right, center, and justify. When you talk about text decoration, we can actually decorate our text. How we can decorate our text? We can decorate by giving 4 things. We can give underline, we can give overline, and we can give line through. So basically 3 things. Okay. Now what is this underline, overline, and line through? We will check it out when we'll go to our Sublime and do a practical code there. Okay. Let's first read what description is it saying. It is saying the text decoration property is used to set or remove decorations from text. The value text decoration none is often used to remove underlines from links. Right? So text decoration, if you're giving none, so I was actually correct. You have 4, which is 1 is none. Okay. So when you are putting none, that means you don't want any text decoration in your text. Okay. When you put underline, 1 underline will come. When you put overline, 1 overline will come. Something like this. And line through means it will just cut your text. We will see these all things in our Sublime, so don't worry about that. Now let's move to the next one, which is text transformation. That means you can transform your text to something else. What is that? Either you can make it uppercase, lowercase, or you can also use capitalize. Okay, so you can make your particular text as capitalized. Now, before moving into the font styles, let's go to Sublime and let's do all these 4 kind of text CSS properties in our coding. So let's not create a new file, but let's work in this particular same file itself. I'm going to remove some of the paragraphs from here because we don't need these many. Okay, and in these particular 4 paragraphs, let's do some text properties. Let's give some CSS text properties here. So we don't want any background image, so basically we will remove this whole thing. And let's first see how my web page is looking. So this is how it is looking. This types of CSS will close it for now. This is how my web page is looking for now. Okay. Now what we want to do, we want to give the CSS here, right? So we'll use the type selector. Because we are writing P, that means we are putting the all CSS whatever we will write in our all the 4 paragraphs, right? Let's start with the color. So a color can be any color. So we are writing red and all the paragraphs will have the red color. Let me maximize this so that you can clearly see what is happening. Okay. The next one is what? The next one is text align. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to give center. Okay. And before loading the page, let me move back to 100%, because if I'll be zooming in, then you won't understand where is it getting shifted and all. Once I load my page, my all the things are coming in the center, my all paragraphs. What if I write here right or left? obviously it will go to that particular direction. Okay. Now what we will do, we will see how we can actually use the justify thing. Okay. So I'm going to copy this one particular paragraph and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so that we can see how this can be visible. So I'm writing the same line again and again to make it look like a paragraph. And let's see right now what is happening in my screen. Why is it on everything on the right hand side? Because my everything here is also on the right hand side declared. If you look here, it is set right, correct? Let me make it left, which is the default thing. Okay, so this is the paragraph. Now if you can observe here, the paragraph which you can see here, some letters are not there. The space is coming here, right? After content also you can see some spaces coming here in the corner, correct? Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to write here justify. When I write justify, let's see what happens. Can you see? Now in the corner I don't have any spaces left. Now my whole paragraph is looking very concised and very structured, right? There's no extra spaces which is left on the corners. That is what is the meaning of justify. Okay. Now suppose if I write here center, what happens? The whole paragraph will come in the center. You can see the lines are also coming in the center. So I hope you understood what is the meaning or what is the difference between center and justify. Now let's move to the next text property, which is nothing but text decoration. In this we'll be writing underline. Let's make it left because I don't want it to be in the center right now. Otherwise you will get confused. So text decoration is underline, and what I'm going to do, I am going to reload the page. You can see here my paragraphs are now underlined. All my paragraphs are underlined. You will remember that I told you why all my paragraphs are getting underlined, because I've written P here. If you want to only make one of the paragraph underline, you can use the ID, right? So you can use the ID. Let's suppose I'm mentioning here demo. Only for this demo ID, I want my particular these CSS properties to be embedded. So I can go to my browser and only to this paragraph, my paragraph is becoming an underline and it is in the left hand side and it is red in color. Okay, let's write here overline. Let's see what happens. So overline will actually make my line come above the paragraph, right? Next is nothing but line through. So line dash through. Remember this, always that you should use line dash through, not line through. Otherwise it will not work. Line through is nothing but when you want to cut or delete anything from your paragraph. The same thing works with the delete tag, right? DEL. When you use DEL tag, the same thing happens. So this is quite the same thing. So we have seen all these things. Let's also write the fourth one, which is nothing but your none. So once you write none, what happens? You will not get any text decoration. It will be a simple paragraph with a red color. Also on the left hand side, because I have given the alignment. Okay, now next what? Let's write here the next one, which is your text transform. So from here I can select text transform and I can write here uppercase. Once you write uppercase, reload your page and you can see the whole paragraph has been converted into an uppercase. I can also make it lowercase again by writing lowercase. So all your paragraph will become lowercase. Also, you can use one more which I have already told you, which is capitalize. What is the meaning of capitalize? That means every word first letter will be capital. So every word, each word first word is capital, right? So these are the text properties which you can actually use. And also if you want to look for more text properties, you can just write text and you can see you will get a lot of commands here. Text decoration, text align, text overflow, rendering, indent, shadow. If you want to give a text shadow, to the text, you can use this. So these are all the text properties of the CSS which you can use in your web application. Okay. Now let's quickly move into the concept of font styles and let's see what do we have there. Now talking about font styles in CSS, we have so many properties to work with when you talk about the font styling. Okay, let's see one by one what are these font styles and let's understand how we can actually write these in our HTML code in the CSS part. Okay, so CSS font property is used to control the look of the text. Okay, and font style property is mostly used to specify italic text. Now let's do one by one. What are these? CSS font color. This property is used to change the color of the text. This is that normal color command. Okay, so this will also come in the font color kind of thing. And then we have the font family, which is nothing but if you are using MS Word, you must be knowing that in doc files or when you're using Word document files, there are font families given such as Arial, then Verdana, then you have Calibri, right? And then you have cursive. These are some of the font families which you can use. We have serif also, right? So these are the font families which we can use in our particular HTML document, or we can also put it in our web application. I will show you how to do this, and all of these things one by one we will be seeing in our HTML application. Font size is nothing but how you can increase or decrease your font size. We have used the font size many times in this particular tutorial. So you must be now knowing about what is this font size and what it does. It increase or decrease the size of the font. Font style. Font style is basically making your font bold or italic or oblique. Now you can use the B tag or I tag to make it bold or italic, but yes, those are the tags, HTML tags. When specifically you want to do it within CSS, you have to use font styling. Then font variant. This is also a very good and very effective CSS property, which is for small caps. Now, what is this small caps effect? I will show you once in the example itself. Then you will better understand what is this small caps effect. Now, what is CSS font weight? So font weight is mostly to make your font bolder, lighter, and those things. So yes, font style and font weight is kind of a similar thing, but we'll see what is the difference. Okay, now let's see one by one. Let's do it practically one by one, and let's see how these things can be written in a CSS code. Starting with font family, when you talk about font family, we have two things. One is serif and one is sans serif. Let's read what is written in the serif. Serif fonts include small lines at the end of character. You must have seen when you write an I, this is how the I is written. Okay, there is a line in the end of each character, right? So this is how the I is written, and this is what is called as serif. Okay, the next one is you can see some examples is also given for serif, which is Times New Roman and Georgia. These are the examples of Times of serif. Talking about sans serif, if you see, so sans serif does not include the small lines at the end of characters. That means if we write I, it is normally written. Okay, by default we are using serif. Okay, if you don't want to use those lines at the end of the character, you can use sans serif. Example of such sans serif fonts are Arial and Verdana, etc. So let's go back to our HTML code and let's see how these particular font families we can use in our Sublime. So going back to our Sublime, we were running with this code where we were understanding the text properties, right? So let's write here the ID equal to demo 1, because now I want to use the other paragraph. So here I'm going to give hash demo 1. I hope this types of selector concept is very clear with you and you're understanding what I'm doing here. Now here what I'm going to write, here I'm going to write the font family because that is what I want to show you here. Okay, before running this part, let's see what is coming in my web page. You can see here, this is how it is looking. Okay, this is how the paragraph is looking. If you look at this black one, not the red one, because the red one is the demo ID paragraph. This is the demo one which we are working with. So if you see here, all the lines, all the letters is having a line at the end. If you look closely, all the letters is having a line at the end, right? The same way how I have shown you. So which font style it is? It is serif, right? Which I told you that it is by default. Now let me write sans serif. Once I write sans serif, if I reload my page, you can see it is now looking very normal, right? This is what is your Arial text. This is what is how Verdana looks like, correct? So there is no particularly any lines at the end of the characters, right? But look at this one, there's a line, right? So this is serif and this is sans serif. Okay, let me show you some more font family. So if you write C, you can see cursive is coming here. Let's see what this does. So if you can see, this is what cursive looks like. I know what we know, cursive is very different thing, but here for HTML, cursive is a different thing. Okay, so here cursive looks like this. Okay, let's see what other things we have. So if you write A, if you write B, if you write anything else, you can actually get some or the other font family. Let's see what Fantasy is giving me. Can you see? So the whole font style is changing, right? Not only this, you can actually go to any other website and you can download some font styles and you can use those font styles in your web page. Okay, right now I'm not including those font styles because it is much more tedious task. So what you can do for now is you can research about all the particular font families what CSS has provided. Okay, let's search for more. So you can write like this, just try to find out. You can see unset, right? So let's see what this does, right? This is also a different kind of text. So this is how, okay, 1 second. Yeah, this is how this particular font family works. Now let's move to the next one, which is the font style. Now in font style, we saw that font style can be bold, italic and oblique, right? Let's see. Font style property is mostly used to specify italic text. Mostly. If you are using font style, we always mention here italic. If you want to make your sentences italic, we use this. So normally the normal text will be shown, and if you are using the property in font style normal, so it will show you the normal text. Italic will make it italic and oblique will make it leaning. Oblique is very similar to italic but less supported. That means in all the browsers it will not work. Okay, so oblique is mostly like an italic itself. That is why it is mentioning that font style is used mostly to make your sentences italic. Let's do that. So in this particular thing itself, we will write font style. Let's find out. Yeah. Now here you can see italic is there, initial, inherit is there, and oblique is also there. Let's first try out italic. Let's see what happens when you reload the page. This becomes a normal italic, right? You can see it is becoming an italic. Now let's try out oblique. Let's see if it is working in my browser. So if I write oblique and I refresh my page, this is working and it is clearly it is looking like an italic, right? Now let's see what else do we have. We have bold. See, now for font style, if we give bold, you can see the bold is not happening here, right? The bold is not coming here. And also if you have noticed, when I was writing bold, this is not even giving me the option. So it is only having two things. One is italic and one is oblique. That's it. Okay. Let me write here italic for now. And let's move to the next one. Let's see what is it. The next one is font size. I don't think I have to explain anything here, but yes, I need to explain one thing which is very important. You can see here, whatever pixels you give, right? Pixels are always written as a px format, right? We have something else which is em. Okay. Now, when you write em, then what is the difference? If you write one px and if you write one em, what is the difference? So, one em is basically equal to pixel by 16. Okay. That much small. Right? Now you can use em also, but I will prefer, and I will tell you that please stick with one of the measurement. Don't use randomly percentage and then em, then px. Don't use all of them. Okay. If you are very okay with px, I am very okay with px, so I always use px. So go ahead and use the px thing. Okay. But just for a formula sake, this is how the formula comes. Okay. Now let's write this particular code and let's see in a code how it works. Okay. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this paragraph from here, and these all paragraphs also I will remove from here. Okay. And I'm going to write a very basic code here. Let's say I'm writing here h1 and I'm writing here this is heading. Okay, this I'm doing it for you because you will be understanding it in a very better way. Now here I'm going to give a class and I'm going to give here normal. Okay, now in this I'm going to give here this is a paragraph in a normal style. The next one, what I'm going to do, the next one I'm going to write it as a italic, and the next one I'm going to write it as an oblique. But those are class. Okay, I'm not writing the actual CSS here. These are just the class names. Okay, oblique. This is a paragraph in italic. This is a paragraph in oblique. Right now, these all three things are done. The body is also closed. Now let's go to my CSS, and here what I'm going to do, here I'm going to write p.normal. Why I'm writing p.normal? Because my class is there which is normal, so I'm going to write here font style normal. And then what else? We have p.italic. So let's write that p.italic. And here I'm going to give the font style as, where is my font style? Italic. The next one we have what? We have p.oblique. So let's write that, and in the font style let's mention oblique. Done. Now let's talk about the font size. Okay, before that let's see the web page. So I'm getting three things. One is one h1, which is this heading. This is a paragraph in normal style, this is a paragraph in italic, and this is a paragraph in oblique style. Now let's do some coding for your font size. So I'm going to write here h1 and I'm going to write here font size. In the font size I'm going to mention here 32px. Okay, so h1 is already so much bold, and now what I have done, I have given font size 32px. Let's see what happens to it. One second, am I giving it to h1? Right, font size 32px. Okay, I think this is the height. Let's increase that. I think that is the normal height. Let's increase it. And now let's see. Yeah, so this is increasing, right? Let it be 32. It was looking fine. 50 is really very big. 32 is fine. Okay, now what else? So either you write h1 font size equal to 32px, or what was the formula for that em part? It was nothing but 1 em equal to pixel by 16. That means in my example I have given 32 pixel, right? So 32 by 16 will give me how much? 2. Correct. So what I can write here is, I can write here 2em, right? When I write 2em, things should not change. And you can see nothing is changing because 2em is equal to 32 pixel, right? And that is what we have done here. Now let's move to the next part and let's see what do we have here. So we have CSS font variant, which is nothing but your small caps and all. Okay, so let's try it out. Let's write. So it is only having two values. One is normal, one is small caps. Let's try both of them. One paragraph in small caps and one in normal. Let's do that. Let's see what it does and how this small caps looks like, right? This small caps is something new. So let's see what it does. What we are going to do is, in this particular, which one should we give? In this one, in the normal one. Okay, in the normal paragraph, we are going to give here the font. Okay, I forgot what was it. Font variant. So let's write here font variant, small caps. Let's see what happens to this normal paragraph. Where is my normal paragraph? This one. Let's see what happens. If you can see here, the whole paragraph is now changed to capital letter, but it is not actually the capital letters. It is looking like a small capital letters, right? Right? If you talk about the capital letters look like this when we use decoration, no, transform, right? And we use uppercase. So you can see the difference. The down one is the capital letter and this one is the small caps. How cool is it, right? So this is what is your small caps. And obviously when you're writing font variant normal, so there will be nothing it will be doing. It will be a normal text. Okay. Let me show you that also. If I reload my page, it's a normal one. Only the oblique style is coming. Right. Now let's move to the next and let's see what is there. Font weight. Font weight, we have three things: bold, bolder, and lighter. Let's see what is this bold, bolder, and lighter. And if you read this, it is written, CSS font weight property defines the weight of the font. Specify that how bold a font is. Possible values of font weight may be normal, bold, bolder, lighter, or you can give the number from 100 to 900. This is on PX. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's copy this particular code from here itself because it's an inline CSS. So let's not waste time. And here, after this paragraph, let's give a BR tag and paste this. Right? Now let's go to my browser and let's reload the page. Now you can see the font is bold, this is bold, this is bolder, and this is lighter. Now you will say bold and bolder is exactly same. Yes, it is, but the meaning is different. Bold means a little bit bold. Bolder means specifically it is very important. This particular line which you are writing, it is very important. It should be notified. That is what where the difference comes. So bold means just a normal bold. Bolder means that you want the user or the client to be more focused in this particular text.
What is JavaScript? It is a verb of a web page that defines all the actions to be performed on a web page. What do you mean by this thing? If noun is the HTML, I mean to say, if HTML is called noun of the web page, then all the actions performed on that web page is known as JavaScript. It is an object-oriented programming language that uses just-in-time compiler. In the next slide, we will see how just-in-time compiler, that JIT compiler, works. It is everywhere and all the web browsers are installed with it. What do you mean by this thing? If you want to run your JavaScript code while you are using any browser, there is a specific engine or what you call a compiler installed with it, right? For example, if you talk about Mozilla, right, there is a SpiderMonkey. For Google Chrome, there is V8 engine, right? This V8 engine is written in C++ language, right? So if you say, though, if you have observed that when we are trying to use that maps, right, those need to be very fast. So C++ is compared to other programming language is very fast. So what Google developers did, they created their own engine, that is V8 engine. JavaScript applications ranges from web development, mobile development, and many more. Okay. JavaScript is easy, simple, and very compatible with HTML and CSS. We'll see how to incorporate HTML and CSS along with our JavaScript in the following slides, right? It's a must to have skill for any software development role, right? If you talk about any software development roles that are currently available, JavaScript is the must to have skill. What is just-in-time compiler? Basically, when we write our code, it is divided into tokens. That is the main objective of a parser, that it divides our code into tokens. What do you mean by tokens? It is, if you talk in a layman's term, so whatever is written, for example, there are keywords, there are relational operators, there are conditional operators. All these operators are divided into segments called tokens. Then it goes through the abstract syntax tree, right? The binary tree kind of a structure is formed. After that, what just-in-time compiler uses is the best of these two worlds. What? Interpreter and compiler. Basically, compiler is fast as compared to what? As compared to interpreter. Interpreter does the line by line checking. So whatever is best in these two, right? The compiler and the interpreter. The just-in-time compiler uses uses that, right? So there is interpreter also, there's the compiler also. What does the interpreter do? Basically, it reads line by line, and once it reads to some code, right, which is repeated, for example, if a loop condition, it meets a loop condition, that it sends that code to a profiler. What profiler does? It optimizes it with the help of compiler. Basically, compiler will help in whatever was the fault in interpreter, compiler will help in that, right? This with the help of this profiler. There is something called warm code and something called hot code. So warm code is a code that is repeated more than once, right? So that code is sent to this profiler and it deals with that and then sends it to compiler for optimization. So once we are done with this, all the process that is done here helps the JavaScript to be very fast, as we are doing everything in our browser, right? So this is the whole structure of a just-in-time compiler. Now let's talk about variables. A variable is a name of a memory location where data is stored. What does this mean? So if you talk about real life example, right? So if you want to store some water, right, you use bottle, right? If you want to store some cereals, maybe rice or anything, like, you will use a container. So similarly, if you want to store data in a memory location, you use variable. So what is the syntax of this variable? So basically you will write var, then var variable name, and then the value. For example, if you see, var is the keyword that is used here, right? And then name equal to Fazan. So this name is the variable name and Fazan is the string that we are putting inside this name, okay, that we are initializing our name with Fazan, and var roll number equal to 27. So we are initializing this roll number with 27. One is string and another is number, okay. Now what is the naming convention that we use, right? So variable name should begin with a letter or it should begin with a $sign or an underscore, okay. So these are the three things that a variable should start with. After that, there can be any possible number of combinations. It can be digits, it can be anything, right? So, but the first three letters should be what? A letter, that is alphabets, or a $sign or an underscore, right? Variable name cannot be same as the keyword, as keywords are reserved for special purposes, right? Variable name is case sensitive. For example, if you talk about apple, so everything is in lowercase, right? Now, if you try to access this apple, you have to use everything that is in lowercase. If you try to use everything that is in uppercase, that won't work. It will declare, it will throw you an error, right? That this variable has not been declared, okay? And these are some valid variable names, right? Apple, then we have underscore name, then we have $address, right? What are the invalid variable names? For example, if you wrote 1, 2, 3 apple, so it's starting with a digit, so this is an invalid variable name. Something starting with an asterisk sign, that is asterisk roll number, is again a invalid, invalid variable name, invalid variable, okay? So another example is @email. So again, this is an invalid variable. So this is all the naming convention that you have to follow, and all the developers across the world follow this. Okay, so that it's easy for any other developer to, to detect that this is a variable. Okay, this, you rather use something that is more relevant. For example, if you are using something, for example, in a program, you're trying to count something, right? So instead of using X, Y, try to use it. For example, you might be using, try to think of this way, that something which is relevant, right? So if you're trying to count something, rather than naming it in a variable X or Y, you should name it what? Variable count, right? If you're storing something for temporary purposes, rather than using A, B, C, you should use temp, right? Temporary variable. Or if you're trying to flag something, you should use flag. Name of the variable should be flag, right? So this makes much more sense as compared to something that you're writing X, Y, or Z, right? So this is all about naming convention. Now let's see the conditional statements, that is if else, right? So else if, all these things will be covered in this slide. Okay, so consists of two keywords, right? There are two keywords present, right? If and else, right? Used when there are two possible paths depending upon a condition. So depending upon something, right? Let's suppose A is greater than B, right? Then you will perform some action if it's true, and if it's false, you will perform some other action, right? So if this is true, then perform this. Else, if this is not true, then perform this thing. Okay, so there can be multiple if else statements, right? So as you can see in the example, there is if condition, then whatever the condition is, then else if, perform this, check if this condition met, else if, check this if this condition met. Okay, if none of these conditions met, then we go into the else part. So basically this is this might not be the right approach. What do you mean by this thing? So if let's suppose you have 10 conditions, right? You have 10 multiple paths of action. Okay, so at that time, instead of using else if, you should rather go for switch case. Okay, we'll cover that thing as well. So now let's talk about the example, how to define this thing. Okay, this can be also nested, right? So there's a if condition, that if that condition is true, again there's a if condition, then we perform the else part of it. So this is called nested if. Okay, nested if else. Okay, there can be if without else, right? But vice versa is not true. What do you mean by this thing? If 2 is equal to 2, console.log, they are equal. There cannot be such case that else is only, there is only else part, right? It will throw an error, that missing if statement, right? So something like that, it will throw you an error. So, but if can be used without else. Okay. Now let's see the example. So if you see, we have defined here two variables, right? With the help of var keyword, a equal to 5 and b equal to 6. Now what I'm doing here, if a plus b is less than 11, right? It is not less than 11, it is exactly 11. So console.log less than 11. Else if it's greater than, then console.log more than 11, right? But both these conditions are not true, then it will automatically go to the else part, right? If there would have been any other condition, that then we would have checked that thing. For example, if there would have been another condition, let's suppose a plus b equal to 11, then that thing will have been executed. The else part would have been executed. Now let's in this example, we don't have the another else if statement, so else part will be executed. So that's why we get the output as equal. So this is how you define an if else statement. We talked about multiple else if statements, right? We talked about nested if, we talked about how if can be alone, right? There is not specifically you have to define the else part always. So if can be alone, but vice versa is not true. Else cannot be alone. Okay. Now I told you, when you have multiple conditions or multiple actions that you need to be performed, right? At that time, it's better to use switch case. So it's an elegant way to replace multiple else if statements, right? So what is the syntax of this? You basically write switch, then you write the expression, then on the basis of this expression, you will execute one of these cases. So after a case is executed, right, this val will represent some value. For example, if a is equal to 1, let's suppose the expression is a, the expression came as a, right? So if case 1, let's suppose case 1 is true, a is 1, right? So case first will be executed. Then after it's executed, you need to explicitly write the break statement. Okay, so if you don't write a break statement, then all the cases after that will be executed unless and until there is a break. Okay, and by default you have to explicitly define a default case, right? If none of these conditions match, then the default case will be executed. It's just like the else part of the if else statement, right? So here, depending upon the answer evaluated by the condition, case code gets executed. Simple, right? Every case must be followed by a break unless it is required, not as per logic. Okay, if your logic allows you to break, only then you will break, right? So if your logic doesn't allow to break, then it's not explicitly that you have to define it always. So you can, if you want multiple cases to be executed, then you should not use break statement. Okay, otherwise all the cases will start executing from the matched case till there is either a break counter or all the cases are exhausted, right? If you have forgotten, sometimes maybe you have forgotten all the break statements, then all these cases will be executed after that. When all the cases are executed, you will get out of the switch case. Okay, default is optional, right? Default is optional. You don't have to explicitly write always, right? You don't have to explicitly, if you sometime forgot to write the default statement, it allows it. Okay, there is no error thrown at that time. Okay, and holds the code which should be executed if none of the cases will match. Okay, if none of the cases match, then at that time that default case will be executed. Now this value, or the what is the value, that case val we saw, right? It can be an integer, it can be a character, or it can be a string. Okay, right? So this is all about switch case. Now let's see the example. Okay, so right herein we have defined where day is equivalent to Sunday. So day is a string, right? So switch day. Now in day, what will be present? It will be Sunday, right? So once it will check case man is the first case and the second case, whatever the value of day is, does it match with the case one? No. Does it match with twist? No. Wed? No. Thursday? No. Friday? No. Set? No. Then Sunday comes, right? Case sun will be executed. Today is Sunday. After that, we will just write the break statement, and that's it. The output will be today is Sunday. Okay. Now, before we move ahead into loops, let's see. We'll define a variable, right? We saw how to define a variable, right? Can I put this as a variable? No, 9A cannot be a variable, right? Because it's starting from a digit. So let's suppose, let's define some variable. Let's name it name. Okay. So name equal to, or let's name it an integer. Let's put some number in it. So a equal to, let's suppose 1, and let's define another variable. You can define it in a same line, right? Or initialize it in the same line, but I'm using 2 different lines for it. So now let's say if a plus b is double equal to what? Let's do 3 ifs. Okay, is greater than 2. Is it greater than 2? Yes, it is. Let's suppose make it 4. Okay, if it's greater than 2, then write console.log what? Print a plus b, right? This will be printed. Now if that is not the case, then let's suppose we will go into the else if part. Else if a plus b is less than 1. That's not also the case, right? It is greater than 1. Then print console.log what? A plus b again. Okay, else. Then we go into the else part. So both these statements will not be executed, right? So we go into the into the else part. Then what we will do, we will print a plus b. Okay, now I haven't wrote any curly braces on the last part, right? The else part, because if there is only one statement in the if else condition, right? If there is only one single statement associated with the if, then these braces or these curly braces are optional. Okay, now let's save this file, and when we go into a browser, okay, let's refresh it, and then press Ctrl Shift I. Okay, I pressed N. Just a minute, let me Ctrl Shift I. Then the console will be opened, and you see what I printed. What I got the output as 3. Now let's make it a little bit. Let's make a little bit change. Okay, let's open it again and let's try to print high here. Okay, so that we know this statement was executed. Okay. Okay, now let's refresh it. Okay, high is not defined. Okay. Yeah, it thought that it is a variable, right? High is a variable, because we try to print, we have to write the braces, right? I mean to say the quotes, right? The quotes were missing. Okay, just a minute. So we just have to write double quotes, and that's it. It will the Let's save this file and let's go back into the browser. Okay, you see, high. So this is how an if else will work, and we talked about variable, right? Now if you want to implement, you can implement the switch case as well, wherein if you want, sometimes maybe if there are multiple point of actions at that time, you can just use a switch case. Okay, now let's go back and let's talk about loops. So what is a loop? Basically, loops are used to do a repeated work until a specified condition remains true. So unless and until something is true, you loop around that same set of you repeat that same set of instructions, right? Do this, do this, do this, until that condition is false. Okay, there are multiple variations of loops, right? Different types of loops are for loop. In that for loop, we have for each, for off, for in. These are all types of it. Okay, then we have while loop, right? Then we have do while loop. Okay, these are all loops. Okay, now let's talk about for loop. So basically, how a for loop will work, it is of best use when you know the specified number of times the code should be executed. For example, I told you to write give me print all the numbers from 1 to 5. So you know, right? You know how many times you want to print that number, right? For example, if I told you please print the numbers from 1 to 5, so you know this should be executed 5 times. So in the initialization phase, you will use a variable, right? So I told you 1 to 5, right? So you will initialize your var a equal to 1, right? Your var or var num equal to 1. And then the termination condition will be what? A is less than 5, right? Once it will execute the statement, then it will go to the updation part. Okay, and in the updation part, what will it do? It will just increment that num. Okay, num plus plus. We will see in the demo part, we will see it will be much clear. Initialization is used to initialize the variable which is being used for the iteration, right? What do you mean by this iteration? Basically, it's the number of times this loop will work. So when it will work 5 times. So this will be the 5th iteration. So when the first it will be executed, that will be the first iteration, then second iteration, then third, then fourth, and then fifth. At 5th iteration, it will stop its execution. So the second part is the termination part, right? It comprises of condition which determines till when the iteration will continue. What do you mean by this thing? This termination will be responsible for how many times you want to execute the set of statements that is within this block, right? Within this for block. Okay, now the updation part, how our variables get updated. You can update it maybe a single time, right? When I talked about give me a number from 1 to 5, so I wanted all the numbers. Let's suppose I told you give me all the numbers from 1 to 5. Give me all the numbers which are even or which are maybe odd. At that time, you will just change the updation statement, right? So it completely depends on the type of problem you are facing. Okay, now let's talk about the example. Let's suppose you have to print from 0 to 5, right? So what I did here, I declared the variable, right, I equal to 0. I initialized it within the for loop is the structure of it. This is the structure of it. For then a variable equal to 0, then I is less than 5 and I plus plus. So if you can see, the current value of I in the first iteration will be 0, right? Then it goes in the updation part, right? It increments that I, it will be 1. So similarly, you will get a current value of I equal to 1 and so on to current value of I equal to 4. Once 4 will be executed, then it goes to the updation part and it makes it 5. So is 5 less than 5? No. So this will be the termination condition. Okay. If you see, I haven't written any curly braces here, right? Because I told you when there is only one statement to be executed, these braces are optional. Okay. Now let's see the demo of it quickly. Now we are here. So let's try to loop around how we can use loops. Okay, so let's suppose you declared a variable num equal to 0. Let's suppose, so I told you give me all the even numbers. Okay, so you wrote give me all the even numbers less than 10. Okay, less than 11 maybe, so we want so that we can print 10 as well. Okay, now okay, num is less than, so is 0 less than 11? Yes, it is. So in the num part, what you will write, you will, instead of incrementing it single time, what we will do, we will increment it twice. Okay, num equal to num plus 2. Okay, that's it. And then in the for loop, we'll just console.log what num, so 0 will be printed and so on to 10 will be printed, and after that it will go to 12, but 12 is not less than 11, so our loop will be terminated. So if you see, I haven't written any curly braces because those are optional. Okay, even if I have written it, it doesn't matter. So if there would have been two statements within this for loop, then curly braces are must. Okay, we have to explicitly write these curly braces. Okay, now let's see. Let's save this file, and now let's try to run this thing. Okay, let's reload this thing. You see, 0 is an even number, 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10. This is how you use a for loop. Okay, now let's talk about for each. This is a classic modification of for loop, right? Or what we call an rare modification of for loop, used when each element has to be passed or traversed, or you want to access each element, right? What is the syntax for this? For example, if you have declared an array, right? An array of strings, right? Apple, peach, orange. This is an array of strings, right? Herein what we did, fruits dot, then for each, right? Then the item that is to be traversed, and then we printed that item. What do we observe here? Basically, this item will contain each element, right, in the array. That is, first time it will be apple, then we printed that. Second time it will be peach, third time it will be orange, right? So this is for each loop. As you can see, the output is apple, peach and orange, right? So this is for loop modification, right? Then the other modification is, or the next type of loop that we see in terms of for, is for off, used for iterables like arrays and strings. If you see here what we saw earlier, right? So if you try to access each element, herein what we write, for item of fruits, right? All the items of fruit, right? Each the item will contain, first time it will be apple, then it will be peach, and then it will be orange. The output is same, right? As we saw in the for each loop. Again, we are iterating through each element. Okay, now let's see for in. Here it is used at enumerables, that is objects, right? It can be also used for iterables in which index acts as a key. So the difference will be clear when we see the demo of all these loops, right? Herein, if you see what we did, we wrote for item in fruits, and when we try to print the item, it gave us the index of each of those elements, right? 0 is the index of apple, 1 is the index of peach, 2 is the index of orange, right? So these are all the modifications of for loop, right? For each we saw, then we saw for in, and then we saw for off, right? Now let's see the demo of for each loop. If I wrote some array, right now, if you don't understand anything, I mean to say how you declare an array, it's okay, we will cover it. Okay, for now we can just assume that you know array, and now we want to traverse on it, okay, with the help of for each loop. So what I did here, I wrote array equal to 1 2 3 4, and then what we did, okay, that, one second. Okay, what we did a dot for each item, then console.log. So what should be the output? It should be 1 2 3 4 and 5. Let's save this file, and when we open our browser, when we try to refresh it, you see we got 1 2 3 4. This output is for the earlier thing that we did, right? So if you can see, this is line number 25 and 25 and 25. All these lines are from this line number 25, right? So we saw how to traverse with the help of for each loop. As you can see, it is much more simpler. I mean to say, not simpler, but easy to write, right? If you can see, we wrote here initialization, then the updation, and then the termination conditions, all those were present here, right? Herein we just wrote for each, and that's it. Now, how to write, if you want to traverse the same array using for in, right? For, we wrote for, then what we did, we wrote var a, right, in what, this array, right, that is a. Now let's change this var to, let's suppose item, right? And then what we will get, now if we try to print this thing, console.log these items. Okay, That's it. Now if you save this file, what should be the output here? It should be 0, 1, 2, 3, right? If you see this thing, when we try to refresh this, you see 0, 1, 2, 3. It is due to line number 23 in first.js, line number 28, right? So if you can see, this is the line number 28 and we got the indexes. Now if we just change this thing here and you just wrote off here, right, for off, and when you save this file, right, what should be the output? It should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again, right? If you refresh it, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, right? You got it from the line number 28, which is this line, right? Line number 28. So the only difference between for in and for off is that if you want to access the elements, you will use for off loop, right? And if you want to access the elements, right, the indexes of the array, you will use what? For in. So similarly, this thing can be applied on objects as well. Since we haven't covered the objects, right, and you might be facing some problems, what I wrote, this arrow and all those things will be covered, right? How to declare an array, all those things will be covered in the coming slides. Okay, so this is all about these variations of for loop. Okay, now let's go back. So for in is also covered. So now the second type of loop is for that is while loop, right? So in while loop, what we wrote, it's best used when we know the specified expression depending upon whose value the code should execute, right? It's similar to what for loop does, right? But in this, these termination conditions, these and the updation and the initialization, it happens on different locations, right? It's not, everything is not in a single place, right? As we saw, right, in the for loop, right? Expression is used to dictate the condition who is responsible for the loop continuation, right? For example, if you see the example, you see where I is defined above, while right, it is defined in the first line. Then in the while loop, we check the condition if this I is less than 5 or not. If it is, then what we did, we just console.log the current value of I, right? That is 0, 1, 2, 3 and so on to 4, right? And in the same while loop, right, within that block, we just incremented I. So if you observe, or if you try to visualize it with the for loop, you see the for loop, everything was in a single line, right? Herein what we have, the initialization is above, the condition checking is inside the for loop, right? And the increment is also within the while loop, right? So this is all about while loop, right? Now let's see do while. It is best used when you know at least one code must execute once, irrespective of the condition. Whether your condition is true or false, right? It will always be executed once. Okay. Expression is used to dictate, same as the while loop, right? Expression is used to dictate the condition who's responsible for loop continuation, right? If you see, it says do. First it does the thing and then it will check the condition. So obviously whether the condition is true or false, still once it will be executed. Okay, if you see the example here, same thing, right? Where I is equal to 0, right? Console.log current value of I. Then we increment it, then we check the condition. So even if I is 0 and we are checking if I is greater than 0, still it will execute this thing, right? It will give us the output as current value of I is 0. Although we are checking that if I is greater than 0, but still once we will get the output, right? So this is the drawback, or this is something that is specific to what? Do while loop. Okay, this is how you write your do while loop. Now let's talk about operators. So operators are something that we used continuously, right? These are something, if you want to check if something is greater than something, right? A is greater than B. So these are all relational operators, bitwise operators, right? If you can see here, there are so many operators in JavaScript, right? First is unary operator, then the arithmetic, then the shift, relational, bitwise, logical, assignment, and ternary. Now let's see those things, okay? Now the unary operator, it needs one operand. There are two major operators here, right? That is increment and decrement. Each one have two variations, right? So increment has two variations, that is postfix and prefix, or you can call postfix, I mean to say the increment is done in postfix. The first we assign the value and then increment it. In prefix, what we do, we first increment and then assign. I will show you the demo part, then it will be much clearer. Okay, so if you can see, right, var a equal to 2, and then we are incrementing our a, right? Then we saw that the value of a is still 2, right? So why does it does such a behavior? Because it's postfix. First we assign the value, that is 2 is assigned to a, right? And then it is incremented. Then if you try to print that a in the next line, then it will give you what? 2. Okay, it will then first it will give you 2, then if you try to print it in a second line, then it will give you 3. That's not the case in prefix, right? It will be incremented first and then assigned. If a is equal to 2, it will be incremented and then assigned. That is 3, then assigned to a. You see the difference between a postfix and prefix, right? Now let's quickly see the demo of it, okay? As we saw in the increment, right? Increment part where we were increasing by 1. Similarly, decrement does what it does. It increments by 1. Similarly, we have 2 variations of it, that is postfix and prefix. That will happen in the same order as we saw earlier. Okay. Now, before going to the arithmetic operators, now quickly just recap all those things and try to do some demo on it. Okay. Now let's see demo of these things. Okay. We saw while loop, right? We saw something that was written like this. A, if a is equal to nil, now let's say not a, if num equal to 0, right? I will show you something. If num is equal to 0, while num is greater than 0, right? So if that is the case, then what we will do, we will do console.log, right? Console.log, and we try to print a. And then what we did, we incremented. Okay, sorry, we are using num, so num plus plus. Okay, and let's put num here. Okay, you see the expression that we used here was that unary expression, right? Unary operator that we used. It is similar to something like this. We saw how to write a comment, right? Num equal to num plus 1. It's a shorthand notation, okay? Increment operator. Now, if you try to print this thing, right? So what we will get as an output, that is the last 4 lines will be, last 5 lines will be 0, 1, 2, 3. If it's greater than 0, okay. If it's, let's see if it's less than 5. Okay, now 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 will be printed, okay? Now, if you try to save this file, then we try to run this thing. Okay, you see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is due to the line number 33. If you see the code, the line number 33, this is responsible for that thing, right? Now, this was while loop, right? Now, if I just change this thing, right? I said do something, right? Console.log, right? On the same thing, right? On the num itself. Now, num has a value of 5, right? So it will print 5, right? So after that, I will write the expression while num is less than 5. Okay. Now it shouldn't print, right? Num is not less than 5. Num is equal to 5, right? So it shouldn't print it, right? And then we do the increment here. Now, it will do this thing once, right? As I told you earlier, right? Once it will be executed. So since even if num is not less than 5, because here we have num equal to 5, so this shouldn't be executed, right? But it will still be executed. We will see. Let's save this file. And now let's try to run this thing. You see 5 is printed due to the line number 37 in the text. You see line number 37 is this line. So 5 is printed. This is the drawback or something that is associated with do while loop. So first do the thing and then try to check if that condition is true or not. Okay, this is all about while loop. Now let's see what we saw earlier, right? If you write something, let's suppose inc, that is increment, or let's see iterator, itr equal to 0, right? If you do something here, right, itr, now let's try to do this thing, console.log, let's put it 10. Okay, now let's try to put this thing console.log, and now what we did here, we just write itr plus plus. So this is a postfix increment, right? Postfix, first assign the value and then increment, right? If you see now, if I write this thing, right, console.log here, and then I will try to print it here. Okay, so what will be the output of this line? Will it be 10 or 11? What will be the output of this line, right? It will be, obviously it will be 10. Why? Because we are using what? Postfix increment, right? So it first increments it. It first assigns the value and then increments. So the value will remain 10. And then when we try to run this thing here, it will give us the 11 as output. Now, let's see. Now, if we do the same thing, right, for the postfix expression, right, or the prefix, right, we saw if you try to do this thing here, now it will be 11 plus, first it will increment, that is 12, and then it will print that value, right, or then it will assign to this thing, right? If you see here, then we try to print ITR here. So what will be the output here? It will be, obviously 11 is gone, then it will be 12, and again it will remain 12 here. So what should be the output, or what should be the output of all these four statements? It will be 10, 11, 12, 12, right? Now let's save this file, and now let's see what will be the output. You see, 10, 11, 12, 12, 42, 43, 45, 46. Now we'll check. That's the thing we saw, right? So these are all about unary operators, right? And similarly, you can do for a decrement operator, right? In the same fashion, right? So this is all about unary operators. Now let's go back to our slides. Yeah. Now let's see the other operator that we have is arithmetic operators. Okay. In this operator section, we will have all those arithmetic operations like add, subtract, right? Multiply, divide, modulus, exponent, right? These are all arithmetic operators, and for executing these operations, we need two operands, right? It's a binary arithmetic operator. These are binary arithmetic operators, right? So if you see modulus, what do you mean by modulus? Basically, it returns a remainder, right? When A is divided by B, what will be the remainder? For example, if you wrote 6 divided by 3, so obviously 6 is divisible by 3, so the remainder is 0, so 0 will be returned. Okay. Now exponent operator, if you see these double asterisk signs, right? A double asterisk sign, this means A to the power of B. For example, 2 double asterisk sign, these double asterisk twice, then 2 raised power 3, then the output will be 8, right? Now if you see the example here where A equal to 2 and B equal to 5, then we try to console A plus B, obviously we will get 15, right? Then A plus B, the output of these things, right? Now if you see, okay, if now then we have the decrement, I mean to say the subtraction, then multiplication, all these things are simple, right? And then we have division, right? 10 divided by 5, we have 2, right? A modulus B, right? 10 divided by 5, obviously we have 0 because 10 is divisible by 5. And now if you see, if what I have written here, 10, that multiplication sign, or if you call it asterisk sign twice, that is asterisk. So 5, that is 10 raised to power 5, we will get what? 10 and 5 zeros. Okay. So these are all exponents. This was all about what? Arithmetic operators. Now let's talk about shift operators. Shift operators basically shift the bits by specified number of times in either left or right direction. Two variations of shift are possible, that is left shift and right shift. In left shift, we shift the bits in left direction for the specified value or the number of times we want to shift them in the left direction. Similarly, we can do it in the right direction. If you see, we have two variables here, A and B, right? So A is 8 and B is 2. Now, if you try to shift the bits, what? A, you want to shift whatever is in the A by 2 bits, right? I will show you in the demo, it will be clear. Now, when we shift the 8 to 2 bits, the value will be incremented, right? So 8 is shifted 2 times in the left direction. So obviously its value will increase. Now, if you want to shift A to the right direction, its value will decrease. As you see, the output is 32, and when we shift it towards the left, and the output is 2 when we shift it towards the right hand side, right? So this is all about shift operators. Now let me show you first, moving to the relational operators. Now let me show you first the demo part of it, right? Now let's see the demo of these shift operators. So basically, if you have var, let's suppose num1 equal to 8, right? Num1 equal to 8, and then we have num, let's suppose we call it n, and n equal to 2. So obviously, when we try to shift, let's see the binary of 8. The binary of 8 will be this, right? Obviously, there will be some specified, maybe 32 zeros, or let's 4 have been used, that 28 zeros, right? This thing will be there, 28 zeros, and then the last 4 bits will be this. Now, if you try to shift this thing 1 towards this, I mean to say, if you want to shift this 1 2 times towards the left, so obviously now the value will be what? 0 0 0 0 0 0, and some zeros between, and then it will be 0 1 and 0 0 0 0. Obviously, earlier it was 8 and now it will be 32 when we try to shift it towards the left. So that's what a shift operator does. So it increments the value. It's similar to something. If we do what we do, we multiply 8, this number 8, it's similar to this thing. We multiply this by 2 raised to power number of times we are shifting it. Here we have 2, that is 2 raised to power 2, right? So we have 2 raised to power 2 is 4. It's similar to 8 multiplied by 4, that is 32, right? So this is all about left shift, right? Now if you try to do this thing, console.log, right? And what we will do, we'll just left shift b times, okay? And what should be the output? What will be the output? Output should be 32, right? Now if you do something maybe 3, then the output should be 64, right? Output should be 64. Now let's see, let's run this thing. Something is wrong. Okay, we are doing left shift b. We have to do num1, right? Left shift 3 times, n times, right? Let's save this file. Let's see the output. Let's see the output. You see 64, right? So we got our output as 64. Now, if we want to, what we want to do now, right shift. So obviously there will be again this zeros, number of zeros, and then there will be 0 0, and then will be this thing. The 8 is this, right? Now if you try to right shift it, right? So the number of bits will be moved towards right. So this will be 0, this will be 0, and then this will be 1 and 0. So obviously the number has decreased, right? It is now, earlier it was 8, now it's 2. So it's similar to something when we in left shift we were trying to multiply. Similarly, in left shift, whenever we do this thing, right, it's similar to just dividing it by something. 8 divided by 2 raised power 3 in this case, or 2 raised power 2. If we wrote 2 here, right, so it will be something 2 raised power 2. That is, right now we have 2. So 2 raised power 2 is 4. It's similar to 8 divided by 4. That is 2. Right? So we will get our output when we just left shift this thing, that is console.log, right? And then what we will do, we will just do num1 right shift n times, right? And the output should be what? Now above output will also change. So above output will be 32 and this output will be 2. Okay, now let's save this file. And when we try to run this thing, it will be 32 and 2. So here you see 32 and 2. Okay. So this is all about what? Shift operators. Now let's talk about relational operators. It comprises of operators for comparison. For example, if you want to check if A is equal to B, then these relational operators will help us. Okay. So some of the relational operators are less than sign, greater than sign, less than or equal to sign, right? Or greater than or equal to sign. For equality check, we have 2 operators, right? The double equal to sign and the not equal to, right? The difference between double equal to and triple equal to is that one of them allows type coercion and another will stop that type coercion. For example, if you talk about double equal to sign, It allows type coercion. That means one type can change into another type at the time of comparison. Okay. In triple equal to sign, it does not allow type coercion. For example, if you see not a number is a property that is associated with number. So not a number is double equal to not a number. It gives false. You might be surprised that why it is giving false, right? Because the weird nature of JavaScript, this happens. So to rectify it, triple equal to sign didn't help, right? When we use this not a number triple equal to not a number, it still gave false. So for to rectify this thing, object dot is came into existence and it helped us to rectify this problem. So if you see plus 0 double equal to minus 0, it gives true, which is not the case, right? These are two different numbers, right? Though you can say that it doesn't matter, but to system it matters, right? If you see the 2's complement of 0 plus 0 is different as compared to 2's complement of minus 0. So to system or to machine it matters. So it shouldn't give us the true result. And similarly, if you talk about triple equal to sign, then what we compare plus 0 triple equal to minus 0, it again gives true, which is not the case. These are two different things, right? So to rectify it, again object dot is came into existence, which helped us to rectify this problem, because JavaScript is full of errors, right? As its founder told, he told himself, right? Brendan Naik told himself that there are a lot of errors because this language was created just in 10 days. Okay. Now, what do you mean by type coercion, right? Type coercion, when we are comparing two values of different types, that one type will force the other type to change, right? So that comparison is made possible. Triple equal to sign stops type coercion. For example, if we talk about 1, right? If 1, this is converted into true, so that we can this condition is always true, right? Object is, right? I told you about this. Object is, right? Param 1 and param 2 is similar to triple equal to sign, but it is different for some cases, as I told you, right? Plus 0 triple equal to minus 0 gives true, but when we compare it with the help of object is, it gives false, which is rightly so, right? Which is true. And not a number equal to not a number gives false, but when we do it with the help of object dot is, it gives true. So these weird natures of JavaScript, right? There was some weird nature to JavaScript. This was rectified by different types. For example, type coercion was stopped by triple equal to sign. Some errors that equal to sign and triple equal to sign couldn't rectify was rectified with the help of object dot is. Now let's see the examples, right? Console.log 2 equal to string 2, right? One is string and another is number. So type coercion happens, it gives out the result as true. Similarly, when we do a triple equal to, it gives false because it doesn't allow type coercion. Similarly, 2 not equal to 2, it gives false because the result of this is true, but it is converted into false. It's not equal to, right? It will only give true result when the condition is false, right? But herein we have condition as true. Similarly, if not equal to double equal to, right, it allows type coercion. It stops type coercion, right? It gives false as result, so it's converted into true. Similarly, when 2 is greater than 2, it gives false, right? So these are all examples. Now let's see some more examples of greater than and similarly less than or equal to. So this is all simple stuff, right? Now let's talk about bitwise operators. It computes by going bit by bit, right? Bit by bit things are done, okay? When we talk about bit by bit, if you see 8 is converted, the binary of 8 is 1000, right? So similarly, the bitwise manipulation is done, right? Bits of both operands is checked irrespective of what the first operand bit is, right? Whatever the first operand is, it doesn't matter. The bits are checked, right? So if we talk about 8 and 2, the last bit of 8 is 0 and the last bit of 2 is 0. The second last bit of 8 is 0 and the second last bit of 2 is 1. So similarly, we do some operations on it, okay? 4 major operations are AND, OR, XOR and NOT, right? When we do bitwise AND, both the bits should be 1. Only then the result will be 1, else it will be 0. If we talk about OR, which returns 1 if either of the bits is 1, right? 1 0 will give 1, 0 1 will give 1, and 1 1 will give 1. If we talk about XOR, it only returns true, or it only returns 1 if both the bits are different, else it will return 0. For example, if 0 0 will return 0, 1 1 will return 0, but if either of 1 0 or 0 1, it will return as 1. So bitwise not, it is just a vice versa, right? If you have 1, it gives 0, or if you have 0, it gives 1. So now let's see the example of 8 and 2, right? When we do AND operation, it will result in 0 because none of the bits will match, and will give only result when both of the bits are true. If you talk about 8, it is 1 0 0, right? 1 and 3 zeros. If we talk about 2, it's 1 and 0. So none of the bit 0 0 1 0, right? When we talk about 4 bits that we are comparing, so it will give the result as 0. Now similarly, if we talk about OR, it will give us the result as 10 because 4th bit is 1 and second bit is 1, so it will give us a result as 10. Similarly, when we do XOR, it gives 10, and similarly when we do NOT operation, it gives -9. Now let's talk about logical operators. It is used for conditions comparison that basically checks for the validity of the condition and specifies the course of action to be taken. They are also used in loops as termination conditions. If first condition is enough to give the final verdict, it will not evaluate the second one, right? When we talk about AND. So how AND evaluates things, if first condition is true, only then it will check the second condition. If the first condition is false, it won't evaluate the second condition. Okay, this is how AND works, right? The three major operators are AND, OR, and NOT. So when we talk about logical AND, returns true when both the condition evaluates to true. Logical OR returns true when either of the condition evaluates true, and NOT returns true when the condition evaluates to be false, right? It works in a different fashion, right? When the condition is false, only then it will give true. Okay. Now if you see the example, A is equal to 2 and B is equal to false. So when we do an AND operation on this thing, so one of the condition is true, right? One of the condition is false, right? B is false. So true and false. So it will return false. Similarly, when we do OR operation, it will return true. And when we do NOT, since A is true, it will give us a false result. Now, assignment operator and ternary operator. What are the assignment operators? Earlier, what we saw where A equal to 10, that equal to sign was the assignment operator used to assign right hand side the value to the left hand side variable, right? The left hand side variable was A, it was assigned 10, so A is equal to 10. This is the assignment operator. Now, ternary operator works similar or is the alternative of if else, right? The condition placed before, right, the question mark sign, whatever is placed before the question mark sign is the condition, and whatever is between the semicolons, the first condition is the if part and the second condition is the else part, right? And if evaluates to true, then LHS of the colon gets executed, else RHS of the colon gets executed. Now, if you see the example, what we have written here, A is equal to 2. This is simple assignment operator. Then we print that thing, right? And the console.log, A is equal to 2. Is A equal to 2? This is the condition, right? And after the question mark, console.ok is the left hand side of the semicolon, right? Now the condition is true. So console.log ok will be executed. And console.log not ok will not be executed because the condition is true. If the condition would have been false, then not okay would have been printed. So as you see, the output is okay. This is all about operators. Now let's talk about hoisting. What does hoisting mean? JavaScript engine allocates memory to the function and the var during the creation phase. Not before execution, but during the creation phase. We'll see what hoisting means. This is also done in the global execution context. So there are two contexts, right? Execution context and global execution context, right? Functions are fully hoisted, but for var, only left part is hoisted. We will see. If you see the example, right, in where we have defined var 1 equal to 1, JavaScript engine will hoist var 1 equal to undefined. When we define it again, at that time, it will see that left part was already hoisted, so it will not hoist this thing. Let const are not hoisted. We will talk about these as well. What are these? How, since until this point, we have only defined our variables with the help of var keyword, but there are two more keywords with which we can define our variables, that is let and const, right? As hoisting does not take place when we use these keywords, right? The var and the const. Okay. And when you see a function, when a JavaScript engine sees a function, every time it does hoisting. So if you see, we have declared a function twice. So both the times hoisting will occur. Since we have not covered functions yet, but we will see how these when we use var as a keyword to declare our variables, what hoisting means and how does it occur. Now let's see some of the examples. Okay. If you see var favorite food equal to grapes, and then we try to access it within a function, right? This function, the type of function that we have declared here is a function expression, because we are using var keyword, right? So whenever we assign a function to a variable, it means that we are using function expression. Now if you see, we are accessing what? Favorite food inside this function, right? So which will be accessed? It will be accessed the global one, right? The grapes. So original choice grapes. Then we have reinitialize sushi, right? So favorite food is equal to sushi. So new choice equal to favorite food. So the new choice will be printed, and then the favorite food will be printed as sushi. So this is simple stuff. What happens, right? Now, how does hoisting help? What do you mean by hoisting? Now, in the same function, if we try to access favorite food, right? Now it hasn't been declared, right? We haven't declared a favorite food, right? It is declared after this line. So in other programming language, this might throw an error, right? When we talk about other programming languages, let's suppose C, Java, or maybe C++, right? They will give an error showing that this variable is not declared, right? But in JavaScript, hoisting takes place, so it will just give you as original choice undefined, okay? And when we initialize it after this line, it will give original choice sushi. So this is all about hoisting. Now let's see the demo of it. Now let's try to see the demo of hoisting. So until this point, whatever we have wrote, let's try to remove this. So let me remove these things, whatever we have wrote until this point. So now let's see hoisting. So we will try to console.log what? We will try to console log a, but it hasn't been defined yet, okay? Now we define a equal to 10. And now when we try to console.log a, it should give us the result as 10. Let's save this file, and when we try to run this thing, just a minute. When we try to run this thing, okay, here. So when we try to refresh this page, so it gives undefined and then 10. It doesn't throw an error, right? So what happens internally is this thing. So what it will do, what hoisting does, it will just do this, where a equal to nothing, right? Where a, it just defines it. So it will give you as undefined, right? Since it has not been initialized with anything, so a is undefined, right? It is similar to this thing. This is what hoisting means. So variables are partially hoisted, right? As you see, if we define this thing again, so once it has been hoisted, it won't be hoisted again. We will see when we talk about functions, we will see how functions are fully hoisted, right? Every time when we call a function, when we talk about functions, we will see every time when we call a function, every time it gets hoisted. Okay, this is all about hoisting. Now, how to stop this hoisting? Since this should throw an error, right? There's no such thing that you will see in other programming language. So to stop this thing, let and const came into existence. So let, if you use let instead of var, and then you save this file, this will throw an error, right? When we refresh this page, you see, cannot access a before initialization. Similarly, when we use const, okay, when we use const instead of let, again, what happens? This hoisting will stop. Okay, when we save this file, then we try to run this thing, again the same error will be given. Okay, so const and let helps us to stop hoisting. Okay, now let's go back. Now we have talked about let and const. Now what are these keywords? So basically these are also used for declaring variables. You can stop hoisting by using let instead of var, right? We saw that. It will throw an error, right? Favorite foods has not been already declared, right? This was the error that we got, right? Or we got the error that we cannot access A before initializing it, right? Before declaring it or initializing it. This is what we saw earlier. Now, the other example that other things that are associated with this let and const is that it enables block level scope. What do you mean by this thing? Basically, if you see the example here, let weather sunny. So weather is the variable that has a scope, that is global scope within this program, right? So if you try to reinitialize it inside a function, it will get reinitialized to rainy. So when we print that console change weather, it will give us the weather as rainy. And when we try to access it outside this function, it will give us original weather sunny. So this is what do you mean by block level scope. So this let keyword has a block level scope. Okay. Now, when we talk about const is used to declare variables whose value is not going to change once it is defined. So const weather sunny, when we try to reinitialize it inside the function, it will throw us an error that assignment to constant variable is not possible, right? We are reassigning it. We want to change weather to rainy, but we can't do that with the help of const keyword. This thing stops it, right? Constant means that we are not going to change this as once we have initialized it. Now, let keyword. So we talked about block scope, right? If you see the example, now we are comparing this with var keyword. Okay, now the comparison of var with let. Okay, so if you see here the example, I have written console.log global scope, right? And then what I'm doing inside the for loop, I'm using var gscope, wherein I'm doing some operations. I'm printing from 1 to 5, 1 to 4, right? 1 to 4 I'm printing, and after that I'm trying to access this gscope, that is global scope, that variable I have defined inside the for loop, right? So in other programming language, right, this shouldn't work, right? Because the scope of gscope is inside that for loop, right? But var doesn't know this scope. Okay, var is not does not know this scope, so we can use this var gscope outside the for block. So that's why what we got global scope 1 2 3 4 that the loop did, and 5 for after the loop got terminated, the 5 was printed. Similarly, when we use let keyword, so when we try to access this b scope, that is block scope variable that I defined here, so at that time we got b scope is not defined because it doesn't know, right? We have defined it inside the for loop, right? Now let's see the demo of it. Okay, quickly let's see the demo of it. So what do I mean? Let's see. Now let's suppose we have for, and we defined variable, right? We defined variable n equal to 0, right? And n is less than 5, let's suppose, and n plus plus. Then we try to console.log, right? We try to print these values of n. We did it, and now we have defined it inside the block, right, with the help of var keyword. So can we access it outside, right? Can we do this thing? Console.log, can we do this thing? Console.log, can we do this thing? What should be the value here? We can, when we are using this var keyword, right? When we try to run this thing, right? Okay, we have the error that we didn't rectify. Just a minute. So yeah, here we are using const. Okay, so now let's remove this line, and now let's try to run this thing again. Okay, now you see we got 0 1 2 3 4 and 5, right? Because we are using it outside the scope. Now this is not the thing that in other programming language we do not see this thing, right? So to stop this thing, if we just used, instead of var, we use this, so this n becomes a block scope variable, and now when we try to access it outside this block, it will throw an error. Let's try to save this thing, and now when we try to run this thing, You see, we got an error. N is not defined because its scope was within that for loop, right? So this is with the help of what? Let keyword. Now let's see the other example. Now if we talk about declaration, right? Let declaration with the where declaration. So if you see, I have inside the for loop, I have again defined declare again, right? So let keyword, let with the help of let keyword, I have defined a variable name declare again. Now when I try to declare it, redeclare it, right? Declare again with the help of where keyword, it shows no error. It gives no error, right? Because the scope of these two variables is different, right? Which is rightly so. Let's go declare again the scope of the variable that is defined with the help of let keyword is inside that block. And when we talk about outside the block, that declare again, it doesn't know about this declare again, right? Now when I try to define both the variables with the help of let and where, right? If you see the last 4 lines of the code, you see where declare is equal to 5. I declared a variable with the help of where keyword, and then I try to declare it with the help of let keyword. Since they are in the same block, it will show an error. Okay, the same block, you cannot do this thing. Okay, but in a different block, since it doesn't know about that declare again, that's why we were able to do it that time. The block was different. Now since here they are in the same block, that's why it showed an error. Okay, so this is about the declaration part. Can we declare same variables inside? With the help of where, you can define same variable multiple times, because the scope of that is not that doesn't have any scope. But when we use let keyword, the scope is within that block. Okay, so this is all about the let keyword. Now let's talk about const keyword. Const reference and the value through property can be changed. So if we talk about constant variables, right? When I define something with the help of const, okay, let's suppose we define const do not change 10. Okay, so now this variable cannot be reinitialized, as we saw earlier, right? We cannot reinitialize this, right? It will throw an error. But when I define the object which is constant, its property can be changed. If you see const object, we don't know about constant, we don't know about objects yet, but little bit of idea later we will cover this thing. Okay, so object is equal to name Jimmy. So there is a property name that is equal to Jimmy. And now what we did, we just manipulated this object. We added one more property, that is age equal to 23. Now we again change the name to Jim. So when I try to print this object, okay, it will give us name equal to Jim, right? There's a name property which has a value Jim and age is a 23. Now since these properties can be changed, but when I try to change the reference of this, that object equal to Jimmy, I try to make this object as string, right, equal to Jimmy, it threw an error, right? Assignment to constant variable is not possible. We are reinitializing it, right? So when in the second image that is on the right hand side of your screen, that const do not change equal to 10, then I try to change that do not change to 100, it showed an error. Assignment to constant variable is not possible. Okay, this is all about constant data type. Now before jumping into data types, let's see the demo of this constant very quickly. Okay, now let's see the constant. Now what do you mean by this thing? If const a equal to 10, now let's suppose I try to reinitialize it to 100, now it will throw an error. Okay, because I have defined it, I cannot reinitialize it. Okay, it's once it is initialized, it cannot be reinitialized. Now let's see the error. Identify a has already been declared, right? So a was declared, it has been declared again. Okay, maybe this is some other error that we are getting. Yeah, because we have initialized it here. Okay, we saw this thing, right? Let's save this thing. And because we were redeclaring, the error was different, right? N is not defined, right? We saw n is not defined. 1 minute again. Yeah, this is the error. N is not defined. Now let's save this thing again. You see, reading errors is very important, right? Now you see, assignment to a constant variable is not possible, right? So this is all about constant. Now let's talk about data types. So data types, JavaScript is dynamically typed, right? We saw there is no specific data type that you have to explicitly tell the JS engine, right? If you use var name equal to Fazan, it will automatically think that this is a string. If you use var name equal to 10, it will automatically think that this is a number, right? So now what are these data types? It does not need to specify data type explicitly of the variable at the time of declaration. Okay, data types are divided into two broad categories, that is primitive and non-primitive. Now let's see what are the primitive data types. First one is a number. So if you define something var a equal to 23, so this is a number. If you define var b equal to what, 444.66, right? So this is again a floating point number, but it falls under the number category. So integers and floating point numbers fall in the number data type category. Okay, now if you see var c equal to 34, it is again what, a negative number, but again it falls in the negative what, a number category. So this is the first data type, right, the number. Now let's see the second data type. We will see how many primitive data types are there and how many non-primitive data types are there. Okay, now let's talk about string. So string is a sequence of characters, as we all know, right? So if you see var s1 equal to hello world is a string, right? Now if you see this var s1 equal to hello world, this is a string. When you try to console, when you try to print it, it will show us the hello world. Now var s2 is again what, a string, wherein we have again defined hello world. Now var age is equal to 20, and then we try to print this thing, right? Alex is this is something that with which we can print this thing. Okay, so Alex is $, and then these curly braces. This will just give us the this will just treat this thing as a string, right? There are three ways with which we can just print out the string. We can also use Alex is, then plus sign, then $, then the age. Okay, that can be done, or we can use it in with the help of this thing. Okay, console.log s3, it gives Alex is equal to 20. Alex is 20, the age of Alex, right? So before moving to Boolean, let me just quickly show you the demo part of it. Now let's go to the console and try to figure out the things there. So if you see var a equal to 10, right? Now if we try to, okay, var has been, okay, let's clear this thing first. And since we have errors from the file, let's try to remove those as well, since we were trying to do this thing. Okay, now let's save this file and let's go back to this thing. Just a minute. Yeah, so now if we do var a equal to 10, right, we saw this thing. Now if we try to a has been already declared. Okay, it's of the file. Okay, good. So var, let's say abc equal to 10. Okay, now variable has been declared. If we write type of a, so it will give us a type. So a is the number, right? We saw that. If we do var a equal to -10, right, abc equal to -10, then we try type of abc, what it is, it's number again. So when we do type of 10.999, then type of abc, it's again a number. Now we saw string, how we declare a string. Var name, let's suppose var name equal to, right, let's suppose gbgr, then the string. Now if we do type of this name, it should give us the string, right? Type of name is string. Okay, now let's try to print this thing. I told you there are 2-3 ways with which we can print this string. Okay, now let's try to do that thing in the file. Okay, the external file that we have created. Okay, now let's define var a equal to, let's name it Fazan. Okay, now let's try to print some things with it. Okay, the first way with which you can print this on the screen is console.log, and then what I will write as let's suppose name plus equal to, in the string Fazan is 24 years old, is 24 years old. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then the second thing with which we can do this thing is this thing, console.log, and this is something that will be present on the tab button, right? In the it will be present somewhere on the keyboard where you have not sign. Okay, so you will write this thing when you shift it, and when you just press it, you will get this thing. Okay, now you will just write this $sign, and then you will just print your name, okay, without using concatenation operator, and is 24 years old. So you see the different ways with which you can print the string. You see, earlier what we did, we used concatenation operation, but with the help of this $sign and these curly braces, we'll get the same result. Okay, so now let's remove this thing because it will say that where has been already defined. Okay, now let's try to run this thing. You see, GBGR is 24 years old and GAGR is 24 years old. Okay, let's go back to this thing. Okay, now we got the point. Okay, this is all about strings. Now let's go back to Boolean. So the third primitive data type we have is Boolean. Okay, so what is a Boolean? It is used when we need to assign a variable either a true or a false. For example, var is valid, true. So when we try to access is valid, it gives us the result true. There are other values which may be treated either true or false. For example, if you talk about 1, it will be treated as true, right? If you talk about -1, again it will be treated as true. So if we talk about this curly braces, again it will be treated as true. If you talk about string 0, it will be treated as true. When we talk about empty string, it will be again treated as true, right? You see different things that values are treated as true, are truthy. So what do you mean by this thing? Some of these values are treated as true, so we can use them. Since it is not a best way or best approach to do, but sometimes you use one, right, to say if while 1, that means this condition is always true unless and until we break out from it, right? So this is all about Boolean. So values are there are some values which are treated as falsy, right? Those are called falsy, right? 0 is treated as false, null is treated as false, undefined is treated as false, not a number is treated as false, string is treated as without anything, right? Therein earlier we have some space in it. Right now we don't have any space, it will be treated as false. Okay, empty string. Now the null and undefined. So these primitive data types will, maybe you think that these are similar, but these have a very small kind of a difference, but they are two different primitive data types. When I talk about undefined, it's used to specify a variable whose value is not defined yet. Okay, value is not defined, but it is declared. A var may be undefined because its value is not known yet. Okay, you see the difference? So var a, it has been declared, but it hasn't been initialized yet. Okay, when we try to access this a, it gives undefined. Now, what happens when we talk what is null? It's used to explicitly specify that the value of this variable is null. Specifies that value is null, right? When we talk about var b equal to null, this is specific. We are specifying explicitly that this value is null. It has been initialized. There's a difference. You got the point, right? So that thing has been declared and not initialized. So that's why that is undefined. Wherein if we talk about b equal to null, that thing has been defined and it is explicitly equal to null. That means this value contains nothing. Earlier, this b contains nothing. When we talk about b, it has not been initialized. We don't know what it is, but it has been declared. Okay. Now let's talk about the other data type, that is symbol. This is generally used for creating unique properties of objects. For example, if we talk about let sim1 equal to symbol, that is equal to 4. So this 4 will be FOO will be uniquely, if you want to uniquely identify unique properties, if you want to assign something uniquely, you use symbol. It's not used much, right? If you see, we have declared two sim1 and sim2. So these are two different properties. Okay, these are two different variables. Okay, and though they contain same value, but they are uniquely defined. Okay, we don't use this much, but you should know that there is such kind of a data type. Okay, now let's talk about non-primitive data types. So there are There are we will talk about in this session, or in this tutorial, we will talk about 3 non-primitive data types. Okay, so the first one is object. It is basically a collection of key value pairs. Okay, it is defined within the curly braces. Okay, these curly braces that you see, var fruits, and then the curly brace, and then then it ends, and then the end of statement, right? So this is a object, and it has a value, that is it has a key value pair. What do you mean by this thing? This apple is a key and red is a value, watermelon is a key and green is a value. Okay, it has a key value pair where value can be some property or a function. Okay, it can be some properties or it can be functions. Okay, so var fruits, apple, watermelon, and mango, these are all keys. Red, green, and yellow are its values. So when we try to access this thing, we can use a dot operator, or you can use these square brackets, and within these quotes you can write that property name and it will give you its value. So also you can use fruits dot apple, it will also give you the same value, that is red. Okay, now let's talk about how we create these objects. Okay, we can create it in 2 ways, right? With the help of object literal, right? We will see what do you mean by this literal. Okay, and also with the help of this new keyword. Now when we talk about the object literal, it uses these curly braces to create an object. What do you mean by literal, and what do you mean by keyword? Keyword is something that is reserved for something, right? When you talk about var, it's a keyword, right? We can't use that as a variable name. We saw that earlier, right? Const, let, these are all keywords. But the string that is defined, right? The string and the double quotes, are these double quotes keywords? No, these are literals. Similarly, when we define object, everything that is within these curly braces is the property, right? And the single quotes with which we define our properties, right? The value is again a literal. Let me show you this thing, right? So these single quotes are literals. These curly braces are literals. These semicolon and end of statements are literals. These square brackets are literals, right? True is a literal, false is a literal. Okay, these are all literals. Okay, in the latest version, you can directly specify the function without explicitly writing the key and the colon. Okay, you can just I mean to say, I will show you this. There's an example I have shown. So this, you can see the function that is written directly. We haven't written that, okay, eat, then semicolon, then function, then these parentheses, these brackets. Okay, we don't use that thing. In the new ES version, we can just simply write eat and then these bracket signs and then what the function does. Okay, now properties can be accessed with the help of dot operator, we saw, right? And with the help of these double quotes. Okay, now if you see this example, let animal is the object that we created, and the properties that it has is name, color, and eat. Eat is a function, obviously, and name and color are its properties, and name is equal to cat, and color is the value associated with color is black. Then the function with the help of this, that means this is referring to this particular object. So this dot name will refer to cat, and cat is eating. So when we try to call this function with the help of dot operator, that is animal dot eat, we will get cat is eating. Similarly, when we try to access some other properties, not with the help of dot operator, we can also use these square brackets, and inside that we will write double quotes color. We can get the black, right? The value of that color. Okay, that property. Now let's see the demo of objects. So how you create an object is with the help of var keyword, right? Let's name it obj. Now here we will define our objects with the help of object literal. Okay, so object equal to, then these curly braces, right? Then the name, and then semicolon. Let's name this thing as Fazan, right? And then we have the roll number, right? Roll number. Let's suppose 10, right? So, and now let's define a function. Let's define a function. Let's say sing. Sing is a function, and then function. Okay. We don't need a function argument. It's a function. Let's suppose we try to console.log, and then what we try to do with the help of these operators, we wrote something like this. Okay, what this dot name, that is Fazan, refers to Fazan, right? Okay, sings, right? That's it. And then what we do, we'll just write obj dot name. Okay, with the help of dot operator, we try to print this thing. It won't print anything. We have to just use console.log here, console.log, so that it will print this obj.name, right? Print this thing. Then again, what we will do, we'll just write obj dot sing. Let's call this function. Okay, and then we will try to access it with the help of that other operator that we saw, right? Console.log obj, these square brackets, and then double quotes, right? And the double quotes we will write roll number. That's it. Okay, now let's try to save this file, and then let's try to run this thing. Okay, we got an error, undefined token. Just a minute. In line number 22, right? Line number 22 is here. Okay, this thing. Okay, we haven't missed this thing, and this should work fine. Yeah, let's see. Let's save this file. Let's try to run this thing. Okay, it gives still an error. Let's go back in our slides. Are we missing anything? Is there error of some other thing? Obj equal to name. Okay, this is a string. Okay, name equal to 10. Number equal to 10, sings. Okay. This thing. Let's save this file, and now let's try to run this again. Yeah. So we got this thing, right? So Fazan, the name, Fazan sings, then the function call, and then we are trying to print the integer, the roll number of the, right? That is associated with the object. So with the help of this object, we can create these things. Now, if you just, what I told you earlier, the new thing, right? Without writing this thing, we can skip all this thing. And when we try to save this thing, and now let's try to run this thing. Okay, so it gives still the same output. Okay, this is all about how we declare a function with the help of object literal. Okay, let's go back to the slide. So this is how we did it, right? We saw both the approaches, right? With the help of colon, we call the function, and with the help of that new ES6 property that we can skip colon sign, right? And the function, so that can be skipped. Okay, so now with the help of this new keyword, we can use, right? Now with the help of this new keyword is used to create object via constructor. That is, through constructor we can create our objects. The second approach, dot or quotes, can be used to assign properties of the objects, right? We'll see how we will when we cover object oriented programming in this session or in this tutorial, right? We will see how we can access these things and how to create these things. For now, let's understand how we can, what is the other way. Okay, let animal equal to new objects. This object is a constructor. With the help of new keyword, we will We'll allocate memory to this, and animal is the name of the object. Now with the help of dot operator, we can manipulate this animal object, right? We can add properties to it. That animal name is cat, animal color is black, and animal has a function that is eat, which just says this dot name is eating, that is cat is eating, right? So this is the other way with which we can create our objects. So we saw the two ways. Now you won't be able to understand that much this time. Maybe after when we cover some OOPS, right, that is object oriented programming, at that time we will declare this, we will define, or we will talk about this thing again. Okay, now the object comparison. So we saw these double equal to sign and triple equal to sign, and object is, right, checks the referential equality, right? When we declare two objects, right, with the help of right, one is with the help of new keyword, right, animal, and then we assign this animal to cat and to dog. Now when we compared cat and dog, they are referring to the same object, so they will give true. But when we define another variable, another object, that is horse, new address will be allocated, right? So this cat and horse is not true, right, because they have different references, right? They will give an output when we try to compare their references, they will be different, so they will give false. Similarly, when we do triple equal to sign cat and horse, again it will be false because they don't have the same reference, right? And when we do object dot is cat and horse, again it will give false. So there is another way with which we can compare our objects is with the help of JSON.stringify. So this thing is nothing but it converts whatever the data is present inside the object, it converts it to the string, so that the type of them becomes equal. So now if you try to use, right, now both these cats, the object cat and object horse, whatever the value was there, that was same, but the type was different. Now both of these are converted into strings. Now the type is also same and the content is also same. So that's why when we use triple equal to sign with these objects, right, cat and horse, they will give true. The result will be true. Now let's see the demo of these comparisons that we talked, right? We'll try to do it in here. Okay, so I told you earlier that just a minute. I told you that plus 0, double equal to minus 0. This shouldn't give the result as true, because something, when we talk about this thing, these are two different things. So what we will do here, we will just write object dot is, and then we try to compare these things, right? So this comes in handy when we have to compare these things. So this will give us false result. Now not a number, that NaN, right? NaN that we have, NaN equal to NaN. Again, the weird nature of JavaScript, it will give us the false result. But when we use object.is, that is NaN equal to NaN, it will give us the result as true, right? So this is all how we compare objects. Okay, now if you see NaN triple equal to NaN, again this would have given us the wrong result, right? That is false. But these not a number and not a number are same, right? So this is how we compare our objects with the help of equal to sign, triple equal to, and object dot is. Similarly, JSON.stringify is also there, which converts every property of the object which is present into string, so that the comparison is made easy, and we can so basically if we want to compare anything from the browser or from the web page to the browser, basically JSON.stringify can be used. Okay, basically everything within these JSON.stringify, whenever we use this thing, everything is in the form of string, so we can use that thing. Now let's talk about arrays. So it is used to store ordered data together. Okay, what do you mean by this thing? So if you want to store some data together, let's suppose you want to store 5 numbers, right, and maybe 2 strings together. So you need an array for that. It is defined within a square brackets, that is the square brackets that you can see, and can have elements of different types. What are those data types? That it can be string, a boolean, a number, right? It can be null, it can be undefined, right? So all these data types can be present in an array. So what do you mean by this thing? That this array will contain not homogeneous but heterogeneous elements. So if you see the example here shown on your screen where a equal to 1, true and hello, these are all elements of this array. Now if you try to access this, we use a within the square brackets, you write the index of that element, right? If you write 2, that means we will be trying to access the third element in the array that is having index 2. So hello will be printed. You can also leave some positions, right? If you see 2, 3, and then there is a space and then there is 4. Now if you try to access that, it will give us an output as undefined. So let's see the demo of it. We go into our JS file and then what we will write as var a, that is the array, let's name it ARR, and then these square brackets, and then you can enter anything. Let's suppose I have entered all the numbers here, and then the end of statement, and then we try to console.log. Now we try to access this element or one of these elements. What do we write? This array and the index, that is 2, let's suppose. So we are trying to access the third element. That means we should get an output as 3, right? We should get an output as 3. So we can also leave some spaces. Let's declare another array, that is ARR2. Let's suppose ARR1, and then we define it and we initialize the elements, that is these elements are present in this array. Now let's leave some space so that we will get the undefined message for that element. Okay, we have left one space, and now when we try to console.log this element, what will be the output? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5th element. That means it will be present at index 4, right? So now what should be the output? It should be undefined. Right, now let's save this file and now let's try to run this thing. So this is the file. So now write Ctrl+Shift+I and you will get the console. You see 3 and undefined as the output. Okay, now let's go back to our slides. Now this is how you define an array and this is how you access the elements, right? Now we can also create this array using new keyword, right? We will see what this new keyword is when we talk about oops, right? This new keywords basically allocates memory, right? Array are special type of objects and new keyword can be used to create an array, right? Then we have this array constructor, right? We have defined this let ARR equal to new array. And this array is the constructor, and in that constructor we are passing 3 arguments. That is one of number, that is the type of this is number, then we have string, then we have object as an argument. Okay, now when we try to access all the elements, you just write ARR and it should give you the output as 23, cat and the object. Okay, now if you try to see the type of this array, right, what is the type of this, right? If you see number, when you wrote, for example, let's suppose var a equal to 10, when you write type of a, you will get as a number, but when you try to find out the type of array, you will get an output as object. So everything in Java is an object, right? So when we talk about arrays and functions, both of these, the type of will be object. Okay, now what are some methods in array? So there are many methods in array. Some of the most common methods that we use regularly will be covered in this tutorial. Okay, now these push and pop are used to add and delete elements from the last respectively, right? If you use push, that we are pushing the element at the end. Okay, now if you see, we had defined an array, right? 1, 2. Now we wrote arr.push 3. So this 3 will be added at the end. Okay, now when we try to pop something, we don't have to specify any arguments, right? Here in push, we need one argument, that is the element that we are trying to push in the array at the last index. Now when you wrote ARR, that is the array name .pop, it will just pop out that element. Now let's see the demo of it. We will use the same array, that is ARR.push. We are pushing the element. Let's suppose we it doesn't have to be what a number, right? We can push string as well. Let's name it Fazan that we are trying to push. So it will be push at the end. Now let's try to push again, okay? So that we will find, when we pop out the element, we will find something. So now let's say Taz is the element that we are trying to push, is again of type string. Now when we try to pop the element, right, let's suppose pop, now it will return Taz, right? Now what we will do, we will just write console.log and we'll try to print that element which this function return, which this method return. Now let's save this file, and when we go into our console, just refresh the page, you see you got Taz as the output. And now if you try to access this ARR, right, just write ARR here, you see the elements present in this array are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and Fazan. We also inserted what? At the last index we also inserted Taz, but it was removed later. Okay. Now this is about push and pop method. Now you might be thinking that can we do something with which we can enter elements at the first index, right? Yes, we have two methods for that. So for inserting and for removing. They are used to add and delete elements from the front respectively, right? We have the same array, right? ARR 1 and 2. When you use unshift, it will insert the element at the index, at the first index, right? When we talk about arrays, indexing starts from 0. So at 0th index, this 3 will be present. And now when we try to remove this thing, we will use arr.shift. That is the method, shift method, to remove that element from the first index. Now let's see the demo of this. Now similarly, what we do, we will do same thing on this array. Okay. Now let's try to do what? Unshift, so that we can enter some elements at the first index. We wrote unshift, and then let's suppose you entered 1000, right? So it will be present at the first index. Then again, we will try to do unshift. Let me just copy this thing. Right, we just copied this thing, and now let's name it 10. Okay, then let's suppose you want to access something, and then try to console.log, and then what we wrote, ARR of 0th, that is the first index. We will see 10, and when we write this console.log, and then what we will do, we'll do arr.shift, so that it will remove this element, and then we are trying to print that element. Okay, so what should be the output? It should be 10, right? Now let's save this file and go into our console, and now let's do one thing. Let's refresh this. You see we got 10 as the output, and now if you try to access the ARR, you see we got 1000 as our first index element, right? Element present at the first index is 1000. Earlier it was 10, then we removed that, right? So that's why we get the output in the 19th line of the script file that we have made. The 19th line, we will be trying to print that element, right? Which we just returned from the shift method. Okay, so this is all about shift method, the shift and the unshift. So with these methods, you can just enter elements at the first index. Now let's talk about another important method, that is splice. So it's used to enter or add new elements in the array from specified location, right? We have two arguments in this, to and from these indexes, between these indexes. Okay, now if you see, let me just quickly show the demo, and then the things will be much clearer. Okay, you just have to, on the same method, if you write arr.splice, okay, right, and then we specify the indexes. Let's suppose we wrote 1 and 3, and then we wrote the argument. The third argument is for the thing that you want to replace these indexes with. Let's suppose you want to replace it with some number. Let's suppose 999. Okay, now when you try to save this thing, and when we go into the console, when we refresh this, nothing will change, the output will remain same. But when we try to access this ARR, You see, earlier, what was the array? Have we printed it? No. So earlier, what was the array? It was, let me just go back into this thing and let me just print here the array. Okay. The first index. Console.log. The first index. Right. We haven't seen how to loop around, so that's why I'm not using any loop. Okay. We haven't studied that thing yet, so that's why I'm not using it. So we will just check these three elements that we just replaced. Okay. I can use loop to iterate through it, but I'm not using that because there is a reason we haven't covered it yet. So it will be covered. So I just printed these three elements, and now when we go back in a console and then we try to access, so you see 1, 2 and 3. These are the three elements, right? From index first, the first index that is present, right? 1 is present at is the second element, 2 is the third element, and 3 is the fourth element, right? And now when we try to access the array, you see these 1, 2 and 3 are replaced with 999. Okay, now splice, what it does. So earlier what we did, we were not trying to replace it. We were just entering elements and removing elements from the first index and from the last index with the help of push and pop and shift and unshift, right? So can we remove something from this array.splice, right? Can we use it to remove a certain set of elements? Yes, we can. So you just have to specify. For example, now you see what is the array? It's 1000, 99, 999, 4 and 5. Now let's try to remove all these things. Can we remove it? Yes, we can with the help of splice method. So you just have to specify instead of this thing. Let me just copy this thing. Okay, we copied this thing and now we printed it. So from 0th index to what? We were trying to remove how many elements? 1, 2, 3, 4 elements. So we will specify it in the from 0th index up to including both of these are included. Okay, 0 is also included, 0th index is also included, and third index is also included. So all of these will be removed and we won't replace it with anything. Now when we save this file, just a minute. Now when we save this file and now when we go back in our console, so now let's refresh this thing. You see what we got as 5 and Fazan as the string. So both of these elements are all the elements which were present in the array earlier are removed. Okay, now let's go back. Now elements from index 1 and 3 are replaced by hello, as you can see. So if you see elements from 1 index, so 2, 3 and 4 are replaced with hello, as we saw. Now splice can be also used to delete the elements from the array. Okay, now let's suppose we have an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and then we try to remove elements from first index to third index. That means element second, third and fourth will be removed, right? So as we just saw, right, 2, 3 and 4 will be removed because we just used splice method. Okay, this is all about splice. Now there is another method which is very important, that is slice. Earlier what we studied was splice, now we are studying slice. So it can help to create a new array from the existing array. Okay, now what do you mean by this thing? If you see, let's suppose we have 1, 2, 3, 4 as an array, right? Now when we use slice method and one we gave argument as 1, so up to that means this we are trying to remove elements what 0th and the first up to first. So 0th element will be present in this new array, that is array 1. If you can see the second example, we have defined an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and then we use slice method. So 1 to 3, that means 2, 3 and 4 elements are the indexes, right? We are trying to access here right now, right? So 2 will be included in the new array, 3 will be included, but 4 will not be included. So because in this the last index that we are trying to access is exclusive, right? And it will be assigned, it will return an array, and that array will be assigned to this new array, that is array 1. Now let's see the demo of it as well. So earlier splice method that we use, both of the indexes were inclusive. Herein we don't have this thing. Now let's declare a new array. Then let me name it let's say new. Let's name it BAR. Now let's declare a new array and put elements in it, that is 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and let's name it 6 as well. Okay, so now when we use slice method, let's suppose we are declaring new, right? New BAR. So now what we'll be using, we will be using B array dot slice, right? Not splice, slice. Okay, now whatever will be the arguments, first argument will be inclusive and the second argument will be exclusive. Okay, so let's suppose you want new array, right? You want an array from element, what you want in that array is the first 4 elements. So what you specify here, 0 to 4, right? So 4 will not be included, but 0, 1, 2, 3 will be included. So of 1, 2, 3, 4 elements will be present in this new array. Okay, sorry. And what happens if you just let me name another array, C ARR equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, and now let's name another array, that is new CAR equal to C AR dot slice, and then what we will specify here, just this 3. Okay, now let's see what will be the output in both these arrays. So we are expecting as 1, 2, 3, 4 to be present in the new array, that is new BARR, right? The new BARR array, and in the new CARR, what will be the output? Let's see. Now let's go back into the console and let's refresh this thing. Okay, now let's access the array that was BARR. Okay, it's unchanged, right? Because we're not removing, we are just allocating new, I mean to say we are allocating these set of elements to a new array, right? What was that new? BARR. You see what are the elements present? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what we expected, right? And now if you see CARR, right, it's again unchanged. And now when we access new CARR, you see all the elements up to that index, right? So we wrote 3, so 0, 1, 2 will be included, right? So if you see what are the elements present in this array, is that it allocated memory to those elements, that is 4, 5 and 6, right, from the last index. Okay, if you see the index present, we tried to do this thing, right? So what it will do, it will just remove the third element, that is the 4th element in the array, right? That is 4, 5 and 6 up to the length of the array. Okay, so this is something similar to this thing. You might be confused. Let me show you what this thing does. This thing is similar to something when we do, let's say var new CARR2 equal to CARR dot slice. This thing is similar to doing this thing. So 3 will be included, that is third element, 4th element, right? This is, we are talking about indexes up to the length of the array. What is the length of the array? It's 6. So it will be 7. And now when we try to access the elements here, now we checked all those. Now let's check new CARR2, right? You see what are the elements present? 4, 5 and 6. Earlier, what were the elements present in new CARR? If you can see, what were the elements present here? So new CARR is same. It was CARR, right? What was the name of the array? It is C-ARR. Yeah. So what are the elements present in this new CARR2? 4, 5, and 6. Okay. This is what it does if you don't specify the second argument. Okay. Cool. So this is all about slice method. Okay. So the last element is exclusive. That's why we wrote the elements were present only the indexes. The length of the array was 6, but we wrote 7 because 7 was not inclusive. So that's why it was exclusive. So all the elements before 7, that was 6 up to 6th index, all the elements will be accessed and they will be assigned to this new array. Okay, this is all about slice. Now I told you I'm not using the how to print the elements, right? I was not using loops. So now let's see how we can access the elements in the array. So in array we will use a for loop, right? We have talked about this in the earlier slides, right? Array can be printed using for loop, for each loop, for in, or for off. These are all the versions of for loop. Okay, using for loop is simple, right? You specify, and there is one more method associated with the array, that is length, right? arr.length. This method will give you the length of the array. Okay, whatever was in the array, let's suppose there are 3 elements in the array, so length of the array will be 3. Now indexing starts from 0, so 0, 1, and 2 are the elements that we are going to access, right, with the help of for loop. Now if you use for each loop, we have studied it, how we will access this. Now for each will iterate for every item in the array, so this item will have the element, right, that is 23, then get, then the object. Okay, so then we try to print it. Okay, this is with the help of for each. Now for off, we have also seen it. What for off does, it will access the elements, right? We just have to specify for, then the item, that is it return that it iterates on the elements of the array. So it will go on the first index, then the second index, then the third index, right? It will access the elements, not the indexes, when we talk about for off. Now when we use for in, it will access the indexes. So if you try to implement this thing, right, for item in array, so it will give you the indexes. That's why what we got the output as 0, 1, 2 that you can see on your screen, right? It access the elements. So we got the indexes, then you just have to specify arr dot this item within the square brackets. Okay, that's all about how you can just print the elements in the array. So you can use you can use for loop, you can use for each, you can use for off, and you can use for in to iterate through the array. Okay, now let's talk about functions. So it is referred to a code snippet, right? A code or a snippet that generally performs some operations, right? If you want to specify or you want to do a certain kind of statements, right? Some kind of statements, you want to execute them. After executing something, then you want to execute them, then you want to execute them. So it's rather than specifying all these statements again and again, it's better to write something, write those statements which you are performing consistently, right? Like regularly you are trying to access those set of statements. You can just put those statements in a function. So it helps in modularization of the code, right? What do you mean by this thing? Basically, it will just create modules in your code, right? If you, let's suppose in your program, you just want a function that adds 2 numbers, that multiply 2 number, that divides 2 numbers. So rather than doing it individually or writing everything in a single right, in a single block, you can just modularize your code by just writing a function to add elements, to function to delete, to multiply elements, to divide elements, right? You just just write functions. Enables reusability of it as and when required. What do you mean by this thing? What do you mean by this reusability? How reusability happens? So basically, now you just passed 2 arguments. Let's suppose you are trying to add 2 elements and you pass 2 and 3, then you call the function, right? Now this time you don't want 2 and 3 to be added, you want 10 and 15. So you just have to change the arguments, and same thing will happen with those 2 elements as well, right? Those 2 arguments, that is 2 plus 5, that is 7. you will get the output as 7, right? You just have to change the arguments. So you are using your code, right? Make implementation and debugging efficient. It makes your debugging implementation very efficient and easy. Functions can be created using two ways, right? You can use the function keyword, that is function declaration, also known as function declaration, or you can use a function expression. These function declarations, when you use this function keyword, makes hoisting, right? There happens a hoisting. We will see earlier when I talked about variables, right? When you used var keyword, I talked about hoisting, and I told you that functions are also hoisted, right? Functions are fully hoisted, right? As we saw, variables were, when you use var keyword, those were partially hoisted, right? It only checks the left hand side. Now when we talk about these functions, these are hoisted completely. Okay, every time, when even if the function is same, right, you are initializing, you are declaring your function, you are defining your function, same function you define again it will be hoisted. So it's fully hoisted. Okay, and the other way is function expression, which where hoisting doesn't take place. If you are using var keyword, then hoisting will take place. We will see what a function expression is. Now let's talk about function declaration, that is using function keyword. It starts with a function keyword. If you can see in the example, function happy, the name of the function is happy, then the parenthesis sign, then the curly braces, that is the block of this function, right? And then you try to print console.log, I am grateful. That's the message in this function. Now for calling a function, you need happy, that is the name of function, and then this parenthesis to call that function. As you can see, when we call that function, we just got the output as I am grateful. It gets its definition at compile time. So everything that we do happens during compilation. Okay. Now, before jumping into function expressions, let's quickly check some of the features of these functions, right? With the help of function keyword. Okay. Now let's go into a Sublime. Okay. Now let's see. So let's first talk about hoisting. So we haven't defined a function yet, right? Let's name that, let's suppose name of that function was print. So we haven't defined it yet, right? We haven't defined it, but we're calling it. And after some steps, maybe I did something here, right? I did something here, and after that I am just defining it with the help of function keyword, right? Function, then name of the function, that is print, and then what we do, we just console.log, that is happy, that's name, that's the message that it will print. Okay, now if you can observe this code, you might be thinking that it might throw an error, but that's not the case. It won't throw an error. Why? Because hoisting happens. Now let's see, first let us run this thing and check if it gives any error or not. So let me refresh this thing, and you see happy is present without giving any errors, right? So you might be thinking that this is a weird nature of JavaScript, right? So what happens here, basically this thing happens, it will be hoisted. So something, this kind of thing happens. So the first statement will be this thing. So this thing happens. Now this happens automatically, right? So even if you are defining, you're declaring or calling it here, but it was hoisted, so you can call it easily, right? This is what hoisting does. Okay, so let's remove this thing. Obviously when you try to when you have defined it in the, that is the first line, that in the first line you have defined the function, then you can call it anywhere, right? That is what happens in all the programming languages, right? So here hoisting happens, right? So this is one of the features of this thing, right? Now you can also use something to return, right? If you write return, so this will return something. So let's suppose you returned a number, let's suppose you returned 5. Now this return keyword is to return something. Let's suppose you wanted to have, after the function is executed, you want some number, right? Let's suppose you got 2 arg. Let's change this function completely. So in the print function, you receive 2 arguments, right? Let's suppose a comma b, right? And in the print function, what you did, you just passed 5,7, and then what you did in the return, right, you return what, a plus b, let's suppose. Now you're returning something, right? And now it comes in this print, right? The value that is returned will be 7 plus 5, that is 12. So when you do here console.log, right, and then you just want to print whatever was returned, so 12 should be the output, right? So when you go into the console and when you try to refresh it, you see 12 is the output. So this is with the help of return. So there is another few properties that is associated with this function. Let's suppose you have a var variable here, right? A equal to 0. And in this, let's remove these arguments now. We don't need them. And let's remove the return statement as well. So the block, the scope of this a variable, maybe we haven't defined anywhere. Yes, we haven't defined. So the block of this a is global, right? And the scope of this a is global. And something that we define in this b, let's suppose we define something here where b equal to 0. So the scope of this b should be within this block, right? And if you try to, let's suppose you change the value of a to 10, okay, and let's suppose you console.log here, okay, a, and after this function is called, right, let's call this function print. We haven't called it, right? Let's call this function as well. So print is called, okay, we haven't called it, right? Yeah, we haven't called it. So we call this print, and after that we try to access this a to check what will be the value. Since we have changed it, should the value will be changed or not, and can we access this b? Okay, let's see. And now let's save this file. Let's go into our console and let's run this thing. You see, b is not defined. Obviously the scope of b was in the what, in that function, right? The scope, even if we have declared it with the help of var, so the scope is whatever we define in the function, the scope is limited within that function, okay? And if you see the global variable that we defined, a, scope of which was global, earlier we got 0, but in the function we changed that to 10. So when we try to access that, the value has been changed, okay? You see the scope of the this function, right? So this is all about this function. That is function declaration, right? So we saw how we compiled, how we called the function, how we saw return statements, right? All of this thing is covered. Now let's talk about function expression. It starts with a var keyword and then the assignment operator. So if you see var faith equal to function, that is the function part that we are declaring a function, and this faith is the name of the variable which is a function, right? And then we console.log hope, right? So when we call this variable, right, for calling it we need parentheses, so that's why faith parenthesis, we call this function expression, and then we got the output as hope. Gets its definition, what we saw, the function declaration gets its definition at compile time. These function gets its definition, the function expression will get its definition at runtime, okay? Now let's quickly see a demo of it as well. Okay, we are in this thing. Let's go here. Yeah, so how you define it with the help of var keyword, then the name of the function, let's suppose let's name it again print with a different spelling, okay? Then the function, right? And we don't need arguments. And then the function body, in the function body, let's say we write console.log awesome, and then we try to call this function with the help of print, right? Name print, and within the parentheses you can also do this thing, right? This function, and how we define a function, that a function keyword, and along with we have some name, right? Let's suppose the name of this function, let's name it ak, okay? Can we access this aka here? Can we call this? Can we call this thing? No, this will throw an error. So we'll see, and this will be the output of here will be awesome, right? Let's remove this thing because it will throw an error. It throwed earlier, it throwed an error. So here it will be error again. We'll see what is there. Let's save this file and let's go and run this thing. You see, we got the awesome, and then aka is not defined, right? So you see the difference between a function declaration and a function expression. Whatever you wrote, it's one and the same thing. It doesn't matter if you write the name of the function there or not. You cannot access it. Okay, it throwed an error, right? On the line number 60, it throwed that aka is not defined, and rightly so, because this aka we defined it here, right? And since this is not how we access a function expression, so that's why this throwed an error. Okay, done. So this is how we deal with function expressions. Now let's talk about immediately invoked function expressions. So what are these functions? These functions are invoked once we declare them, we give their body, and at that same particular time, at that time, these functions are called. Okay, so these are function expressions, not function declarations. Okay, JavaScript consider above as a function expression as it's not starting with a function keyword. Obviously, so something which is starting from function, that is we write function, so that is considered as function declarations, and something which is not starting from these function keyword, that is called as function expression. So this is treated as a function expression. So it is not hoisted by JavaScript engine, right? So what do you mean by this thing? As I told you earlier, only two things are hoisted. What are those? When we use var keyword and when we use function keyword. Okay, there is no explicit calling for immediately invoke function expressions, right? We don't require the calling thing, right? As we saw, we used to call things, right? We used to call expressions, right? Even if we are using function expression or if you're using function declarations, we used to call them, but that's not the case here. Function expressions can be invoked immediately, but function definitions cannot. So if you try to do something here, right, when you if you want to be smart, right, and now you want to do this thing, right, you want to apply this thing on function declarations, but it will throw you an error. Function is not executed as soon as it is created. So when we're using function keyword, it won't be executed as soon as we are creating it. Okay, if you can see the example here of this immediately invoke function, right, function expression rather, to be specific. So you see what you wrote is it starts from a bracket sign and ends at the bracket sign, right? So within these brackets and the last two brackets we specify the arguments. So how we write it? Function, the two arguments that we passed, right, and then we are trying to add those numbers. Okay, and as soon as we have finished this writing, it will be called at that particular time. Okay, now let's see the example of it. So now let's see the example of it. So how we declare this thing? It starts with this bracket sign, and then the arguments will be present here, right? 4 and 5, let's suppose 4 and 4, and then this function calling happens, and within this we write function, right, and then we specify the arguments, right, a and b, right, these are the arguments, and then this thing, right, and in this thing we write console.log, and then what we try to do, a plus b, and then the end of statement. Okay, this is how we do it. And if you want to be if you want to give some styling to it, so you can. By styling I mean writing everything in different line. So that's it. So this is how a function immediately invoke function looks like. So if you see, again, the name is not present here, right? The name of the function is not present. Then the argument, same as a function expression, how we declare a function expression. But there's only one difference, that so we put a bracket sign and then the function, how we declare function expressions. And after that, we will pass the arguments, right? Now let's go back in this thing. So now let's save this thing. It will be called at the same time. So what will be the output? It should be 8. 4 plus 4, that is 8. Okay. Now let's go into the console and let's try to run this thing. You got the 8. Awesome was earlier what we did, right? So this is all about function expressions, right? Immediately invoke function expressions. Now let's talk about some methods of functions. These are few methods of functions that can be used for various additional functionalities, like we have call, bind, and apply, for example. Now let's talk about what are these methods, okay? Now let's see call and apply. Where can we use them? Basically, these methods are used to borrow methods from another function. Okay, let me give you an example first, then we can relate to these things. Okay, now let's quickly check these things. Okay, so this is our JavaScript file and this is the HTML5 file. Therein we have the basic structure of HTML and we just uses the script tag to connect this first.js. Okay, now if I save these files and let's see if these things are connected. Now let me refresh this. Yeah, you see connected to external JavaScript file. Okay, now let's go back. Now let's go back to this thing wherein we will code. Now let's talk about call. Let's see, let's make a function first. Okay, let me create a function named print. Okay, let's say we just used this function to print we just use this function to print something. Okay, let's say hello. Okay, that's it. Now let's call this function. This is how we call the function, right? That's it. Let's save this file and let's see what is the output. Okay, you see hello, we got the output. Okay, now what happens under the hood is that this function is called in a similar way, like if I wrote something like dot as its a properties, or that is just something associated with functions, right? These call, apply, and bind. So if I wrote something this, there will be nothing. It will still result in the same output. And if I wrote something like this, call dot apply. So let's save this file. Now what is the output that we are expecting? That hello and hello, right? 2 times hello, because first this, when we use call property, it will give hello. Then when we used apply property, it will again give hello. So let's see the output now. Let's refresh this page. Now you see what happens under the hood. So it is just a shorthand notation that we used until now. What? Just calling that function, that is with the name and with the bracket sign. What happens under the hood is that these two functions are called. Now the question is, if both of these are doing the same thing, then what is the difference between them, right? If you can see, both of them we used to call what? When we use call, we got the same output, and when we used apply, we get the same output. Now what is the difference? Basically, these methods are used to borrow methods. Okay, these methods, that is these properties of function, are used to borrow methods from another object. If you can see, therein we have two objects, right? Human is one object and animal is another object. Okay, now in animal we have two properties, right? First is the name and another is the function, right? So these are two functions, two properties. One is name, another is eat. And the another object that we have is human object, right? Wherein we have only one property, that is name, right? In the example. Now if you see, when I call this method, that is eat method of with the help of animal object, right? So we get the output as apple, animal eating 5 apples. Don't get into the grammar. So it's just that I am calling this eat function with the help of animal, right? If you can see, now what I did, I called the eat method, right? And then I used call, passing him the object, the human object, and the other two arguments. Now what happened? You see, it's showing that this human is eating 2 oranges, right? You see how we borrowed the method of animal object, right? Let me show you an example. It will be clearer. Okay. Now let's go into this. Now you see, let's create 2 objects quickly. Okay. Now let's remove these things. Now let's see the differences. Okay. Let's create these objects first. Okay. So let's suppose this is my first object, animal. Okay. Equal to how you create an object with the help of literals, this thing, right? And then we press the end of statement, and now let's declare or initialize its properties. So the first property is, just a minute, so the first property is name, right? And we have this, let's suppose, let's name some animal. Okay, dog. This is the first thing. Then, and let's see, eat. That's it. Okay, it's a function, so we will use the new syntax. We can use eat, then semicolon, and then the function. Then under the function we can use that as well. And this eat will have 2 arguments, a comma b. Let's name them a comma b. And then we have the function body, wherein we just used console.log, right? Now what we will do, we will just use this dog. So what will I do? I will just write this dot name. Now, so this is something that will be associated with this dog, right? Dog is eating. Let's suppose, let's name it something. Let's name what? Dog is eating bone, 5 bones. Okay. This dot name plus dog. That means we get the dog here, right? This dot name, and then is eating, then the number that we get from the function, that is the argument, is eating 5, and then what he is eating plus that thing, right? And let's separate them as well with the help of space, and he is eating 5 bones. Okay, we will pass these things. Okay, now we have this animal object, right? And now let's create let's create another object. Let's name it human. Okay, now human will also eat, but does he eat the same thing? No. So let's name this human. Let's name any human. Let's call it Ravi. So that's it, right? Okay, yeah. So now we have another property for human, wherein we just wrote what? Name equal to Ravi. That's it, right, guys? So you see, now one thing to notice, that animal is having what? Animal is having 2 properties, right? And human is having only single property. Now let's see how, with the help of this call method, how we can borrow the method that is present in animal. Okay, now let's call this function. How we will call this? With the help of object, right? Animal, right? Dot, let's call it simple first. Let's call eat. That's it, right? Now when we call eat, now we will pass him. In this name will be dog, right? Is eating 5 bones. Let's pass these arguments, 5 comma, and then the string, that is bones. Okay, now let's save this file. Let's see if it works right now, if everything is in place or not. So dog is eating 5 bones. There is a spacing issue, it's rectified. So let's put another space, and that's it. So now we saved our file. So this is working, right? Now let's see how we can borrow this eat method for this human as well. Okay, now if we use animal, because it is present in that object, right? Eat. Now when we use call, this will help us to borrow that method. So first we will write the name, right, of the object that wants to borrow that method. Okay, so herein we will write what? Human is the object, right? Human is the object. Then the 2 arguments, right? Now let's suppose, what do you want to write? For example, let's say Ravi is eating 5 biscuits or chips. Okay, let's pass those arguments. Let's say 10, he's hungry, so 10 chips. Now you see this method, that is eat method, is not present in the human. You are getting these things, right? So this method is not present here, right? So now what happens with the help of call, we are able to borrow the method that is present in animal. Let's save this file, okay? And now let's try to run this. You see, dog is eating 5 bones, Ravi is eating 10 chips. So what happened here? So what we did here was that we borrowed that method. Now, can we do the same thing with the help of what? Apply as well? So let's check that as well, okay? Where is our code? So if I just wrote apply here, will that work? Let's see. I saved this file and I try to run this. So you see what happened. Is this the error that we get? Okay, apply, yes. Now we got this error, right? Create list array like called on a non-object add. So at line number 30. So if you see this apply, you got the difference, right? If we just replace this call, which we did in the earlier case, wherein we just called what was the function in print dot apply and print dot call, they were working in a similar fashion. But here we saw that this is giving an error. So how we can rectify it? We just, the 2 arguments that we passed for that eat method will be passed in the form of array. That's it. So these bracket sign, square brackets, when I put on these arguments. Now let's save this thing and let's see if it works or not. Now let's run this thing. You see, now you got the difference, right? There we passed the arguments in the form of, or whatever they were in the form of, right? There were 3 arguments. Now in here, when we applied apply, we had to pass an array of properties, right? Array of arguments, right? So you get the difference between how to pass an argument within what eat, within what apply and call. So this is one of the first differences. Okay. Now let's go back to the slide. Now you see this. Now we use call method, therein we will pass the arguments, and when we use apply, we pass the array of arguments, right? Array in the form of array. Okay. Now let's see how bind is. Now what does bind do? We saw call, we saw apply. Now what is bind? So bind returns the function definition that can be called later. What does this mean? So if we can see in the example wherein we have animal, same, this is doing the same thing, this is same just we did, and therein we have another object. So when we use this call, you see human eat is the example, and now what we are doing, we are using animal.eat.bind. Let me show you in the form of example first, so that we can just, visualize it later. Okay, you might get confused here. Okay, so now let's remove these things. We don't need these things anymore. Let's remove these things. Okay, now if I just replace this thing with bind, will this work? What is the error that we get? Let's save this thing. Okay, I told you these are properties, but what was the fun in that if we are going to do the same thing with all the 3 methods, right? Now you see we didn't get anything, right? Because whatever bind will just return the function. Okay, now this thing, whatever we did here, we want to, this will let me remove this thing. Okay, when we pass this thing, okay, human, and let's run this, still nothing, right? So how bind will work, we are binding the human object. Now whenever we pass this object, this will return a function. Okay, now once it will return the function, now that, let me just initialize something so that we will see, is that what we get, is the let's suppose, let's create another thing, that is human eat. Now this will act as a function which will return this whatever is present in the animal method. Okay, because we are calling on the animal object, right? So now this will be the this object will be similar, right? Similar to what? Animal. Okay. Now, once it return the function, now we can call this human function, human.eat. Okay, sorry, human hyphen eat. And now it will act as same as what? Calling an object, calling a function with the help of two arguments. Okay. Now, what is React? React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. Now, there's a difference between a library and a framework. Library is a pre-written code that is developed already, right? Everything is done already. It is in its original form. That means there are no errors. There will be no errors, and it's compiled for us. We just have to use it. It is readily available for us. For example, mat.js, day.js. These are some libraries. Now, a framework is something wherein the control of your application is not up to you. It is up to the framework, which is not in the case of library. Now, React was developed by Facebook in 2011, right? It was developed in 2011. Now, what is the beauty of this React is that you are able to divide your web page into components. Now, we'll talk about more and more about these components while we move ahead with this course, right? For now, you can think of these components as something which you can reuse again and again by making minimal changes. Okay. Now, why should you go for React? So there are alternatives like AngularJS, right? Vue.js. Now, AngularJS is a framework, and now the control of your application will not be up to you, right? So, which is not in the case of React. So reusing components, as we spoke earlier about what components, right? Now you will be able to reuse these components as your web page is divided into components, right? It is easy to learn. While we complete this course, you see that all the necessary things that are required to learn React will be covered. So it's very easy to learn, and it is trusted by some leading companies like Facebook, Netflix, PayPal, Tesla, etc. Right? So all of these use something. Some components are written in React or the other. Okay, and there are a lot of job opportunities on React, and most of them are for freshers and some with experience as well. Okay, and it is mainly used for single page applications. Now you might be thinking, what is this single page application? So a single page application is that you are going to make a single request, right, to the server. Earlier in the traditional system, right, what used to happen, that you used to send a request to your server, and then the response came back, and then again the server it goes to the server and then responds, and this to and fro movement was very much time consuming. Now what happens, the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript as the response, right? So what can be a response? So basically, it can be an HTML in the form of HTML tags, CSS, or JavaScript. They can be a response, right, from the server. Now, this was the case in earlier traditional systems, right? But in single page application, what happens? There is a single request and a single response. Now, how do we do that? With the help of virtual DOMs, right? There is something which is known as virtual DOM. That means part of that of your web page gets updated, or it gets refreshed, right, whenever you send a response, right, whenever you send a request, and that is handled by React only updates that object in the actual DOM, right? It first figures out which particular object needs to be updated, and then once that is done, and then only it updates the actual DOM. Okay, so there is a concept of virtual DOM and the actual DOM, thus making that to and fro movements that were done earlier minimal. Okay, which obviously improves time. Obviously, time is efficient, bandwidth is reduced, and it improves performance. Some of the single page applications that you might have been using already, like Gmail, Facebook, Twitter, right? So these are all single page applications. Now let's talk about local setup. So we are going to download and install Node.js. Now, why? Because there are some components in React DOM which are built in such a way that those components or those what you say are specifically those components are specifically designed to work with Node.js, and it helps us to making server-side rendering, that is what we used in single-page applications, right? It helps us to reduce the number of lines of code and also makes those rendering very easy, right? And so what all over the developers all across the world, when they need to execute React.js code, they directly use Node.js environment. For that same purpose, we are going to use Node.js. It contains Node Package Manager, that is NPM, which helps us to manage these JavaScript libraries, right? Basically, what is Node.js? Again, it is a runtime environment, right? Runtime environment. Again, it is written in JavaScript, and React is again a library which is written in JavaScript. So you see, this NPM helps us to manage those JavaScript packages and also provides us the development server, right? And we're going to also install, you can install any or you can download and install any editor. In this course, I'm going to use Sublime Text. Feel free to use any of the editors like Visual Studio Code or Atom. Okay, so now let's see how to install this and download this. So just type in nodejs.org, and here you see two versions, right? This is the latest feature, and this is LTS, long-term support. This is recommended for most of the users. Just click on this and it will start downloading. Once this is downloaded, just double click on this setup and it will check first. It will compute the space requirements. Whatever are the space requirements, do your system have those requirements? Is the space available? So it will take some time. So we're going to wait till it completes. And in the meantime, the another thing that you need to install is this. I'm going to use a Sublime Text over here, which helps me to write my HTML or CSS and JavaScript code. Okay. So the editor I'm going to use is Sublime Text. Feel free to use Atom if you want to use, or if you want to use Visual Studio Code, or even Notepad, but the more powerful your editor is, the more functionalities you will get. For example, auto highlight is there, auto indentation is there, auto completion is there. These are all the features. The more powerful your editor is, the more features you have. Okay, so it has checked the space requirements. Now click on next. Click on this checkbox, say I accept the terms in the license agreement, and click on next. If you want to change the path, if you want, I don't think there's a need to change this location, but if you want, feel free to change it over here. For me, I'm going to keep it as it is and click on next. So these are the things that it will, these are the features that will be installed. So Node.js runtime, NPM manager. Okay, so these are the things. Click on next. So we want this to install this chocolatey. This script will pop up in the new window after the installation completes. So we don't want this thing. Okay. So click on next and click on install, and it will start installing. It will ask for you to make the changes on your device. Say yes. So you see, we are almost done with the setup, and we have validated the install. So it is taking a little bit time. Now, once the Node.js has been successfully installed, click on finish. Okay. So this is how you install and download Node.js. And similarly, you can do the same for any of your editors. Now let's talk about Create React App. So Create React App is one of the best practices to create a single page application. Okay. It takes care of the basic configuration. You don't need to configure or install any extra tools. Create React App does all the things for us. Be it starts from building resources, watching out for the changes, and running Babel. So what is a Babel? Babel is basically a transpiler which converts our new JavaScript into good old ES5 JavaScript. Okay. Under the hood, what happens, there's a Babel, which is our transpiler, or you can say it helps us to convert our JavaScript into ES5. Okay. And plus there's a Webpack. Now Webpack is nothing but our bundler, which helps us to manage our resources or bundling our resources. Basically, there will be some HTML files, some CSS files, some JavaScript file. It will bundle up them and it will minify our code. It watches out for changes, any of the changes that are done in either of the files, and it helps us in running Babel. So all of these features are in Webpack. And this Create React app, the tool was developed by developers in Facebook. Okay. And it gives us a head start, thus saving a lot of time. So if you want to run, or if you don't want to install Node.js, since you are going to use only this, in that case, you can avoid installing and downloading Node.js. You can directly go with the command that is nix instead of npx. Okay. So if you have npm already installed, uninstall it. You can directly use nix, and it helps us to always use the latest version. But that is only for one time use. Okay. So if you don't want to use this Create React app, so basically if you don't want to use this, then you have to install Node.js. Okay. Now you might be thinking why we are going to use this Create React app. I have already covered these things. I will just rephrase whatever I have said in a much more compact way. Okay. So basically, these are the things that are provided with the help of Create React app. So we have a Webpack in that we can bundle, we can minify, we can compile our code, which is under the hood, which uses these things, right? Plus the managing the resources and running the Babel. And there's a compiler, or you can say there's a transpiler, right? Which helps us to convert our JSX code into JavaScript. There's npm with the help of we have this with the help of Node.js, plus development server, which is also with the help of Node.js. Getting started with Create React app. Now the first step is to open Node.js command prompt, which we have already downloaded and installed when we install Node.js. Now let's go ahead and open this and write some commands and create or get through with all of these steps. Now search in for Node.js command prompt, click on it, and it will open up this command prompt. Okay. Now type in npm install create react app globally. Okay. So now once you have entered this command and pressed enter, it will install all the required packages, right, that are required for Create React app. Now the next step is to create one folder wherein you will create your project. Okay. So first we want to create it in D drive, and then I will make one folder there named as React. Okay, React already exists, so React demo. Done. And now what I will do, I will navigate to this folder. So I'll write cd react. I'll go inside this folder, React demo. Done. And then what I will do, I will go ahead and run one more command to create all the necessary packages, React DOM, React scripts that are required for this tool. Okay. So that we can run our JavaScript or JSX code easily. So for that, there's a command called create react app, and then the name of our project. Let's call it as demo project. Okay. So now there's a naming convention for naming these projects. If I write this P as capital, this will throw me an error. You see, there's an error. Yeah. See, there's a naming convention that we have to follow. So we'll write demo project. Okay. 1 minute. I pressed it again. So we'll write demo project, and it will start installing all the things that are necessary. Okay. So we should have created one more folder and navigated to that folder, but it's okay. Okay. So let it install and we'll go through the steps in the meanwhile. Okay. It will take a couple of minutes. In fact, it will take more than a couple of minutes, almost 5 to 8 minutes. So let it install, and in the meanwhile, let's go through the steps. So step 1 was to open Node.js. The step 2 was to run a command which will help us to create this React app globally. Okay. So what we wrote npm install create react app -globally. Okay. Then we first created that folder that was React app folder, and then we navigated to that React app, okay, folder. And then we wrote the command to along with the project name that was create React app. And then what was the name of the project? It was React project in this case. And we run this command, and once this command will run, it will install all the packages that are necessary, including React DOM, React, all the scripts that are required. And then at the end, we will start our npm. Okay, so now let's see how much it has installed. Now, as you can see that all the dependencies, scripts, and packages, all of those were installed. And we've also got some warnings which can be ignored for now. So once we have everything in place, now just navigate to that folder which we named React project, right? Just navigate to that folder and then press enter. Okay, I think we named it something else. Just scroll up to see. Okay, we named it as demo project. So just navigate to that folder, type in demo project, and then type in npm start. Now this will help us to run our applications on our local system, right? We'll see whenever we type in, it will be under the local host, right? I'll show you. So it will start the development server and it will open up in your default browser, and you will get this local host 3000. And whatever are the changes that you make in your code will be directly reflected in this local host. Okay, there is some default web page that is already there, and any changes that you will make while you're saving it automatically, you don't have to refresh this local host. All the changes will be updated over here, okay, in this local host. So we have gone through the step 4. We wrote the command create React app and we created a project that was React project. In this case, in our case, it was demo project, right? And then what we did, we navigated to that project so that all the dependencies which are required will be installed in that folder. And then we pressed in npm start, which started our development server, that is our local host. This is the image that we get. And now you don't have to reload, just save and everything will be updated. Now let's talk about next generation JavaScript features. First, let's talk about let keyword. Now, this let keyword, if you observe carefully, earlier we used to have this keyword for declaring variables that is known as var. Now, if I declare a variable that is with the help of var, right, we have this gscope, which is declared inside a for loop. What happened in earlier traditional languages like Java or C or C++, we cannot access this gscope outside this block, right? Outside this block, this gscope we shouldn't be able to access it. But var had a global scope. So that is why when we use this gscope outside this block, it didn't give us any error. We were able to access it. As you can see in the output, when we have this global scope that is associated with var keyword, we were able to access it outside the block. But since this does not follow along with what we have learned in the traditional languages like Java, C or C++, what these new JavaScript features where we introduced this keyword that is known as let, which has a block scope. Now, if you declare your variable with the help of this let keyword, and we named it as bscope, we declared it within this block, and outside when we tried to access it, it threw an error. It said that uncaught reference error, that is bscope is not defined, which is self-explanatory because this was defined in this block. So this was the problem that was associated with var keyword, and we introduced this keyword that is known as let. What else? There was something that is known as declaration, right? If you can see, we have declared declare again variable in this block with the help of let keyword, right? And we again defined this declare again, but this time around with the help of var keyword. Since they are in different blocks, right? This is in for block, this is in this block. As you can see, this variable has been declared in this block, and this variable has been declared in a different block. So since they are in different block, there is no error, and we can declare these two variables with same name but in a different block. But if we define these variables in the same block, right, we have this declare over here, and this is also a declare which is defined with the help of let keyword, and this is defined with the help of var keyword. Since these are in same block, this will throw an error. It will say that the identifier declare has been already defined because it was already defined, but with the help of var keyword. Now let's talk about the constant keyword. So the keyword that is there is const, right? And it is quite self-explanatory that there will be a constant reference and the value of the object, right? Since we have this object over here, which is in which we have one property that is named as Jimmy. And in this, we have this property that is named as name and which has a value of Jimmy. Since if we define a variable that is do not change, and we have a value of 10 in this, right? We talked about this reference, right? Do not change. And we have this value over here that is 10. Now, if you try to change it, it will throw us an error. That means value cannot be changed, but we can change the property. Like in this object, if you talk about this object that is, which has a property name, we added one more property that is age in this object. And now if we talked about, and we can also change this name as well. We had this property. In this property, we had the value Jimmy. Now we have this Jim. Now, if you talk about this object, we see the updated name and the new property added in this object. That means we can change the values or properties of the object. But if we try to change the object, if we try to change the reference of the object, that means object equal to Jimmy, we cannot do it because it's a constant object, right? It is declared with the help of this constant keyword. So in nutshell, you can think of this const as a thing with the help of which you can change the properties of the object, but you cannot change its reference. Now let's talk about functions. Now these are one of the most important features of JavaScript, that you can declare functions with the help of two different methods. One is function declaration and the other is function expression. Now, this is the traditional system that this function loads at compile time when you define it with the help of this thing, what is known as function declaration. You have this keyword that is at the front that is known as function. Then you have this function name, which is known as the execute. And then whatever you do in this function, that is printing out hello, and you just call it. Done. Now this undefined, why do you have this undefined over here? Because your function is not returning anything. That is why you have this undefined over here. Okay. Now this way is known as declaring your functions in a declaration way, right? This is known as function declaration. But if you want your functions to load at runtime, you will go for function expression, so that you can store this function inside this variable execute. And now if you can see that we have this function over here, which is the same as the old, but this time around, the only thing that is different is that you are using this variable to store it. And now you will be calling it with the help of this variable, that is this execute, and it will print out by. Okay. So this is function declaration and this is function expression. Now there is one more way, which is obviously something that is related to function expression, but in this you don't have to bind your objects or anything like that. This is a shorter way of removing that overhead of binding your objects. That is known as arrow function. So you declare your in the same way which we used earlier in the function expression, wherein we were using this variable to store the function, but you see the function is gone. The function keyword that we used is gone. The name of the function is gone, right? We use this parenthesis and then the arrow sign, and then how you define your function, whatever your function does, that is, it prints out arrow. and you simply execute it with the help of this execute keyword that we have over here, and you call this, that's it, and it will print out arrow, right? So this is all about arrow functions. Now there's one more keyword which helps us to import files from another JavaScript file, and we have, for that we are going to use these terms export, import very extensively. Var keyword, let, const, right? We are going to use these keywords, or we are going to use these features in our React. So that is why we are going through these next generation JavaScript features. We have this keyword that is known as export, so that we can export files from another JavaScript file. Now let's talk about export keyword. So this is the keyword that is used so that we can use something which is in a different JavaScript file into another file. Obviously, both of these files are JavaScript files. For example, if this is present in one file and in this, we have this constant keyword that is associated with this variable, that is the object. And in this, we have the property as name, which has the value as GL. Now, this is present in one file, right? And we want to use this variable in a different file, right? So we use this keyword that is known as export, and we have this available with the help of two versions of it. That is with the help of, one is with the help of default, and one is without the help of default keyword. So if we use this default keyword, then there is a different way with which we will be using this or importing it in that different file, or using in that different file, right? So we use this default keyword over here, and then the name of the object. Similarly, we can export our objects, that is this object, another object that is over here, and we can also have export functions, right? We have this function over here, which is an arrow function, which is just printing out the message as completed. So we use this keyword as export. Okay, so this is with default, and this is without default. Now this is about exporting. Now how you are going to use it? So for that, we have another keyword that is known as import, and we are going to use this import keyword. So when we used default over here, right, we use this default keyword. At that time, we can either go for the same name or a different name. Obviously, we have to use this default, this import keyword, and the name of the variable, it can be same or different. And then from which file you are exporting or importing it, the name of that file, that is this file. Let's suppose the file name or file name.js. This is one file name, and this is another file name. We have to use that same file name over here. Okay, so this is when we used default keyword. When we didn't use any default keyword, at that time you have to be explicit. That means you have to use the same name along with this parenthesis, along with these curly brackets. Okay, so import this curly brackets, that is your subject. Obviously, you have to be, this has to be the same subject over here, and this has to be the same status over here. So status from this file and subject from this file. Okay, so this is without default keyword. Now let's talk about class keyword. So this is a keyword that is used for declaring classes, and a class is nothing but a blueprint, right? So let's suppose you are trying to create a house, or you're trying to build a house. For that, you need to know what are the things that you require. So this class contains nothing but methods, which are your functions, and properties that, for example, let's suppose you have the property that was associated with the object, great learning. That means what is the name of the company, right? The great learning, how many employees are there. So these are all the properties that are associated with this class, great learning, right? So similarly, how do we declare this class? We have to use this keyword class for declaring the class, and then the name of the class, that is anything, that can be great learning, anything. And then the constructor may or may not be there. So this is just to define the objects, okay, or declaring or initializing your properties, or your or whatever are the properties. For example, in great learning, I talked about name of the company, how many employees are there, right? Location. So all of these can be initialized with the help of this constructor. Then how do you declare an object? So an object is nothing but an instance of a class. That means this is the actual instance of your class. So earlier you had a blueprint, now this is the actual instance. Okay, so you use this keyword, right, new, for allocating the memory, and this is the name of the class. That means you're calling this constructor over here, right? And then you have this keyword const, and this is the object. This is the object reference. This X is your object. So with the help of this X, you can call properties or methods of the class. Okay. And similarly, you have this super keyword. If there is an inheritance and you want to use what do you mean by inheritance? That means there will be a parent class and there will be a child class. Now, this child class wants to use either the constructor or the properties of the parent class. You have to use this keyword, that is super, for accessing them. Okay. Now we have another JavaScript feature that is known as spread. So spread is an operator which is used with arrays and objects. Okay. So you have this array. This is how you define an array in JavaScript. So you have this const keyword that is for declaring, or you can use a let, or you can use a var. So you have this ARR, and in this array we have 1, 2, 3 values. Now with the help of this spread operator, that means these 3 dots, 1, 2, and 3, and then you have ARR. That means you are using this array, and then you are adding one more a value or element to this array, and now you're storing this inside this new array. So inside your new array, you are fetching these 3 values from the earlier array and then adding one more to it. So this is present in your new array, and your earlier array, that is this ARR, is unchanged. Okay, so spread operator is used to retrieve all the values or properties from an array or an object, or in this case it was an array, and we have to use just these 3 dots. Okay, so we have retrieved all the previous values and inserted it in this new array, that is new ARR. Okay, this is the use of spread operator. Now what about the rest operator? REST operator is used with functions, and you can use this REST operator in this way. For example, you have this function, and in this function you have this function name, that is find sum. Now in this, if you observe, when you're calling this function, you are passing in 4 arguments, but here you're using these 3 dots, that is your REST operator, and along with this variable name, that is numbers. Okay, so now what you are doing, you are forming an array of arguments that was passed by this function. So earlier you are passing 4 arguments, but what you did with the help of REST operator, you converted these arguments into an array which was named as numbers. Now you are traversing through that array, right, with the help of this for loop, and one by one you are accessing those values. So at index 0 you have 10, at index 1 you have 20, you have 30 at index 2, and 40 at index 3, and you are summing them up, and you are inserting all the values in this variable sum, and then you are returning this sum. And that is why you have this 100 over here, which is nothing but 10 plus 20 plus 30 plus 40, which is nothing but 100. So in nutshell, this is used to form an array of arguments. Now, what about destructuring operator? So destructuring is the way with which we can extract few elements. Earlier, with the help of spread operator, we were extracting all the elements, but this time around we want to access few elements from the array or from the object. So now how can we do it in the array? So you have this keyword var, and you have this values, that is the name of the array, and in this you have 10, 20, and 30. If we use spread operator, we can access all or extract all the elements, but we can access few, right? We have this spread of destructuring operator that has been used. So first, then nothing, then we don't use anything over here, and then the last, and we are accessing it, or we are fetching it with from this values array. Now if you observe carefully, now when we use this thing, right, when we use this destructuring operator, we can access 10 and 30 with the help of these variables, that is first and last. Okay, so if when you try to enter first, it will give you 10 because it's the first element and you named it, right? You named it first, you named it last. And with this destructuring operator, you can extract some elements either from the array or from the object. Now let's try to understand the basics of React. So we will be talking about several folders: the package.json folder, what does it contain, the public folder, the source folder. And then finally, we'll see how we can remove some files and see how we can run our first demo React project. Okay. So now what we will do, in order to understand these folders, first what we will do, we'll go inside our project on our local system. So as you can see that we are in the D drive, and in that we created the React demo, and then we have our demo project over here. What we will do, the IDE that I'm going to use is IntelliJ. So I will go ahead and right click on it and open the folder as IntelliJ IDE. Okay, well, I will open it in the IDE. So once I will click on that, what will happen? An IDE will be opened. So now, as you can see that my IDE is opened and it has opened up my project, which is the demo project that we have. And when you will open it, it will give you the tip of the day, and just close it. And now let's try to understand these folders. So as I told you earlier, this is our demo project and it contains some external libraries as well, right? And these are some libraries which will be used. Okay, let's not talk about them for now. And then what we'll do, we'll focus on our demo project, which contains this IDE folder is from the IntelliJ IDE. Okay. Then what happens, this next folder, that is node modules, this contains all the packages that are there with the help of npm. This also contains 3 most important folders for us, or packages for us, which we require are, I'll just scroll down and I will show you. One of them is React. Let me just scroll down. Now, as you can see that we are inside this R, as you can see that here we have React. You can see the folder over here. Then we have React scripts, and then we have React DOM, which is right over here. So React DOM, and React scripts. So these are most important folders for us. Now let's go back. So this is the node modules. Then we have this public folder. Inside this, we will have these icons, the HTML file, which is most important for us. Everything that we will render will be with the help of this HTML file. I'll open it up also. But now, what are these favicon, icon, and then we have this logo, then we have this manifest.json. What are these? These are different files that are associated with our project, or with our demo project. Now, as you can see that over here, we have something that is written, that is the command prompt. We don't have to explicitly open up the command prompt. We can simply just write npm and then write start over here to start our project. What this will do, this npm start, it will open our project in our browser, which will be the default, whatever is the default browser for us, it will open it up in the browser. And in that local, that is local 3000, the HTTP local 3000 that we have on our browser will be our project. And you will see that it contains different icons, different images that are there. We will remove all those things. Okay. First and foremost, we'll talk about this, one of the most important files, and with the help of this, we'll render each and everything on our browser, okay? Or you can say that on our server, which is local right now. So as you can see that this contains, the most important thing is that this will contain one ID, that is root. Okay, so we have this ID over here, which is over. Obviously now we know what an ID is, right? So if we have to, as you can see that if you just put your mouse over here, it will give you the definition of ID. ID is a global attribute which defines the identifier. Like any manipulation that you want to do, anything that you want to render, right, on a browser, or anything that is related to. This is opening up our local host. With that, whenever we did this npm start, you can see that it is starting our development server. So it is opened up in our local browser. For me, it is Internet Explorer. Okay. So now this is the ID root,
and we will render everything with on this root. Okay, so it's a simple HTML file, but this is the most important HTML file for our project. Okay, then it contains these icons, these images, and the most important file is the manifest.json over here. Then we have this manifest.json file, which is over here, right? This contains all the sources and all the whatever is the color theme, background color, all those things are present in this manifest.json. So these two files, out of these two files, the most important file is HTML file. Okay, we will not change anything in this public folder, but the changes that we will be doing is in our source folder. So we have this app.css, which is the CSS that has been applied on this. Now you might be thinking, what are the changes, or what is the CSS file? What are we doing? We haven't created anything. But if I open my development server, you can see this. This is my default project. Now what we will doing, this is the image, this is the CSS that will be applied. You can see the color, you can see the underline. All of these things are CSS, JavaScript. Okay, so what we will be doing, we will remove these files. Okay, this contains all the CSS. Okay, so what I will be doing, I will just remove all the unnecessary files. I'll delete these files. Okay, it will ask me for deletion. I'll delete these files. Okay, I will delete each and everything. So in the meanwhile, what we will do, you can see that now it says that we have failed to compile this program. Okay, so now in this file, what we will doing, we will change our JavaScript file as well. Okay, and we will also change these logos. We'll delete these logos as well. We don't require these logos. Basically, we'll be dealing with only the things that we require. Okay, so similarly, you can add all the things. So we'll be dealing with JavaScript file and CSS file if it is required. And apart from that, we won't be dealing with anything else. So we'll delete all other files, all the other unnecessary files, and let it delete this thing. So in our source folder, we will be dealing only with two files, app.js and index.js. Apart from that, we will remove each and everything. So let it remove. In the meanwhile, as you can see that we have this something that is written over here, that is git ignore. Okay, so this is something that when we try to export something on GitHub, at that time, if you want to ignore some files, and those files are the dependencies, the test coverage, production, all of those files are written in this particular file. And at that time, when you are exporting, these files will be ignored. So in order to save the memory. Okay, so we have this important file over here, that is package.json, which contains all the dependencies, right? Like React is there, React DOM is there, React script is there. Okay, all the necessary files which are required are over here. The scripts, then what we did in the earlier case, right? Start, build, test, eject. So start, we already seen npm start, right? So these are all the dependencies that you have over here. Okay, in this package.json file. So git ignore, let's close this as well. So we will be only dealing with index.js and app.js, and also remove this file. Okay, now what we will do inside our, as you can see that once we are over here in this file, that is app.js, let's open up app.js and index.js. So first, if you can see that this app.js and index.js, what we will do in this app.js, we will create our functional component. We'll talk about those functional component as well. Okay, so first let's try to go back to our slides and see what are the changes that we did and what are different folders as well. Okay, then we will make the changes. Then we'll understand the components, a little bit about components and JSX. So we already saw this package.json folder wherein we talked about these dependencies, what this folder contains. It contains the dependencies that are there, the scripts that are there, the npms which we require to run our project. Okay. Then there was a public folder in which the most important file was that there was a single HTML file named index.html, right? Which will help us to run anything on our server. We won't be editing this file as of now because we'll be using this file to render. Okay. And all the components that are there in your app.js or in your index.js, we will render those components with the help of this index.html file, which was present in the public folder. we also, with the help of the which ID, that was root, okay, and this will be displayed on our browser. This was the public folder. Then this was the default application that we had, right? So we removed our CSS. We will talk about only this file, this folder, right? app.js, and we will also remove this. We will not do anything about index.css. We'll remove this as well. And we'll be dealing with this. That is our index.js file and app.js file. So these are the two important files, and we will be removing the rest of the files. Okay. This was present in the source folder. Now, what we will do, once we have removed and we removed the logo and we removed CSS files, okay, then what we will doing, we'll be making changes in app.js and index.js. Now, what we will be doing in app.js, right, we will be creating this file, okay. We'll be creating this functional component in this app.js, and this is how you create a functional component. So you write function, that is the keyword, and then the name of the component, which is app, okay, then the parenthesis. Then functional components will always return a single thing, that is, it will always return a single component, okay, or you can say that it will always return a single element. So as you can see that this is the main div over here, just like we write anything when we create div tags in HTML. This is similar to HTML, but this thing is something which we'll be covering later. This is nothing but our JSX, okay. Now what we are doing, we are creating one div and we are naming this as app. And then what we are doing, we are creating a header, naming it your first React app. That's it. And then we are closing our div. Then we are closing our return, and then we are returning this div. So at most we are returning only single element, okay, from this functional component, and we can only return one. It can contain multiple divs inside, but that can be done. But here what we are trying to keep it as simple as possible. Then we are exporting this app, that over here, with the help of default. We have already talked about these two different ways, with the help of default and without using a default keyword, right? Now what we are doing, we are exporting it. Now in our index.js, what we are doing, we are using this React. We are importing React from React, okay? So what is this? This is because since, as you can see that we are using over here, we are returning something. So basically there is some internally, there's a different code that is there. We will talk about it, which is create React element. Okay. So as you can see over here, this is the functional component. This is a class-based component. And what we are doing internally, when we are returning something, internally what is happening, we are using this thing, React.create element. So whenever we are returning that element, we are basically internally using this function, create React, create element. But that is something which is way too complicated. So it has been simplified for us that you try to return your element in this way. Okay, so that is why we have to import this React from React. Similarly, same thing is happening over here. Then we are importing React DOM in order to render our components on the browser. And then what we are doing, we are importing this app that we have exported over here. Okay, we are importing that as well in this file. And then finally, we are using this React DOM. There's a method which is render, and we are rendering our component, we are rendering our element, which is app, which is what we imported over here. And we are passing it to the ID, which is root, which was present in our index.html file, which is present in the public folder. Do you remember that? Right, we'll talk about them as well. Now, there is, I have covered almost everything, but there is one most important thing, that you can create your components in two ways. One is the functional. You can create functional components, okay? And you can create a class-based components. Now, class-based components are not used that much, but you should still know, okay? To render anything on DOM, you require to create, you need that import React from React. Right? Because you're rendering something, and plus internally it is using that create element function, right? So how do you create? We have already seen it. This is how you create your functional components. And if there is some CSS that is there, you can import that as well. But since we have already removed those files, so we don't require this statement as of now. Okay. But you can always add some CSS. Similarly, you can create class-based components. How do you create them? Again, in this case, you have to import this component part so that you can extend it, which is nothing but you are inheriting these properties. Okay. You use the extend keywords, and this is how you create a class-based component. You will use this keyword that is over here, class, and then the name of the class, and then there's a render method which you will be using. And then what you will be doing, you will return in the similar way like we return in the functional component, and then finally we'll be exporting it. Okay, so since this is not used that much, so that is why we won't be focusing on this, but you should know that there's another way, that is the class component can be created. So we talked about functional components, we talked about class-based components. Now finally, you might be thinking, what is this code? Is this HTML code? No, this is known as JSX, which is everything that you see is written in the lowercase, everything except the name of the app. As you can see that everything is written in small letters, and you can see that this is the name of the class. This can also be changed. Okay. So everything that you see is treated as JSX, which is something that is looking like HTML, but it is a JavaScript with syntax extension. That is what is known as JSX, JavaScript with syntax extension. And alternatively, you can also use this command, that is react.create element, and it will at least have 3 arguments, and those arguments are your element, the configuration, and the text that you want. Okay. Similarly, as you can see that the text is nothing but your first React app, that is our text. These are our elements, and then you have the configuration as well. So rendering in that way is a little bit complicated as compared to this, because we already have a hold of HTML, so we can easily return in this fashion. Now what I will be doing, I will go in my project. Now what I will be doing, I will go in my project and I will make these components and try to render something on my browser. So this is our file, right? And we will be basically, you can see that we are importing these logos and app.css. We'll remove this. This is inside, we are inside our app.js. So what we will be doing, we'll try to import those things, import React. We know why we are importing these things, right? From React. And then what we will be doing, we'll have to remove all the dependencies. Okay, we shouldn't have deleted those things, but we should have kept them there without anything in them. Okay, so anyways, so now what we will doing, we'll create this functional component. So since we don't have any CSS, we won't be importing any CSS file. Then we have this functional component, and in this, what we will doing, we will not return anything in such a way. We'll be just using this app name, and inside this, we'll simply create one head tag, h1 tag, and we'll say this is our first application, right? Done. So this is how you are rendering it. It will just say, please create this component. Now we have our first project, or I can say that first component is ready, and we are exporting it. Now what we will be doing, we'll go into our index.js file, which is opened up here. And as you can see that we are using this index.css, index.app. We have to keep this app over here, and we are not importing any vitals as well. Now what we will be doing, we'll be rendering our component. So we'll keep it as simple as possible. So this is, we removed, and what we will do, we'll say render our component, which is nothing. Render our component. Okay, let's remove these unnecessary spaces. We will render our component, which is nothing but app, right? So this is a way to create and close our components. Okay, so done, and we'll remove this as well. Okay, so this is how you render your component, that is app. Let's save this. Let's save this as well. And let's minimize this. Let's minimize this. And now let's try to run this. As you can see that in the start, we tried to run our program, right? Wherein we saw the logo and all those things. Now, once we are saving this file, we don't have to again and again run our project. It will be directly, we will be able to make the changes directly over here. So let's press enter. As you can see, we don't have any CSS, right? We don't have any CSS. We don't have any JavaScript associated with it. We just created one simple component and it has been rendered on our browser. That is, this is our first application. This is our first application is written on the screen, and we don't have any CSS because we removed all those unnecessary files. Now you can create those CSS files. You can add some JavaScript. That is up to you. Okay. You can add some more components. You can render some more components. You can make anything, right? So this is a simple demonstration of how you can start your creating your application with the help of Create React App tool. And these are all the folders that we talked about. Okay. Now there is this source folder. Inside this, we have only this. This is for Git ignore is for GitHub. Package.json contains libraries. All the scripts that you have, all the dependencies that you have. This is locking your dependencies. Then you have this readme file, you can read it, and this is something that is external libraries. Okay.
What a database is. Imagine walking into a bustling city where every action, from buying a coffee to checking social media, generates valuable data. This is where databases come into play. A database is like a highly organized digital library where all this data is stored, retrieved, and managed efficiently. What is a database? A database is a collection of organized information that can be easily accessed, managed, and updated. Databases are structured to facilitate the storage, retrieval, modification, and deletion of data in conjunction with various data processing operations. Now, let's see an example of database management system, that is online retail store. Consider an online retail store like Amazon, where you actually order your products, right? So every product will be listed and every customer who is actually ordering the products will be registered by their mobile number or location or whatever it is. So every order will be placed and every review written needs to be stored and managed efficiently. So you will be giving your review in the review section and that has to be stored and that will be managed efficiently. That is what is all about. So the products. So the database stores information about each product such as name, description, price, and stock level. So any product you go and search in your Amazon website, you will find its name. You can search a product by its name or by its description, right? So that is all about product. And the customers. Customers' details like name, email, address, and purchase history are stored securely. So all your information will be stored once you buy a product from Amazon. Orders. Each customer orders, including products purchased, quantities, and transaction details is recorded. So whatever you order today will be recorded. So they can just go back and check the database to get to know what the orders are. Reviews. Customer reviews and ratings for products are also stored. So anytime they can go back and see the reviews and they can work accordingly to make the product better. Why is learning about databases important? Understanding databases is crucial because they are the backbone of nearly every application and service we use today. They ensure that data is stored securely and can be retrieved quickly and accurately when needed. By learning about databases, you can, first thing, enhance efficiency. Design systems that handle large volumes of data smoothly. Second, improve decision making. Use data to make informed decisions in businesses, healthcare, finance, and more. Third,
Ensure data security. Implement measures to protect sensitive information from unauthorized access. Now, let us look into some of the factors to maintain a database management system. To ensure that a database management system runs efficiently, there are several factors that has to be considered. We will see what those factors are. The very first one is the data integrity. So, data integrity is nothing but the accuracy and the consistency of data over its lifetime involves enforcing rules and constraints to prevent invalid data entry. For example, the product's price are always the positive numbers. It can't be negative, right? So that has to be maintained. And that email addresses follow a standard format. So email addresses also should be in the specified format, right? It can't go wrong. So all these data should be stored correctly and efficiently. So the prices can't be negative costs, right? So that is all about the data integrity. Next is your security. Protecting data from unauthorized access and breaches. So this involves setting up user authentication and permissions, encrypting sensitive data, and regularly updating security protocols. For example, only the authorized personnel can access customer payment information. So here, security is very important, right? You are buying a product from online and you are making the payment online. And what if that payment goes to a third person who is actually hacking the payment website? So all this has to be taken care, right? So whatever you pay for the product should actually go to the particular website or Amazon person, right? So this is all about security. Next is your backup and recovery. Regularly backing up data to prevent loss due to hardware failure, software issues, or any disasters. Having a recovery plan in place to restore data from backups quickly. For example, you have ordered something and you have made the payment on the Amazon website. And what if some disaster happens? Some software will fail or some hardware issue will occur. And what if they lose your order list and you don't receive your product? It's very bad, right? So they get negative reviews and they get into problem or trouble. So in that cases, they have to have a backup of what the data is or what orders are placed by a person or customers, right? That is the importance of backup and recovery. So daily backups of the database are stored on a secure cloud server to prevent the data loss. Next is your performance. So performance optimization. Ensuring the database runs efficiently with fast query response times and minimal downtime. This involves indexing, query optimization, and regular maintenance. So, every now and then, if they maintain based on a regular intervals, then the performance will definitely increase, right? Or else, if they don't have the regular checks or intervals, there are chances where the problems might occur, right? For example, using indexes on frequently searched fields like product names to speed up search queries. So if they maintain the database or check the database regularly and make the alternative solutions for a product, then the sales also will increase for a particular product. So obviously, simultaneously, the performance also will increase. That is all about performance optimization. By understanding and managing these factors, you ensure that the data remains reliable, secure, and accessible, enabling you to harness its full potential effectively. Whether you're building a new app, analyzing large data sets, or securing sensitive information, a solid grasp of databases is essential. Now that you have a solid grasp of what a database is and why it's essential,
Introduction to SQL and NoSQL. Now, before the detailed comparison, we have to have a basic understanding of what is SQL and NoSQL. So when it comes to SQL, it is abbreviated as Structured Query Language. It's a query language for storing, manipulating, or retrieving data stored in a table structure. this particular statement is really very important to understand, that it is storing all the data in a table structure, which is also called as RDBMS concept, nothing but relational database management system. But when it comes to NoSQL, which is also abbreviated as not only SQL, is the exact opposite of SQL. What is it? It provides a mechanism for storage and retrieval of data, but not in tabular format. That means not in relational database format. Then what it is? That is what we are going to see in the next topic. Now let's come back to our structured query language and let's understand in detail that how these data are stored here. So consider that we have a table which is named as employee, and this is what the values it is storing. Now as you can see that it is having employee ID, name, gender, age and salary, right? Now if you look at the particular column, which is the field, we call it as fields, right? Employee ID, name, gender, age and salary. When we come to the actual values, the actual data which we are storing, it is nothing but called as the records or nothing but the rows, right? Now these three terms or terminologies is very important in SQL, which are nothing but table, records and fields. So you need to remember this right now as I am showing you this table. Now let's jump to NoSQL and let's see what happens there. So in NoSQL, as you know that there will be no table, then let's see what it is. So it looks something like this, which is also nothing but a JSON or a BSON format, right? So this is how the data is stored in NoSQL language or NoSQL databases, right? Now, how do we know that which one is stable here, or what is the name of the table, or what are the records here, right? So let's see. The first one is nothing but DB. Now DB is nothing but a database. Inside database, we can have large number or many number of tables, right? Now here the DB name which I have given is Great Learning. Okay. The next is that inside that DB we have a table created which is not called as table here in NoSQL. It is called as collection in NoSQL. So what is table in SQL is nothing but a collection in NoSQL. I hope you get that. The next is nothing but the records, right? We have seen the records in our table, in our SQL, right? Now let's see what is this record called as in NoSQL. This is what is called as document. So the fields and the records together combined is called as document in NoSQL, right? So I hope you got the basic comparison between SQL and NoSQL practically, right? Now let's move to the detailed comparison between SQL versus NoSQL. So the very first comparison between these two is nothing but the origin, from where it got started, right? So SQL was developed in the year 1970 with a focus on reducing data duplication as storage, which was much more costlier than developer time. So basically, our main focus was to reduce the data duplication. But NoSQL were developed in the late 2000 with a focus on scaling. I'll again come back to this scaling part. And then fast queries allowing for frequent application changes and making programmers simpler for developers, right? So this was the main task or the main origin for our both the databases. The next comparison is nothing but database, right? Which particular database is followed by SQL and NoSQL. SQL databases are primarily called as RDBMS, as we have already discussed, Relational Database Management System. But when it comes to NoSQL, these databases are primarily called as non-relational. That means there is no relation between multiple tables or multiple documents when we talk about NoSQL, right? The next comparison is nothing but the type. So SQL databases are table-based databases, as we have already seen in the example. But when it comes to NoSQL, these are document-based, or we can say a key or value pair, right? You have seen the document, how it was appearing, or it can be also based on graph, correct? So this is what is the main comparison between these two. The next comparison is nothing but based on schemas. Now, in SQL, schemas are always rigid. That means these are fixed, you can't change it. But in NoSQL, it's very dynamic. You can change the schemas however you want it. The next comparison is nothing but on relation, right? Data is having relations when you talk about SQL language, because there are multiple tables and we have several relations such as one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-one, many-to-many. But when it comes to NoSQL, there is no relation or very few relations which can happen, right? Next comparison is nothing but distribution. So in SQL, data is distributed across multiple tables, as we have discussed in the previous concept, right? And in NoSQL, data is typically merged or nested in a few collections, right? This is what is the comparison when we talk about the distribution. The next comparison is on scaling. Now, this is very important. So basically in SQL, if you have a very large data, then obviously you need a large server. That means you need more power. So basically in SQL, we have a vertically scalable thing. That means we can scale the servers vertically. But when it comes to NoSQL, the scalability is done horizontally. Now, what is the meaning of this vertically scalable and horizontally scalable? Vertically scalable means when you're having one server and you're just adding power to that particular server. That is what is vertical scalable. When it comes to horizontal scalable means that you're adding some more servers and not power. We are directly adding the servers horizontally, right? I hope you have understood this particular point. The next comparison is nothing but complex queries. SQL are best suited for complex queries. That means bigger queries. But when it comes to NoSQL, it is not that much suitable with complex queries. The next comparison is nothing but on performance. Obviously, we should talk about performance as well. So in SQL, it requires specialized database hardware for better performance. But in NoSQL, it uses a commodity hardware always. The next comparison and the last one is nothing but the examples. We should know all the databases which accept these languages, right? So in SQL, you can use MySQL, Oracle, SQLite, Postgre, SQL, and MS SQL as well. In NoSQL, we have MongoDB, the famous one, and then Bigtable, Redis, RavenDB, Cassandra, and etc., right?
Now let's see what is PHP. So PHP is an open source scripting language that is used to provide secure web fronts. In simple words, we can say that it provides people to make web pages, right? Also, it is used to execute it on the server as a back-end language. Yeah. So PHP is used as a back-end language. So let's take an example of Google Chrome. We never know the logic of Google Chrome of the backend. How is it working, right? Because if somebody knows the logic of Google Chrome, then other company will copy the logic and then they will create their own search engine, right? So that's what. So PHP will be executed, but nobody knows, right, which language you are using at backend. So PHP is the language that is used for the backend. Now, next point, it is free to download to use. So it's an open source language. You can download it from internet. And also PHP can be applied in HTML syntax, right? So if you want to make a website, you can use PHP in a backend. So this is a basic idea about PHP. Now moving next, let's see the syntax of PHP. So the syntax of PHP is here is a less than symbol, and then you will write question mark, and then you will write PHP, and inside that you will write the statements, whatever you want to write, and then we will write once again question mark, and then we will write here greater symbol. So this is the basic syntax of PHP. Now let's see some applications of PHP. As I told you that PHP is used to develop web pages, right? Along with that, PHP is also used to create GUI applications. PHP is also used in graphic design as well as image processing. Next, it is also used in graphical representation, such as it is used in charts, it is used in graphs, as well as for scattering dot plots also you can use PHP. Now, we will be seeing the installation of PHP. So for PHP installation, I will be installing XAMPP as well as Visual Studio, right? I will be going on my Google Chrome, and here I will click on XAMPP. Just type there XAMPP. And here you will see the first link, XAMPP installer and download for Apache friends. I will click on this, and here you can see that I'm having XAMPP for Windows, right? So I will click on this. So what is XAMPP here? So you can see that XAMPP is the most popular PHP development environment, right? Now, as I told you that I have to install Visual Studio also. So I will click on Visual Studio Code. And here you can see that this is the first link of Visual Studio Code. Let it open it. And now if I scroll down, then I can see that I am having Visual Studio Code for Windows and then Mac and then Linux also. So I will be installing for Windows. So I'm clicking on this. And here you can see that it's installing for me, right? So yeah, let it install. Now here you can see that my XAMPP as well as my Visual Studio Code has been installed. Now I will go on the folder downloads. So I will go on the downloads option. So here you can see that in downloads I'm having XAMPP and Visual Studio, right? So I will click on XAMPP and it's asking me the permission. I will give yes. And then you can see that here is asking continue with installation. I will say yes. And then I will click on OK. I will click on next. Then just go on next. So yeah, now it's asking me select a folder. So you can see that it's in my C drive. So I will just copy this. And then I will click on next. Language will be English. So now you can see that it's telling setup is ready to begin. Install XAMPP on your computer. I will click on next. And then it's taking time to install. Let's wait to install this XAMPP. So you can see that now is asking for the finish. So I will click on finish. Then you can see that here I am getting Apache and MySQL. So just click on here start and just click on MySQL start. Now this Apache and MySQL is running. Now what I will do, I will go on Google Chrome, and here if I'm typing localhost, so on localhost you can see that I'm getting this page, right? So I'll just click on PHP MyAdmin, and you can see that we are at PHP MyAdmin. Now what I will do here, I will install Visual Studio. So once again I will go on downloads, and then here I will install Visual Studio. So just click on I accept the agreement and then click on next, install. So it will install here, and just click on finish to complete the Visual Studio Code setup. I am already having Visual Studio, so I will just skip this. And now after this what I will do, just go on this PC, and where was your folder? Your folder was a local disk C XAMPP, right? And after going into this folder, just see where is htdocs, right? So just see htdocs folder. So htdocs folder you will see all these files. Now create here one folder. I'll create a new folder here, Great Learning. And inside this I will click on the right button of my mouse, and here you can see the option open with code. This is Visual Studio Code. So I will click this, and you can see that I am getting Great Learning here, right? So now what I will do, I will just close this and I will click on this button. So it's asking me to create a new file. I will click on it, and then I will write here one dot, and since I will be working in PHP, so I'll write here PHP. So this is my PHP file, right? Now what I will do, so now let's write the basic syntax of PHP. So before writing the basic syntax of PHP, let's see that if it's opening or not. So I will just go on Google Chrome, and here I will write localhost, and here you can see that it's showing Great Learning. So if I'm executing it, it's showing 1.php, right? So in 1.php if I'm opening, so here you can see that I'm not seeing anything. The reason is because I didn't started coding yet. So now what I will do, I will write a basic code in PHP. So let me write the syntax of PHP, and inside this I will write simple echo. So we will study about echo later, but as of now you just know that echo is used to display the output on the screen, right? So inside this echo I will write welcome to Great Learning, and I will put semicolon, and then I will save it with Control S. And if I am going to my website, and if I am here refreshing it, you can see that I am getting welcome to Great Learning. So this is my website, and here you can see that I am using PHP in backend. So this is the basic idea about the PHP installation. So next we are having echo and print function. So what is echo function? So as I told you the formal definition of echo, it is used to display the output on screen, right? But remember, echo doesn't have any return value, right? So if you want to write an echo function, then you can write echo, and then you can write echo. So you can write this echo with parenthesis, and you can also write echo without parenthesis, right? So it can be used with or without parenthesis. Now moving ahead, let's see the example. Well, we have already seen the example of echo, right? So here you can see this is a syntax of PHP. Inside that I have created a variable information, and this is a string variable. Welcome to Great Learning I've written here, and then I'm writing echo function, and inside that I'm writing information is welcome to Great Learning, right? This dollar information, this is my variable, so it will print welcome to Great Learning. So this is the basic idea about echo. Now coming to the print function. So just like echo, it is also used to display the output on the screen, but in print it returns the value as 1, that is integer value, right? And it can be also used with or without parenthesis. So you can write print function like this also, and you can also write print function in this way too, right? Always remember that in print multiple arguments cannot be passed, whereas in echo you can pass multiple arguments. So now this is an example of print function. You can write the basic syntax of PHP, and inside that you can write print Great Learning. So let me show you the example. First I will write print statement. So I will write here the basic syntax of PHP, and then after that I will write here print, and then I will write welcome to Great Learning. And then I will close this. And now if I'm executing it, now it's showing welcome to Great Learning. So you can see that print function is also used to display the output on the screen, right? And echo I have already showed you, but once again I will show you echo if I'm writing and then executing. Then you can see that I will be getting the same output, welcome to Great Learning. So this was the basic idea about echo and print. So moving next, we are having variables. So what are variables? So variables are used to store values, right? And if you want to declare a variable in PHP, then you have to use the dollar symbol, right? So let's suppose if I want to create a variable, so I will write first dollar, and then I will write var variable, and I can assign the value as 1, and even you can assign any value, right? Next, we are having variable name is case sensitive in PHP. So what do you mean by case sensitive? That means uppercase letters and lowercase letters are treated to be different. Let's take an example. Suppose this is a variable. So I'm writing here $var, and this is a variable $var. So here you can see this is a uppercase letter V, this is a lowercase letter V. So here you can see that this is a capital letter of V, this is a small case letter, right? So it will be treated as different, right? It can't be same. So this is the meaning of case sensitive. Next, we can see that PHP automatically connects with a data type to a variable while giving the value. The best thing about that PHP is that if you are declaring any variable, let's suppose that I'm writing dollar and I'm writing here var, then you don't have to define its data type. If you are writing here 1, then PHP will automatically associate with the data type. It will get to know that it's integer data type. Similarly, if you are writing 1.1 and you are writing here, you are creating variable, then it will get to know it's a float data type. And if you are writing, let's suppose here C, then it will get to know it's a character data type. So this is the best thing about PHP. You don't have to declare its data type. It will automatically get to know. Now, moving next, let's see some example of PHP, right? So as I told you that echo function is used to display the output on the screen, right? Now let's see the coding example of it. So for creating a variable, let me first write the syntax of PHP. So I've written the syntax of PHP, and then after that what I will do, I'll create a variable. So for creating a variable, I will write dollar and let me write variable, and inside this I will give, let's say, the value 1. And if I want to print out this variable, let me write here semicolon, and for printing I will use echo, and then I will write here variable name, that is $var, right? And let me close. So now you can see this is my variable, and if I want to print out this variable, so Let me go on to the website. And on execution, you can see that I'm getting the variable value as 1, right? You can also use here, as I told you that in PHP, you don't have to declare a data type. So I can use a string variable also. So I can write here $variable. And here, let me give the variable name as variable 1. I will give here as a variable 2. And here I will write a string value. Let's suppose Gaurav I will write here. And then after that, I will write $var variable 3. And here I can assign 1.1. This is a float value. Now if I want to print out, so let me copy this statement. And here I will give variable 1, variable 2, and then variable 3. And now if I'm executing it, Control S I will write, and you can see if I'm getting, then you can see that I'm getting 1 Gaurav 1.1, but I'm getting all this in the same line, right? But I want these values to be printed or to be displayed on the different line. So for that I will be using a BR tag, that is an HTML tag, right? So what I will do here, I will write here dot, and then I will write here BR, and I will put inside a inverted comma, right? So this is the BR tag, that is the HTML that I will use, so that okay. So this is the BR tag that I will be using so that I can get the values in different lines. So if I'm going to this, and then if I'm executing, you can see that I'm getting the values in different line. So this is the basic idea about variable. Next, we are having data types. So let's see what are different data types present in PHP. So in PHP, we are basically 3 types of data types: scalar data types, special types of data types are there, and then compound data types. So in scalar data types, we are having predefined data types, which we have already seen earlier. So in this, we are having integer, float, string, and boolean. As we know that integer consists of integer value, that is 1, 2, and so on, right? Now coming to the float, it contains decimal value, that means 1.235, for example. Now coming to the string is a sequence of characters, right? So I can write Gaurav, and you have to put the string into double quotes. Now next we are having boolean. So boolean will give us true or false, right? So now, as I told you that in PHP, you don't have to declare data type, right? So if you are creating any variable, so I will write $, and then I will write variable. And if I am giving here 1, then it will automatically associate, yeah, that this is a integer data type. If I'm writing here 1.532, then it will get to know, yeah, this is a float data type. Similarly for string, if I'm writing $variable is equal to Gaurav, then it will get to know there's a string data type, right? So the next data type we are having compound data type, right? So this is a user defined data type, as you will see about the array. So what do you mean by array? So array store multiple values in a single variable, right? Now object we will see in ops concept, right? Object oriented programming. And then we are having the special types also, that is resource and null, right? Now coming to the null, it is a special data type. That means there is no value assigned, right? And then we are having also resource in special types. So these are the basic idea about different data types present in PHP. Now let's see the practical example. So now let's see the implementation of different data types. So I will write here $. Let's say I will write here integer, and inside this I can give 1, 2, 3. Now after that I will create a string variable, and inside this I will give Gaurav. Now after that I will create a float variable, so I will write float, and then I will give the value 9.0789. And now let me execute this. So if I want to execute, then I can have 2 methods. The first one is echo and the another one is print. Both function will display the output on the screen. So I am using here echo, and then I'll write here echo $int, the name of the integer variable, and then I will write echo br, and let me copy and paste this. And here I will change the variable name as a string, and here I will change with float. And now I will execute this. So let me execute. Before executing, I will put one more quotes here. Now go and then br, right? So now if I'm executing this, so on execution, you can see that I'm getting the value of 123 Gaurav and this float value. Now there is one more function that I will be using is variable dump. So variable dump will give me the data type with its value. Now let me execute with the variable dump. So what I will do here, I will write here echo, and then I will write variable dump, and inside this I will write the variable of integer, let's suppose, right? And if I'm executing it, then you can see that I'm getting the data type, that is int, and then I'm getting the value 123, right? Similarly, I can do it for a string also, right? So what I will do here, let me copy this so that I can get the string value on next line, and again I will copy this and paste this, and inside that I will write my string variable. So I'll write here string, and now if I'm executing it, you can see I am getting string 6 and then Gaurav, right? So this is giving me data type, that is string data type, and Gaurav along with the length. If you count the length of this string, I am having 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? Let's suppose that if I'm writing here Gaurav Singh, and if I'm executing, then you can see that I'm getting the length as 11, right? So this was the basic idea about different types of data types. Moving next, let's see what is control statements. So in control statements, first we are having if statement, right? So if statement will execute whenever the condition is true, right? And what happens if the condition is false? So if the condition is false, statement will be skipped, right? So let's see in syntax an example. So if I'm creating here, let's say variable $age, and I am giving the age as 25, right? So here in if condition, if I am giving $age is greater than 18, and then inside this I am writing echo, and then I'm writing person is eligible for vaccination, right? So if I'm writing this, so you will see that this statement will execute, right? Because the age is 25, right? And 25 is greater than 18. What happens instead of 25, if I am writing here age, let's say 17. So now if we see this statement, 17 is greater than 18, no. So this statement will not execute and it will skip it. So this is about if statement. So the next statement we are having if and else. So if the condition is true, then the part will be executed. If the condition is false, else will be executed, right? Let's take the same example. If I'm writing here $age, this is my variable, and if I am writing here 25, and in the first condition inside this if I am writing $age is, let's suppose that is greater than 27, right? So here if I am giving this $age is greater than 27, so my age is 25. So is 25 greater than 27? No. So if statement will be skipped, and now it will jump to the else statement. So whatever the inside this else statement is there, it will be executed. So you can see that condition is true, if part will be executed. If condition is false, else will be executed. So this is about if and else statements. Now moving next, we are having if else if statement, right? So now when we will use if, else if or else, so let's see the condition. So as you can see that it is used to set out a new condition when first condition is false. Suppose if I'm writing here if, so as we know that the if statement will execute when the statement is true, right? Now coming to the else if. So else if statement will execute if this condition is false and this condition 2 is true, then it will execute, right? And if both conditions are false, then it will jump to the else statement and it will execute, right? So here it is written at execute if both the above condition are false, right? So we got a little bit idea about conditional statement. Let's see in the practical example to get more clarity over this. So now let's start with if and else statement. So I will create a variable $age, and inside this I will give the value as, let's suppose, 27, and after this I will write here if age is greater than 18, and then inside this I will write echo, let's say person is eligible for vaccination. Right? And I will give another condition, let's say else in other cases I'll give echo not eligible. Now let me save it, and now if I'm executing, you can see that age is 27, right? So it will see 27 is greater than 18. So inside this if statement it will print person is eligible for vaccination. So on executing, you can see that we are getting person is eligible for vaccination, right? Now what I will do here, instead of 27, if I am writing here 15, then you will see now this if condition is not satisfying because 15 is not greater than 18. So it will jump into the else statement and it will print not eligible. So let me save this, and if I am refreshing it, you can see that not eligible, right? So this was the idea about if and else. Now I was talking about else if statement also, right? So let me give one more condition. So if I'm giving condition here else if, and inside that if I'm giving suppose age is greater than 45, and then I'm writing echo, and then I will write person will get the vaccination on priority. So let me save this, and here you can see the age is 15, right? I will change age here, let's suppose 46, and now after saving, if I'm executing it, you can see that I'll get my output person is eligible for vaccination, right? Now here you can see that my age is 46, right? And here I've used the else if condition. Then also the statement inside the if condition is executed, right? You can see here person is eligible for vaccination. The reason is, so here you can see that inside if I'm writing if 46 is greater than 18, then it will print whatever is inside this if condition, right? And once it is printed, it will skip all the conditions below it. Now if I want to print it here, what I will do, if I'm writing here suppose if age is less than 18, person is not eligible for vaccination, and here I will give age is greater than or equal to 18, then I will give person will get the vaccination on priority. Okay, now this is my condition. Now if you see, or else in other cases it will give not eligible. Now let me save this, and if now I'm executing, you can see that person will get the vaccination on priority, right? So this was my condition. So this was all about if, else if, and then else statement. Moving next, we are having switch case statements. So switch case statements are multi-branch statements. Now let's understand how does the switch case works. So here I will write switch, and inside this switch I will pass a parameter. Let's say the parameter name is $x. Now inside this switch I will take the case. So here I am writing case 1, right? So if $x value is equal to 1, so whatever the statements are inside this case 1, it will be executed, right? And suppose if $x value is here 2, then it will not be execute, it will execute, right? X equal to 2. And once the execution has been done, then it will break. That means all the below statements will be skipped. Next, so let's suppose that neither I'm giving 1 nor 2. If I'm giving some other value, let's suppose I'm writing here $x is equal to 5, then I will create here default, and inside default, whatever the statements are there, that will be executed. So this is the basic idea. Now let's see the practical example of this. So what I will do, first I will create a variable. So I will write here $x. Let's suppose I will give here the value as 15, and after that I'm writing here switch, and inside this switch I will pass this variable $x. And now what I will do, I will take here case. So here I will take case 15, right? And inside this case, what I will do, inside this case I will write here echo, and I will write the number is 15, and then after this I will write here break, and then I will write here case, let's suppose 14, and let me copy and paste the same thing here. So Control C, and then I will write here Control V. Now I will take one more case, default. So inside this default I will write echo other value. Now what I will do, I will execute it. So let me save, and now if I'm executing it, so you can see that on execution I'm getting the number is 15, right? Why? Because I have given the variable here 15. Now if I'm changing the variable from 15 to 14, so here you will see the case 14, right? It's matching, so it will give the number as, let me write here 14. Now after saving, if I'm executing it, then you will see the number is 14. Similarly for default also, if I'm giving some other value, let's suppose 23, then you will see I'm getting my output as other value. Let me execute here, so you can see that other value. So this was about switch case. Now let's see what is loop. So loop is a repetition of a sequence of instruction to reach a certain condition, right? So generally we are having two types of loop. First one is for loop and the another one is while loop, right? So let's see the syntax of for loop. How does for loop work in PHP? So here if I'm writing here for, and here this is the initialization part, right? So for loop is having three parts. The first part is the initialization, second one is the condition, and the third one is the increment or decrement. So let's create a variable. So here I will write a variable $a and I will assign it to the value 0, right? So this is my initialization part. Now I will write here condition. So let's say the condition that this variable is less than 10, right? And after that I can give the increment or decrement. Now I will give here the increment. So I will write here $a plus plus, right? Now inside this for loop, what I will do, I will write here a statement, right? So I will write here echo, and then I will write here $a, right? So I will getting the value of a. So how does exactly for loop work? So here you can see that a is equal to 0. This is my first part of loop. Second, it will check the condition, right? Is 0 is less than 10? Yeah, this condition is satisfying, so it will print 0. So this will be my third part, so it will print 0, right? Now after that, once it will print 0, now it will go for update, right? So after updating, the value will be 1. Now once again it will check the condition, is 1 less than 10? Yeah, so once again it will print 1. Similarly, after printing 1, it will go for update. So the new value will be 2. Is 2 less than 10? Yes. Once again it will print 2. Similarly, it will go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's suppose here if I am getting the value as 9, right? So after getting 9, it will go for the increment. So here the new value will be 10, right? So it will check once again condition, is 10 less than 10? Is this condition is true? No. So the loop will end. So this is the working of for loop. Now coming to the while loop. So it is having one control condition and will execute till condition is true. Now let's understand with examples. So here if I am creating a variable and I will assign the value as 0 here. Now what I will do, I will put a condition. So I will write here while loop, and here I will put the condition a is less than 5, and inside this I will write echo and I will write $a, right? And then I will do the increment, that is post increment here. So you can see that my value is 0. So inside while loop, you can see that 0 is less than 5, right? Now this condition is satisfying. So what it will do, it will print 0 and then after that it will go for the increment. So my new value will be now 1, right? So now once again it will check 1 less than 5, right? Once again it will print 1, then there will be increment. My new value will be 2. Is 2 less than 5? Yes. Once again it will satisfy the condition, it will print 2. Now there will be again increment in my value, new value will be 3. 3 less than 5, I will get 3. Similarly, I will get 4. Now, once I am getting 4, after that you can see that there will be increment in the value and my value will be 5 here, right? So once again it will check the condition. Is 5 less than 5? No, this condition will not satisfy. So I am getting the value as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So this is the logic of while loop. Now let's see in the practical example. So let's start with a for loop. Let me comment it down. I will write here for loop. So for loop, I will write a condition simple for, and inside that I will create a variable and I will assign it to the 0. And after that I will give the condition, and let me give the condition as 7. That's a is less than 7. Now I will give the increment. So I will write here $a plus plus, and inside this I will write echo, and then I will write simple $a. And after that, as you know, this is a loop, right? So there will be a continuation. So I don't want the value to be printed in the same line. So that's why I write once again echo, and inside that I will write br tag. So I will write here br. Now I will do the execution. So before execution, let me write here this. Now let me save it. And if I'm doing execution, then on execution, you can see that I'm getting the value, right? So this was all about for loop. Now let's see about while loop. How does exactly while loop work? So for while loop, what I will do, let me comment here while, and inside while loop, now I will create a variable, and now I will write while, and inside this I will put the condition. So I will put the condition is $a is less than 7, and inside this condition I will write echo, and then I will write $a, and after that I will write echo, br, and after this I will do the increment. So what's the condition for while loop? Until this condition is true, it will run, right? So let me save it and execute it. So on execution, you can see that I am getting my values from 0 to 6. So this was all about the basic idea about for and while loop. So the next topic that we are having is operators. So we are having different types of operators, starting from arithmetic operator. So let's see what is arithmetic operator. So arithmetic operator deals with the addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and then modulus, and this is the exponential. So now let's see. This means in PHP it's a division, right? And division will give you the quotient. And then, so this is a modulus operator. So modulus operator will give you the remainder, right? Whereas division operator will give you the quotient. Now next we are having relation operator, right? So this is a less than, this is greater than, less than equal to operator, greater than equal to operator. This means equal to, and this means not equal to, right? Next we are having logical operators. So in logical operators we are having and, or, and not. So this is a representation, right? Next we are having bitwise operator. So bitwise operator, this symbol means we are having XOR. The name of the symbol is XOR. Then we are having and, or, and this means shift left, right? Whereas this symbol greater than or greater than represents shift right. Now we are having assignment operator. Assignment operator means assigning the value. If I'm writing here, this is a variable in PHP, and if I'm writing this, that means I'm assigning 5 value to this variable. So this is an assignment operator. Next, so now what do you mean by plus equal to? So let's take an example. If I'm writing x plus equal to y, that means x is equal to x plus y, right? Similarly, if I'm writing minus and equal to, that means if I'm writing x minus equal to y, that means x equal to x minus y. So in this way, this assignment operator work, right? Next we are having increment and decrement operators. So here I am having plus plus, that means increment, and minus minus, this is an decrement, right? Okay, so this was the overall concept of operators. So even if you are going for multiplication, if I'm writing here x and then asterisk is equal to y, that means I'm doing multiplication, that is x equal to x into y. Similarly for division as well as modulus. So now let's see the practical example of operators. So let's start with different types of operator. So the first operator that I will start with, arithmetic operator. So I will first comment it down. So I will write here arithmetic operator. So here in arithmetic operator, what I will do, first let me create a variable. So I will create a variable here. I will write $variable1 and I will give value as 5, and then I will write here $variable2 and then I will give the value as 2. Now I will perform addition. So I will write echo, and here what I will write inside this, I will write echo the addition is, and then I will write here $variable1 plus $variable2. Now what I will do, I will execute this, but before executing I will write here dot. So here dot is again my string operator is there, right? So dot will concatenate. So let me save it, and now if I am executing, then you can see that I am getting the addition is 7, right? So this was about the addition. Now let's see subtraction, multiplication, division and modulus, right? So what I will do, I will just here copy and paste. So I will use Ctrl C and Ctrl V, and here I will write, instead of addition I will write subtraction, here I will write multiplication, then similarly for division, and I will one more time I will copy and paste it, and then I will write modulus. Okay, so here instead of addition I will write subtraction, that is minus, multiplication I will use asterisk, and for division I will use slash, and for modulus I will use the remainder operator, right? So I don't want the values to be in the same line. So what I will do here, I will write here echo, and then I will write br tag inside echo, and now let me copy and paste it. So I will paste it after each operator, and let me save it. And now if I'm executing, you can see that I'm getting the value, the addition is 7, the subtraction is 3. I was having two numbers, right? 5 minus 2 will be 3, multiplication will be 5 into 2 10, and division will give you the quotient, right? So 5 by 2 will be 2.5, and the modulus operator will give you the remainder. So if you're dividing 5 with 2, you'll get remainder as 1. So this was all about arithmetic operator. So now after arithmetic operator, we will see the next operator, that is assignment operator. So once again, I will comment it down and I will write here assignment operator. So what I will do here, I can create one more variable. Let's say I'm writing here $variable, and here I can assign the value of this variable, right? $variable1. So what? So $variable1 value is 5, right? So 5 will be assigned to this variable. So this is an assignment operator. Now let's perform some operations. So I will create one more variable, $variable3, and here I will assign the value of $variable2. So basically what I am doing, so here my variable will carry the value 5, that is integer value, and variable 3 will carry the value of variable 2, that is 2, right? So this is the assignment operator. Now after creating this two variable, what I will do, I will write here $variable, and then I will write here plus equal to 1, right? Now what will happen? This means variable is equal to variable plus 1, right? Now if I'm writing echo, let me write here echo, and here I will write $variable, and now if I'm executing it, you can see that I will be getting the value as 6, right? So why I'm getting the value as 6? Let's see what is exactly $variable. $variable is equal to variable 1, right? And variable 1 value is 5. So 5 will assign to this variable, and here, so what do you mean by this thing? So this means that my $variable is equal to $variable plus 1. So 5 plus 1 will be 6. Now if I'm printing my variable, so I will get the value as 5 plus 1, 6, right? Similarly, I can perform several more operations. So I will write here $variable, and then I will write minus is equal to 1, and then I will write here echo, and then I will write here $variable. But before that, let me write here echo br so that I can get the value in next line. Okay, so after this I will write this. Now let me save it, and if you see, I'm getting the value as 5, right? Similarly, you can perform for other operations also. Let me show you. Instead of this, if I'm writing Control C and then Control V, and here if I am giving multiplication, and then if I am printing, let me copy and paste this br, and after that I will write here. So here, what do you mean by this? This means $variable is equal to $variable into 1, right? And after execution, you can see that I will be getting the value as 5, and this is my output. So this was the basic idea about assignment operator. Now let's see some more operators. So now let's see increment and decrement operator. So let me comment it down. I will write here increment and decrement operator. So here I have created a variable whose name is variable 10, and inside that I have assigned the value as 14. Now what I will do, I will do the post increment. So I will write here $variable 10, and then I will write plus plus, and after that I will print the value of this variable. So I will write echo, and then I will write here $variable 10. So if I'm executing it now, so before execution, let me write here echo br. Let me save it. So if I'm doing the execution now, you can see the value I'm getting as 15, right? So this is the post increment. So my value was 14, right? And then after that I have done the increment. Now we'll see the example of decrement too, right? So what I will do now, I will do the decrement. So I will write here variable 10, and then I will do minus minus, and before that I will put dollar here. And if now I'm printing this, let me put here br. After I will save it. So let me do the execution. You can see that I am getting 14. So I have showed you about post increment and post decrement. So what do you mean by post increment? So in post increment, what it will do, first it will print the value, then after that there will be incrementation. Similarly for post decrement, first it will print the value, then there will be a decrement. I will show you the example. Here I have written that $variable 10 minus minus. So if I write here echo, right, and let me write here br also after this. Similarly, if I am writing here echo, and let me write here br2, and now if I am saving and executing it, you can see that these are the values that I am getting. I will tell you how. Let's see this. So here you can see that variable 10 value is assigned as 14, right? So as I told you that if you are doing the post increment, right? So first it will print the value, and then there will be increment. So here I am writing echo. So echo will display the output. So here I will be getting as 14. So if you see here, I am getting as 14, right? And after that, there will be a increment in the variable. So if I'm printing then variable, then there will be increment, and then I will be getting 15. So you can see that I am getting 15 here. Now, so 15 I got it. Now what I am doing here post decrement. So here I got the value as 15. So first it will print 15 and then there will be decrement. So here I will be getting my output as 15 and then I will get my final output as 14. So if you see here, I am getting 15 and 14, right? So always remember post increment as well as post decrement. So first there will be the print of the same value and then there will be increment as well as decrement, right? So this was the logic. Similarly, for the pre-increment, there will be a prior increment in the value, right? So this was the basic idea about the operators. So next we are having the comparison operator that we will see in loop. So this was the basic idea about operators. So the next topic that we are having is strings, right? Now you might have a question. Yeah, we have already discussed about the string variable and we also know that what is the string, right? But I want to show you some functions that we can use in string to manipulate it. The first function that we are having is string length. So let's suppose that if you are having any string, let me create a string variable. So I'm writing here $string, and here inside double quotes I will write, let's say, Gaurav. So if you want to calculate the size of this string variable, then you can use string length function. So it will give me the size of a string, right? Now the next function we are having is string word count. So if I'm writing here, let's suppose that I'm making one more string variable, string 1, and here if I'm writing great learning, so you can see that I'm having great learning. So there are two words. So if I'm writing here string word count, so I will get 2 in my output. Next, string reverse. Yeah, in PHP we can do the reversal of a string, but in Java there is no such function is there where we can do directly reversal of a string, right? But in PHP it's possible. Now, so let's suppose that this is a great learning, right? If I want to do the reverse of this string, then I will write string reverse. So other than these three, there are some more functions that are used in a string. We'll see each of them in practical example. So now let's see some functions in a string. So what I will do, first I will create a string. So I'll write string variable $string, and I will assign the value here great learning. So this is my great learning. Let me give space in between. So this is my string variable, right? Now after this, what I will do, I will put this inside a syntax of PHP, and then let me close it. So if I want to know the length of this string, so I told you the function is string length, right? And inside this I will put the parameter string. So and now, so if I want to display the output on the screen, then I will use echo function. So inside echo I will write this thing, right? Now if I'm executing it, so on execution you can see that I am getting length of a string as 14. Now, so this was about the length of the string. Now what if I want to know the number of words in a string, right? So here you can see that we are having 2 words in a string. So for calculating this, I will write once again echo, and then I will write string word count, and now inside this what I will do, I will write once again the string variable, and if I'm executing it, so on execution you can see that I am getting 142. So why I'm getting here 142? Because I didn't use the br tag. So let me write there br HTML tag so that I can get the value in the next line, right? So here I will write echo. So now I will write here br. So let me execute this. So I will just save it, Control S, and now I will execute it. So now after execution you can see that I am getting the word count in a string, that is 2, right? Because great and learning are 2 words. Now let's see another function that we are having. So I will once again copy and paste this br thing. And now after that, as I told you that we can also do the reverse in a string in PHP, right? So what I will do here, so I will write here reverse function. So to write reverse function, I will write here string reverse, and now inside that I will put my variable, that is string, right? So I'll write $string here. And now if I'm executing once again, let me save this. So on execution, you can see that I am getting the reverse of great learning, right? So yeah, so these are some functions that we can perform in strings. So the next topic we are having is functions. So what is function? Function is a block of code that runs on invoking or calling, right? So let's see the syntax of function. If you want to create a function, first I will write function, and then I will write function name. So let's suppose if I'm writing here edtech, so this is my function name, and inside this I can write my statements, and then I will close this function, right? So as I told you, function is a block of code that runs on calling or invoking. So then how to call a function? So if I want to call a function, then I will write outside the function edtech, that is nothing but function name. So I will write here function name to call the function, and function will be called. So if I'm writing here edtech, so it will jump and it will see edtech. So whatever the statements are inside the function, it will execute, right? And why do we need function and why do we use function? Because instead of writing similar code again and again, we can create function and then we can call it, right? Now let's see a practical example of function. So I will write here code PHP, and inside this I will write function, and I will give the name of the function as edtech, and inside this function I will write here echo, and then I will write simple welcome to great learning. Welcome to great learning. And then this is my function, right? So I've created my function. Now I will call this function. So here I will write simple edtech with the function name. Now let me save this and close this PHP. Now if I'm executing this, then you can see that I am getting welcome to great learning. So this is the basic idea about function. So next we are having function arguments. So information can be passed in function through arguments. So if you want to pass any information in function, then you can pass through it arguments, right? And also remember that call by value and call by reference is supported by PHP. Now let's see a demo of function arguments. Here, this is my syntax of PHP, and inside that I have created a function whose name is student, and inside this I am passing a variable, right, whose name is $name, and inside this I am writing echo hey and then $name, right? So as I told you that if you want to run a function, then you have to call it. So I will call the function with a function name, so student, and inside that I will put parameter as Tony. So instead of name, Tony will be there, and it will print and give me hey Tony. Similarly, once again I am calling with Advin and Gaurav. Similarly, my output will be coming as hey Advin and hey Gaurav. Now let me show you with the practical example. So now what I will do here, I will first create a function, and after creating function I will give the name of function as student, and inside this student I will give a variable, let's suppose name, and after that inside this function I will write echo, and I will say hey, or you can see I will say the name is, and then I will write here $name, and after that I will write br. So I will write here br, and then I will close it. Now after this, what I will do, as I told you that if I want to call a function, then I will write function name, and inside that I will write Tony. Let me copy and paste. And then I will change the name here Admin, and here Gaurav. And let me save this, and if I'm executing it now, then you can see that I'm getting the name is Tony, the name is Admin, and the name is Gaurav. So this is all about function arguments. Now we will see call by value and call by reference. So what do you mean by call by value? So in call by value, actual value is not changed even though there is any modification inside the function. So this is my function and here I am changing this variable to GL, right? But my actual value is great learning, right? Even though there is any modification inside the function, then also my actual value will not change. So if I will print here, I will get my output as great learning, right? Let's see what is called by reference. So here actual value will be changed if there will be any modification inside the function, right? So for call by reference, here I will write ampersand, right? So you can see that here my actual value is great learning, right? But there is a modification I am doing here inside the function and I am writing here GL, right? So when you will display the output here, so your output will be here as GL, right? Because actual value will be modified if there is any modification inside the function. Now let's see the practical example of call by value and call by reference. Now let's see first call by value. So for call by value, what I will do first, I will create a function and let me give the function name as edText. So I'll write edt and inside this let me create a variable $a and inside this function I will write here $a is equal to GL, right? Now what I will do, now I will create my actual variable. So I will write here $b is equal to great learning and now after this what I will do here, I will call this function and after that I will print. Let me save this and if you are executing it, you will see my actual variable is great learning. So on execution, I will be getting the value as great learning. So this is call by value, actual value will not modified. Let me execute. So on execution, you can see that is showing great learning. So in call by reference, actual value will be modified if there is any modification inside the function. So here you can see that inside this function we are having $agl, right? There is a modification, but for call by reference here I have to write ampersand, right? And let me save it. So on execution, you can see that I am getting my value as GL, right? So changes inside the function will reflect the actual variable. So this was all about call by value and reference. So the next topic we are having is array. So what is array? So array is a collection of more than one value in a single variable, right? So each element in array has a distinct index. Now in general in PHP we are having three types of array. The first one is index array, second one is the associative array, and the third one is multidimensional array. So by default, if nothing is mentioned, then it is considered to be an index array, right? So I am talking about as of now index array, right? So always remember that indexing will be start from 0, right? So you can see that in the formal definition, array is a collection of more than one value in a single variable. So here you can see that we are having multiple integer value here, and as I told you, the indexing will start from 0. So this is at 0th position, this is the first position, this is the second one, third one, and similarly fourth one, right? And if you want to access any value, then you can access it through indexing. So coming to the third point, here it is written that any elements in an array can be accessed through indexing. Suppose that if you want to print 11, then you can write it through indexing. Now let's see the creation of an array. So here in PHP, the function that we will be using to create an array is an array function, right? So here this is the basic syntax of PHP, and this is the variable that I have created for array. And inside this variable, let's suppose that if I'm creating any variable a, then I will create an array function, and inside this array function I will store multiple values, right? Suppose that if I'm writing here great, here I'm writing learning. Okay, so this is my array. Now as I told you that if you want to know the learning value, then it can be fetched through indexing. So what I will do now, I will write here simple $a that is my variable. And as I told you that indexing will be start from 0. So this is a 0th position. This is my first position. And if I'm writing here first position, and before that if I'm writing here echo, then you will see that I will be getting my output as learning. So in this way, we can get the value through indexing. So the value can be fetched using indexing. So this was the basic idea about an index array. Now let's see an example. So let's see the example of index array. So let me create a variable here. So I'll write $a and I will create an array function. And inside this array function, what I will do, I will write here, let's suppose welcome to great learning. So here this is my array and it's containing a string values, multiple string values. Now if I want to print suppose learning, so as I told you indexing will start with 0 position, right? So at learning my position will be 3, right? 0 1 2 3. So what I will do here, now I will write here echo and simply I will write $a and then I will write the indexing position, that is 3, and let me save it. And on execution you can see that I am getting my output as learning. So this is a basic idea about indexed array. So after index array, now let's see associative array, right? So before moving to associative array, here we are having count function, right? So count function will give you the number of elements that are present in an array. So here you can see that we are having 3 string values. So as I told you that count function gives the number of elements. So here the number of elements are 3. So if I'm writing echo count and inside that if I'm writing variable, then it will give me my output as 3, right? So yeah, coming to the associative array, elements are associated with is equal to and greater symbol. So basically associative arrays are used to store the key and value pair, right? So here you can see that we are having 2 ways to define an array. The first way is I will create a variable and then I will write array function, and inside this function I will write key and its value. So Tony is the key here, 96 is the value, similarly admin and Gaurav. So this is the first way. Now moving to the second way, I will write the variable name and inside that once again I will give the key and I will assign the value inside that key. So 96 is assigned. Similarly once again I will write the variable name, another name, admin, and then value is assigned to this. Similarly for Gaurav also. So this was the basic idea about associative array. Now let's see the practical examples. So now let me create the associative array. So I will write here $marks, this is my variable, and inside this variable I will give the name. Let's here take the name of Tony, and then I will assign the value here 97. Similarly I will write here this same variable and inside this I will give the key as an admin, and then I will write 96. So let me write this variable again and I will write now Gaurav. So let me assign here the marks as 89. Now after this what I will do, after this I will write just echo and then I will simply write $marks Tony. Let me copy this, and if I'm writing here and if I'm executing it, let me save it. So on execution you can see that I am getting the marks of Tony as 97, right? I can also write in another way. I can also write the marks of the Tony. I will write here the marks obtained by Tony is, and now I will concatenate it. So I will write here dot and let me save it, and if I'm executing now you can see that I'm getting the marks obtained by Tony is 97. So this was all about associative array. So next we are having multidimensional array. So multidimensional array is an array of arrays. Why I'm telling this? Let's see, this is a variable and here inside an array I am creating an array. You can see that I am creating multiple array inside an array, right? So that's why I'm writing it's an array of arrays, right? And multidimensional array can also be represented in the form of matrix. How can you see? So this is 1, 2, 3. So let's say that this is the student ID, right? So the student ID, and this is the name of the student, and this is the marks scored by the student. So this can be represented in the form of matrix, right? So we can have 3 rows and 3 columns, right? 1, 2, 3. Then I will write here Tony, Gaurav, and Edwin, 96, 92, 86. So these 3 are rows and these 3 are columns. So it can be represented in the form of matrix form, right? So this is the basic syntax of multidimensional array, right? Now let's take a practical example of it. So now what I will do, first I will create a variable. So I will write here $array, and inside this variable I will create array function, and inside this array function I will create array. So as we know that multidimensional is a array of n arrays. So I'll write here array, and inside this array I will write Ram, Shyam, and then Manish, and then let me give quotes here. And after that I will create one more array, and here also I will give, let's say, I will write here Gaurav, then I will write here Tony, and then I will write here Edwin. If I want to display the information of this array, so what I will write, I will use here print r method, and inside that I will write my array name. Let me execute this now. I will save this. So on execution, you can see that information has been displayed, and also you can see the indexing position here in the output. So this was all about arrays. Now let's take a quick recap for this course. So we have started this course by understanding what is PHP, by seeing its syntax as well as application. Moving next, we have discussed about the installations along with variables and different data types. Moving ahead, we have seen the control statements such as if, else, else if, and then we jump to the loop, in which we have discussed about for as well as while loop. After that, we have discussed about the string, different types of functions that are involved in string. And then moving next, we have discussed about the functions, and then we have also seen the passing the argument inside a functions. We have seen call by value and difference, and at last we have discussed about the array. So this was all about this course. Thank you.
Color picker game using JavaScript, right? So let's see the table of content. So we are going to have a target color. It will be mentioned at the top and will be the target that has to be picked from the remaining options, right? There will be a new color button to click click it, and we will reset the game. Okay, then there will be, if we printed or if we picked the wrong choice, then there will be try again option, and if we pick the correct message, then we will get the correct message. Okay, and if you want new colors, we can click on new color, and once we start playing the game, then this new color will be changed to play again. Okay, so this is all the table of content that we are going to build. Now let's see how this game looks like. So this is the game that we are going to build. Okay, so there will be a name, that is color picker, then the RGB, then which color that we are picking, the new color sign, which will be, once we click on this, it will be changed to play again, and therein we have those messages, right? Correct message, try again message, all those messages will be on this stripe, that is white, right? Blue, white, and black. The black is the body, okay, wherein we have these 6 squares, right? And in these we have different colors, okay, right? So now let's see how it looks. Okay, So this is when we picked up the wrong choice. Okay, you will get this new color, try again. Okay, and that color which was earlier shown will be faded to black color. Okay, this is all that we are going to use. So this will be faded to black color. And if we picked up the right choice, then there will be a message, play again, with the correct sign, that is green, of the color of that text color of that correct sign is green. Okay, yes, it is very easy. Yes, so once we pick up the right color, then the color will be same for all the squares, right? And you might be thinking that this is not a square, but we have just rounded off the borders. I will show you how to do it. And then the same color will be given to the the tag, the tag that is above it, in which we have the color pick. So yeah, it will be changed to this color. Now let's see the HTML code first. So in this game, we are going to deal with which ID should we use. So the ID you can choose of your choice. The ID that I am going to choose is Sublime. Okay, we are going to use Sublime Text. You can choose Visual Studio, right? You can choose Atom, anything you want. Okay. Now let's see the HTML code. In this game, we are going to use HTML, we are going to use CSS, and then finally we are going to make these changes, right? The verb of the page, right? The verb of the page, that is all the actions that we perform on this page with the help of JavaScript. Okay, now let's see the HTML code first. So again, the structure will be same, right? The skeleton of the HTML page that we have, right? When we press HTML tab on the Sublime, then we get the skeleton. So in the title, we will give the name of the title, that is color game, right? And then we link this file to our CSS, that is the CSS file. We will link that to it. Then in the body, we have this heading, right? That you saw, the color picker, right? So the color picker will be there, okay? And after that, we'll just break it, right? We have written a break line, right? So that this target color that we are going to use. So you see, there is no target. This is the ID that we are going to use, right? You have an idea what an ID is. These selectors, right? ID selector, class selector, then a tag selector, right? We are going to use an ID which is a span, so that this doesn't come in the next line. So we are using break line above and below. Okay, all this thing comes in a single heading. Okay, with the help of break, we can just put a new line in between the color picker and the target color we have. Then we have this white stripe, right? That I was talking about, the stripe. In that we have new color, right? ID, and the new color text. The text will be there. It will be a button. Okay, so it will be a button. Then the message. So message you will not be able to see at the starting of the game, right? As I showed you. After you pick the right option or the wrong option, based on that, this message will be printed. So this will be a div. So there is a header, and then there is a div, the stripe, and then there is a class container. Why I have put a class for all these squares? Sir, can we execute this in Notepad? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. So we have I have declared 6 divs, right, for 6 squares, right? And I'm putting all these squares in a container so that I can style them later. Okay, so the script, after that, there's a script file that will be linked to it. Now let's see the demo of it. Okay, so here is my file. So let me just first pick it from the desktop. So this is my file, right, that we are going to build. Now let's go into a Sublime, right? Herein I have already created 3 files, right? The HTML file, the CSS file, and the script file. Okay, now let's remove these links first. Let's see how the page looks if we don't have any styling added to it. Okay, so this is how we comment in our HTML, and then hyphen, and then this has been commented. Okay, let me just maximize it. So there is no CSS to it. Now let's remove the HTML, the script file as well. Right, done. Let's save this file, and now let's run this file. This is a web page without adding anything to it, right? This is only the HTML part, right? Can I get this source code? Yes, it is in the slide deck that will be shared to you, Supriya. That will be shared to you. So you don't have to worry about it, the source code. Okay. Now this is the file that is without adding CSS to it and without adding what? JavaScript to it. This is our HTML file. This is how it looks.
Now, if you can see this HTML file, there's nothing that I have done. The doc type HTML, then the title of the page, right? That thing that comes on the tab, right? You see here, the color game. That's the title, due to the title. And then we have what? The color picker as the header, right? And then I told you that this target will be, with the help of, we will be able to get this target color with the help of JavaScript. So that's why we were not able to see anything. Hello sir, can you provide the source code? Yes, Kriti, it will be provided. Okay, you don't have to worry about that. So now the stripe, you will not able to see this, right? The new color is there. You see that the new color was there, right? If you can see, okay, this new color button, right, is there. And rest will be, when we apply CSS to it, you see how it changes. Okay, and then these divs, you cannot see any changes because of these divs. Why? Because they don't contain anything. Neither they have any images, neither they have any neither do they have any text in it. So that's why we're not able to see this thing right now. So because just it is an HTML file, so that's it. This is the HTML file that we're talking about. Okay, these divs, we will see how to change these, how to manipulate these with the help of JavaScript. Okay, now you got the point that this is only the HTML file. Now let's see. Now this HTML file look like this, right guys? Then now let's talk about the CSS code. Okay, now you see the heading tag that we used. We will apply a color, that is the text color of that will be white. Okay, the background color will be steel blue, that is the blue color, right? And the text align will be aligned. The text align will be to the center. The weight will be normal. The text transform, that is the text transform that we are using. Okay, thanks Akash. So the text transform that we are going to use will be uppercase, so that everything that we wrote in this heading tag will be uppercase. So the color game will come in the uppercase, and then the padding just to beautify it. Okay, then setting the background color to black and font to Arial. Now the body, whatever is written in the body will be set, the color will be set to black. So this octathorpe sign that we are using, sir, the CSS is used for changing only the background just to beautify it. Yes, how we use SVG elements in CSS. We will talk about them. Abhishek. Okay. So now the body, the background of that body, the background color or everything that is written in the body section, right? The body element, everything is that is written in that will be of color black. So this octathorpe 232323 can be replaced with black. Okay, there's nothing new to it. Okay, then the margin, that is 0, and the font family is Arial. Okay, this is the body tag. These styles were added to the body tag. Now the target color, you won't be able to see it, but we are just increasing the font size, because once we will click on this thing, okay, the font size will increase. Now setting up the button background to white with bold text and some other styling. So the button, the styling that we do on the button is that border is none. Okay, we are not putting it, sir, what is the stripe used for? You use and the source code. Okay, the stripe that is used for basically all the message that we get, right? So if you clicked on the correct color, then that message will come into that stripe. Once we will play this game, after that the text will change, right? Earlier we saw that there is new color. Once we will start playing, that text will change to play again, and retry options. All those options will be added in that stripe. Okay, so the text transform that you see here, okay, the text transform is to change the I mean to say, for example, I have written color game, right? So the color game, to change its to transform it to uppercase, right? So earlier you might be you might have written everything in the lowercase. So that will, what this text transform will do, even if you have written it in the lowercase, it will change it to uppercase. Okay, now the text transform, again, the uppercase button, everything that is written in the button will be uppercase. Height, we set its height, we set its width. Okay, yes, it's a property. Yes, Hash, yes. So color is steel blue. Letter spacing between these words, the new color, there is a spacing that of 1 pixel that we have put, is just to style them. Sir, I didn't get the answer. What was the question that you're trying to say, Nitesh? Okay, yeah. Now the font size will
it will inherit this from the parent class, right? The parent div, that is it, that is within this stripe. The button is present in the stripe ID, right? So whatever is, whatever we apply to that stripe will be applied to the button as well. So transition. Now this transition, what is this? This is basically the transitions that happen. For example, if we click, so that click will change something, right? To transform that click while changing, right? If you clicked on something, so how quickly do you want to change this thing? Okay, this is a transition. How to change from one thing to another thing. Okay, cool. This is about button. Okay, now once we will hover it, once we will point our mouse to it, right, the color will be changed to white and the background will be changed to steel blue. Okay, why should we use this property? Which property, Kriti? So just to make things beautiful, it's all up to you guys. Even if you don't apply these things, then we saw how the page looks like, right? There was nothing to it. Now you see how the transition will take place. Now the square ID that we use, we will change the background color to red, width and margins will be set, float will be left, padding, border size, border radius. This is why the squares are looking something that is not looking like a square, right? The borders are trimmed. Okay, so this is with the help of border radius. Then again the transition, that how quickly does this transition happen? Because when we click on a square, right, when we click on the square, it goes to the background color, right? Whatever the background color it changes to that. So that transition, how quickly you want that transition to happen. Okay, this is all about this thing. The container, again we will apply some some CSS to it, margin 20 pixel, auto, max width, right? Then the stripe, the text align will be center, background color will be white, right? And the padding will be 0. Okay, this is all the styling that we are doing. The message, okay, the message, text transformation. Yes, Kriti, the text transformation, I told you that how quickly you want that thing to absorb. Okay, so for example, when we click on any of these squares, that will be changed to the background color. So that change, how quickly should it happen? Okay, so this is only the text transformation that deals with this thing. Okay, so the message, that message class that we used, right, that font family should be Arial, text transformation should be upper, height, width, letter spacing should be 1 pixel, size, font size should inherit from the parent, the div, that is the parent of that container, right, the stripe, and the transition, again the transition. Now when we applied CSS to this HTML, this is how it looks. Okay, earlier we saw how it looked, right? It didn't look very beautiful, right? So once we applied all these properties to this thing, right, so this is how it looks. So that's why what I was telling, the blue background of the header, the stripe color is the color of the stripe wherein we have new color. When we hover over it, you see how it changes. Okay, we will see in the demo part. The background is black, that octothorpe that we use 232323, right? That number, 6-digit number, right? With the octothorpe in it, or what we call as hash symbol, right? And the color of this. Okay, Aman, what are you trying to say? Aman, just tell me your question. I'm not ignoring your question. So you can just write it. Okay. So the color of these squares is red. Okay. Now let's see how this thing looks when we apply CSS to it. We just remove the CSS part here, right? And now once we will uncomment these things. Okay. Now let's save this file. This is our CSS file. Everything that I told you, I applied that thing here. Okay. The h1 tag, right? The body tag we have hash, the classes, right? The IDs that we have here. Okay. Then the button hover, when we hover over the button, what is the color that we want? The ID square, right? The class square that we have, the class container that we have. Okay. The stripe, the message, all these things are present here, right, guys? So you see the IDs here, right? The classes are here, the square classes and the container. What are the styles that we are applying are present in this file. Okay. Now once we will save this file, so we're going back to this file. You saw this was the file that we used, right? When we were not applying any HTML. Aman, sir, is there any app or website so that I can design all programs in Android? I'm not sure about it. I will just yes, there will be many apps available or websites so that I can design all programs in Android. Not sure about Android, Aman. So once I refresh this page, you see, just applying CSS. That's it. We just applied CSS to this file and you see how it beautified, right? It's looking more beautiful, right? The background color is changed, right? So all these things, okay? So now when I click, you see how when I hover over this file, when I hover over this new color, you see how the color changed, the text color changed to white and the background changed to blue, okay? This is when we hover over it. This is mouse hovering. Whenever we put some, what are you not able to get, Nitish? What is the problem that you're facing? Please tell me. We just said it's HTML and CSS. That's it. We didn't do nothing. There was nothing new to it. We just added HTML file, and to that HTML file, we just added what? CSS. Okay, that's it. That's it. What we did until this point. Okay, you see how we beautified our web page, right? HTML and CSS. Earlier, how it looked, we saw that, right? Now let's continue with the main portion of this application, that is adding JavaScript, right? Now you see there are 6 squares, right? As you can see on your screen, there were 6 squares, right? Those are squares. We saw how border radius changed this. The border has been changed so that we have trimmed off the borders, okay? Now there are 6 squares. We have placed a variable. We are just in here. The first part that we are dealing right now with is that the HTML elements are fetched and we assign JS variables to it. That is, JavaScript variables have been assigned. That's it. Nothing new. Whatever we use, we just fetch them with the help of what? The HTML elements are fetched, right? And we are assigning them to a variables. Okay. Now we have declared array. This array will contain all the colors for all the squares. That is the color, right? The RGB colors will be present in this array. Okay. And we are just why top websites like Facebook, Amazon, and their source code CSS looks like gibberish. Why? So it looks like gibberish because, Abhishek, maybe there are so many things to that, right? There is some JavaScript edit, there is some CSS edit, there is Bootstrap added to that, right? So that even if we don't add Bootstrap, right, then you see what we did, we wrote these many lines of code, but with Bootstrap, it makes much more sense. Okay, CSS is not supported by all the browsers. I would not agree with this. Not all the browsers, but yes, some of the browsers have some of the features that are not available in them. Like if you see when we set the background style background property, it doesn't. The earlier one, the background style.background that we used was not supported by Mozilla, right? So then they changed this thing to style.background, right? So that is supported by all the browsers, that is Google Chrome. So there is changes, right? There we need to change these things, right? There is no static thing that works in all the things, right? If you see the comment tag, you can use it Internet Explorer, but the comment tag cannot be used in the Google Chrome, right? We have to use those less than and greater than signs, right, Aman? Right? Hamid? Right, Hamid? So there is some CSS properties, some HTML elements which are not supported by all the browsers. Yes, you need to check that. So we use this array to store the colors, okay? Then whatever the color we picked, the target color from whatever we have picked, we need to check if that is the color that is written above and are those colors same, okay? Then once the target color has been, now we are just using we are just fetching with the help of document object model, we are just fetching the squares, right? By class name, all the classes have been fetched, right? The squares is the class that we fetched. Okay, now the ID that we fetched is target color because target color until this point was empty, right? Now we change that target color, okay? We'll see how we change it. Now the variable message that we fetched, we will fetch the message also, right? Is this correct? Is this wrong? All this, there is nothing we are doing in this slide. We are just fetching all the elements from HTML with the help of DOM, okay? Now the head tag is the head wherein we will have our colors, right? The color that you want to pick, okay? Now the reset button, once we have played this game, we will see if we don't use this reset button, what happens, okay? So this is all the fetching has been done. So whatever we used in our HTML page, we have just fetched them, okay? That's it what we did here. It might look scary, but this is the only thing that we are doing here. We are just fetching the elements and that's it. And storing them in variables, right? These JavaScript variables. Now, calling the first statement will get the same, right? Now we are calling our function that is initialize, right? Init function. That then in that function, what we will do, right? We will just first. Now, is this the algorithm? This are the algorithm. Okay. Yes, this you can say that this is the algorithm for this game. Yes, you can say. But the CSS might change. You might not use any CSS, or you might include some other features in the CSS. That might differ. But the moreover thing, that is, these functions will remain same. It's just how you do the things. You can to say the moreover algorithm will remain same. Yes. Okay. Now we will generate the random colors. Okay. We will have this function generate random colors. Is the function that generates all the random numbers. How many random numbers? 6 random numbers, right? Right. The colors that we have in this, I will show you the demo part, right? These colors, right now we have all the red, right? Now how to generate these random colors? For that we have created a function, okay? This generate random function, and the argument that we are passing is 6, right? We saw here. You see the number of squares is 6, and we pass that thing to here. We will see how we will generate these random numbers, okay? Then now we have generated the random numbers. Now we want to pick the one that is present in the target, right? So that yes, there will be a session on Bootstrap as well. Yes, there will be a session, because now CSS, we don't use that CSS thing, because if something is already present, why not use that? So Bootstrap is nothing but a framework for CSS. CSS is, right? The framework for CSS is the Bootstrap, wherein we have all the codes available, right? We just have to cut and paste them in. Okay. I'm saying normally we don't write JS HTML code in readable format, but Amazon, Facebook, websites, source code looks like gibberish with meaningless names. Why does happen? Not the meaningless names. I won't agree with that thing. The meaningless names are there. There might be some dependency on this code, right? If you see this generate random color, I'm using this long, right? This is a long name. So when your application is huge, right, then you won't be using this much. There is it won't affect you that much, but they might put the name as what? GRC, right? Generate random color. This looks like gibberish to you, but according to them, this name will make much more sense. Okay, Abhishek? Cool. So now we are generating these random colors, and then we picked up a color, right, from that array, so that we can just visualize it. Is this color and the color that we picked, are these colors same? Okay. So then we update the color, the target color, and the text content will be changed to that color. Okay. Now let me show you first this thing, how it's done. We will just include the this that we commented, the script file. Okay. Uncomment this, and let's save this file, and now let's refresh it. Okay, now you see how many different colors are present here. Okay, cool, Abhishek. So you see how there are 6 different colors. Now with the help of these generate random function, we are able to do this thing. We will see how to do it. Okay, then once I clicked on this thing, you see I got there's a change in this new stripe, right? There is a new color, and try again, because the color is not correct. So you see it just faded to black. This stripe faded to black. Now let's click something which is correct. Okay, now you see we got all the stripes changed to what? Green. Moreover, to darker version of green, right? And we got the message in the green saying correct message, right? And then this color got changed to the stripe, that is the header, right? That color also got changed. Okay, you see how these things happen. Then when I hover over it, it gave me an option of play again. When I clicked on play again, this is the reset button. This is the reset button I was talking about. This helps us to reset the this whole website again, right? A refresh, right? So again, it got changed to the normal background color, that is steel color, right? Steel blue color, or you can say blue color. And then we got the play again option. That's it. No messages were deleted. And again, these 6 squares got a new color, right? Generate random colors for all the 6 squares. That function got called. Okay. Now let's see the source code again. Yeah. So now we updated this thing. Okay. Now let's see how we will check if the color that is present in that header part and the color that we have picked, are they same or not? So once we have all the colors, right, then we traverse through them, right? We traverse through them. We call the event listener method. This add event listener is a method which will be executed when we click on something. This thing will be the function that is the callback function that is written here will be called. Okay. So then we will check. You see, if picked, whatever is picked is equal to the dis.style.background. Okay. Okay. So if these colors are same, then the message.text content, the message that was ID, earlier it was empty. Then we change the text content of that. This text content property helps us to change the content. Okay. It got changed to what? Correct. And then we added some color to it, that is green. That's it. Right. When we press the right button. Okay. When we click on the right square. Okay. Cool. Then the change color. Then the color got changed, right? Then the change color again, we pressed it. Let me show you, in this might not be visible. So I am just doing nothing. I am just explaining you this thing. Okay. Now you see this. Okay. Then if it's not right, okay, if the option that we choose was not correct, then the text content got changed, right? To what? Try again. Okay. The message.text content, try again. And then we gave it a warning sign like a color was changed to red. That's it. Okay. And then we changed this .color.background to what? Again, black. You see how that fade thing happened? So fading that thing with the help of this 2 3 2 3 2 3. We can also change it to black. That's it. Sir, then if we press the green button, then it will show the correct. No, that is not a button. Basically, I will show you. This is let me refresh it again. So this is the first thing that we get, right? Now when we press a wrong button, let's suppose we press this thing. Now you see this color got faded, right? That's what I meant by setting this color to black, right? If you see here, what I meant here, this thing. So you see this thing. If the color that is written above, the picked color, and the color of the square didn't match, then what did I said? I said that we will change the content to try again, and we will change the color. The color of that content try again will be red, and the background property is set again. The background color is changed to black. So this is the thing that we did, right? This is the try again message, which changes text to green to red, and this color got faded. That's it. Then we can't press this try again or new color. We can press a new color because, for example, let's suppose we don't want to play it. We want a new color. We can change that. But once we start playing it, then we got the wrong message, try again. We got the wrong, again, try again. Right? Then blue, try again. Then this thing happened. Then this thing, it changed. It is the correct color. So we got the message as correct, Supriya. And then this header was also changed to the same color. Okay. Now this is this function that is doing this thing. Okay. To hide the square, we will just set the background color to black. That's it. We are just hiding it. Right? So this is how we traverse it. Now let's talk about these functions, right? Reset, add event listener. So how do we want to reset this thing, right? We saw that with the help of new color, we just changed this thing, right? We just restarted our game. Okay. We'll see. Let's suppose if we don't have this reset button here. Okay. Now let's suppose we don't have this reset, we don't want to use reset. We don't want. Okay. Now let's save this file. So this function will never be called. Okay. Now let's see what happens here. You see, now let's refresh this thing. Okay. Now this is the game. Now we press this. Okay, we got the correct. We got play again. You see, I'm not able to do anything. This play again won't work. You see why we need this reset function? Okay, now this play again won't work, nor anything will not work. This will be static. That's it. We are not able to play a game again. So that's why we need this reset function. Okay, let me just uncomment this. Okay, that's it. So reset, we will see what is the code that is written in this reset function. Okay, now to get a random color from the existing plate, right? We need that color, right? It will make sense. Listen to me carefully. So whatever are the colors present in that square, in those squares, right? We need one of the colors from them, right? We need one of the colors so that we can put that color in the header tag, right? So this is the thing, how we do it. So we just pick one of the indexes from that array that we built. Okay, so we picked one of the indexes from that array, which contains all the 6 colors. Okay, one of the indexes. You see, you know that mat.random gives us a random number from 0 to 1, with 1 not included in that. Okay, 1 is not included in that random number. So when I press this Control Shift I, okay, wait a minute, Control Shift I. Okay, we got the console, right? Just a minute, guys. So we got this thing, right? The console, right? If we read mat dot random, you see, every time when I call this function, I won't be getting anything greater than 1, right? 1 will not be also included. Okay, so we use this function, and then when I multiply this thing from any number, right, the number of choices you want, let's suppose you want a number from 1 to 6 or 1 to 10, right? So you just need to multiply this thing by that number, and that number will not be included. Okay, every time when I call this function, you see 4, you see 3, 1, then again 1, then again 9. We won't be getting any number greater than 10 without 10 including in it. So it will range from 0 to 9. Okay, now when I do this thing on this, okay, mat.floor, mat.floor, okay, now I'll be getting the numbers, because it will return, if I use only it will return mat.random will return a floating point number, but I don't want that. I want that. So okay, 1 minute. Okay. Am I missing any parentheses? Yeah. I'm missing one parenthesis. This is extra. So you see, so now you see, I will be getting numbers only from 1 to 10 without 10 included. Okay, integer numbers. Yes, Kriti, Abhishek, integer numbers. So now let's go back to this thing. Where were we? We were okay, here. So you see, now we are picking up the random color from what? The existing colors that is already present in the array, and I am multiplying this by array length, so that we are getting the indexes from 0 to 5. We know that if an array is of 6 length, the number of indexes only will be present. How many? 5 indexes, 6 indexes will be present from 0 to 5. So this thing was picked, I picked one of the index. Okay, now this generate random color. Now you might be thinking, sir, now this thing is clear that we picked one from the existing. Now how would we create that existing random colors, right? This generate random color function will accept limit, that is 6. Here right in we have 6 limit, right? This is the function that we called, right guys? So you see here where we called it, this generate random color is having an argument of number of squares, that is 6, right? Now we created an array, okay, this color array, and now what we are going to push. We know push. What happens with push? What is the push function that JavaScript use? Array, the method that is present in the push. What does it do? It adds it adds a number. It adds to the last index, right? When we are adding in an array, it ends at the end, right? We know that. So every time we are adding to it at the end, but the limit is that we are going to add only 6 numbers. Okay. So this
push will call this RGB generator. Now we will generate those random numbers. So RGB we are using, that is red, green and blue, RGB. Right? So now let's see how this, so every time we generate 6 numbers, right? Yeah, appending one by one. So once we got all the elements, then we return this array. Okay, that's it. Now let's see what how we generate these numbers. Again, we are going to use the same methods, right? Floor, random and 256, because we know for R what will be the number range, that is from 0 to 255, right guys? And for G, again it will range from 0 to 265, and for what? For red, green and blue, right? Again red, green and blue, right? So again it will range from 0 to what? 255. So multiplying it by 256 will result in those numbers, right? Any one of the numbers. Now you have to be very careful while returning this RGB. Okay, why? Because there is a space required. You see, I have explicitly written this thing, right? There's a space between what? You have to keep that in mind. If you are getting any errors, please look at the RGB spacing. You have to explicitly use those spacing. Okay, now once we have generated this RGB numbers, right, and then we return this function, this will return this thing and we will push it in the array, right? RGB generator done. Now for changing the colors, right, when we pressed correct, right, when we press the correct option, then the color got changed, right? We saw that how the color got changed. So what is that we are using here? You see, when we press the right button, so you see we traverse through that array, through those elements, right? We traverse through all those, we traverse with the on the array, the color array, right? And we checked if the colors match, right? If the colors match, then go and change the background color, right? That's what happened. When we press the right button, the background color got changed for all the squares and also for the header, right? So that's what we are doing here. We are changing the colors for all the elements of the squares, and we are changing the background color as well. Okay, right? And after that, okay, so after that the reset button. So in that reset function, we are again generating 6 numbers, 6 new random numbers. Now the reset function. So I am generating again new numbers. I am picking one of them and storing it in picked, right? With the help of random picked index, right? Then the message content, I am just removing whatever the message was there, right? We saw earlier we don't have any message, right? So the message content is empty. I am changing the background color again to what? Steel blue, that is blue color, because at the starting when I refresh the game, the header of that thing will be blue, right? And again, then what I'm changing, I'm just setting the colors for all the squares. That's it. So let's see. Haven't I reset this thing? You see, try again, new color. We got the color, same color. The same color was set for all the squares and the background and the header tag as well. Okay, so this is how we do it. Okay, so once we press the correct option, the correct message got printed, and then we pressed play again, we got the new game again. So again you can play this game. So this is just a thing that you can add to your resume, showing that you know all the things, your bases are covered, right? So you included HTML in it, you included some styling to it, right? You included JavaScript to it, and that's it. So you have completed your game, and this is the thing that I was trying to say, that this is the most simple game that one can think of, right? And you have used all the things, the event listeners, the arrays, the loops, right? The functions are used, right? This is all the functions that we have used. Okay,
Imagine having a chat with an AI that feels like talking to a real person. That's what ChatGPT does. ChatGPT stands for Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer, developed by OpenAI. It is an artificial intelligence model based on the technology called Transformer, which is particularly good at processing and generating human-like text. It's a version of what's known as language model because it can predict and generate sequences of words based on the input it receives. Now let's dive into some of the buzzwords you have likely heard about. Generative AI, large language model, that is LLMs, and GPT. These terms might sound complex, but they form the foundation of how ChatGPT works. In the next few segments, we will break down these concepts in an easy to understand way so you can grasp the magic of the technology behind ChatGPT. Let's get started. So, let's start with quickly understanding the evolution of computers. When the computers were created, they were created as calculating machines for mathematicians and bookkeepers. Then it evolved to understanding programming languages so that it can understand instructions, human instructions. But now it has evolved to incorporating human-like intelligence as well as creativity. Mimicking human-like intelligence is nothing but artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence combined with creativity is nothing but generative AI. So, let me make you understand with a very simple example what is generative AI. Transport yourself back to your childhood. You had a lot of toys to play with. You would keep that toys in one box. Now, also imagine that if you wanted some toy which is different, you would not get in the market. But what if I tell you that this box is a magical box? And if you input your understanding of what you want in your new toy with instructions, it can create a new toy for you, which is not available in the market. Now, this toy can be a bear with unicorn features and wings. What if it generates for you? This magical box generates a toy which is very unique for you. This magical box is nothing but generative AI. Generative AI actually is not a magic, it's a fast and rapidly evolving artificial intelligence system which creates, generates, transforms content that can be text, video, audio, image, etc. based on your input. So, if we want to understand it technically, generative AI or Gen AI functions by employing a neural network to analyze data patterns and generates new content based on those patterns. Neural networks are nothing but a mimicry or a replication of your biological neuron based on how it gets from brain, the activity from brain, and you do your work. It's nothing but a mimicry of that. Based on that mimicry, it analyzes data patterns and generates new content for you. Let's now quickly see what is the difference between discriminative and generative AI. Suppose you have a data set of different images of dogs, cats. You provide this as an input to your discriminative AI, which acts like a judge, and it classifies all this into set of images between cats and dogs. This is discriminative AI. It classifies. Now let's understand what is generative AI. You have the similar set of cats and dogs, but now your generative AI is acting like an artist. It creates a new species of dogs for you. That's why generative AI is nothing but AI system that transforms, creates, generates your own content based on your instructions like an artist. Now that you have understood what is discriminative AI and what is generative AI and what is the difference between the two, let's understand why is generative AI or Gen AI trending. Gen AI has impacted various fields, be it text, audio, video, any input, and those inputs in various domains like data, management, tech, healthcare, and entertainment. It has creative applications such as DALL-E, ChatGPT, where you can input what you want and get output from it. For example, if you want to create an image, what you think or perceive as a concept and you want it, you give a prompt for your generative AI model and it will create that image for you. So your input is a text, but your output is an image. That's why it's trending. It does not depend how traditional AI is dependent on what form of input you give. The same form would be your output. However, Gen AI works on your inputs, on your instructions. That's why it's trending. It is impacting a lot of fields, be it creative field, be it research field, be it business. Professionals are using tools like ChatGPT to create or generate code so that they can create something new. The researchers are actually developing new and new large language models based on which we can create new generative models and can do new and new tasks each and every day. That's why generative AI is evolving rapidly, and that's why is close to magic for everyone. Now that you have understood why it is trending, the easiest way to access ChatGPT is through OpenAI's official website. Here's how. Open your web browser and go to openai.com. Look for the products section and click on ChatGPT. You need to sign in or log in if you haven't already. Once you are in, you can start chatting with ChatGPT right away. It is that simple. You just type your questions or prompts into the chat box and ChatGPT will respond. If you prefer using your phone, no problem. Some platforms offer ChatGPT through mobile apps as well. For instance, go to your mobile app store and search for ChatGPT. Download and install the app by OpenAI. Open the app and log in with your OpenAI account. Start chatting directly from your phone anytime, anywhere. And if you are a developer, you can integrate ChatGPT in your own applications using the OpenAI API. Here's a quick overview how to do the same. Visit openai.com and go to the API section. Sign up for an API key. Follow the documentation to integrate ChatGPT into your application. Use the API to send prompts to ChatGPT and receive responses programmatically. This way, you can add AI-powered features to your apps, websites, or services. ChatGPT is also available through various third-party platforms. For example, Microsoft integrated ChatGPT into some of their products like Word and Excel as part of their AI features. Some chat applications or bots may use ChatGPT for enhanced interactions. Just check the specific platform's guidelines to access ChatGPT features. So, whether you are using a web browser, a mobile app, or integrating it into your own projects, accessing ChatGPT is straightforward and versatile. Start exploring and see how this powerful AI can assist you in your daily tasks. Now that you know how to access ChatGPT, let's dive into its interface and see how you can interact with it effectively. When you first open ChatGPT, you will see the main chat window. This is where all the magic happens. At the bottom, you have the input box where you type your messages or questions. Above that, you will see the responses from ChatGPT. It's a simple, clean layout designed to keep the focus on the conversation. On the left-hand side, you will find the navigation panel. And here, You can start a new chat by clicking on this. Will clear up the current conversation and start fresh. View your chat history, and this allows you to revisit previous conversations and continue from where you left off. Then, access settings, and in this setting menu, you can customize your experience such as changing the theme, light or dark mode, managing your account, and setting preferences for how ChatGPT responds. Select the version of ChatGPT you want to use from drop-down menu, allowing you to switch between different versions like ChatGPT 3.5 and ChatGPT 4 or 4.0. Let's talk about the input features. The input box at the bottom has some handy tools. First, text input. Type your questions or prompts directly here. Second, submit button. Hit enter or click the paper plane icon to send your message. Some versions that support voice input. Yes, you heard that right. With certain versions, you can actually speak your questions instead of typing them. Imagine the convenience of having a conversation with ChatGPT just by using your voice. This feature is available in ChatGPT mobile app, making it easier than ever to interact with the AI on the go. We will be covering all the details about how you can make the most of this feature. So, stay tuned, and as we explore this and many other exciting functionalities of ChatGPT. These features make it easy to interact with ChatGPT in a way that suits your style. When ChatGPT responds, you will notice that the text is formatted for readability. Responses might include paragraphs for detailed answers, bullet points for lists and step-by-step instructions, code blocks for coding assistance where the response includes snippet of code. This formatting helps you quickly grasp the information and use it effectively. Let's see some of these examples of how to interact with ChatGPT. You can start with simple questions like, what is the capital of France? Can you help me plan a workout routine? Write a short story about a brave knight. Or even more specific tasks like explain the theory of relativity in simple terms. Give me a recipe for chocolate chip cookies. Or help me debug this Python code. ChatGPT is incredibly flexible and can handle a wide range of queries. ChatGPT also offers some additional features such as, number 1, autocomplete suggestions. As you type, you might see suggestions to help complete your question. Second, contextual awareness. ChatGPT remembers the context of your conversation, making the interactions feel more natural and coherent over multiple exchanges. These features enhance your experience and make your interactions smoother and more intuitive. That's a quick tour of the ChatGPT interface. It's designed to be user-friendly and efficient, so you can get the most out of your AI-powered assistant. Dive in, explore the features, and see how ChatGPT can help you with your questions and tasks.
First, let's open our ChatGPT playground and let me select 4O. Now, let's see what will be our prompts. I want to build a portfolio website. Let our front end be HTML, CSS and JavaScript. I want to execute this on an online editor, namely one compiler. This goes our instruction constraint to the GPT. I want this for the target audience who have zero coding knowledge or at their learning phase like college students and early professionals. So let it be simple and easy to execute and understand by them. This sets target audience to the GPT. Let the creation of this be very responsive, creative and with simple explanation and step-by-step process which helps them to understand and create these easily. This sets context to our ChatGPT. Please explain everything from scratch. We are instructing ChatGPT how it has to give us the steps. Great. Now that we understand our prompt, let's execute this on ChatGPT 4o and see the results. Wow, we got the results so fast and in a well-structured manner. For more information on ChatGPT 4o, check out our video on ChatGPT 4o versus 4 versus 3.5. Great, let's quickly execute this to see our results, how our website looks like. We just copy-pasted 3 different codes. Executing this codes is very easy on the online one compiler platform. We just have to copy-paste the relevant codes in the sections. First goes HTML, then comes CSS, that is style. As a third part, we just copy-paste the JavaScript code to the JavaScript container. You can see towards your extreme right, you have a preview window. Once you click on the run button, it will execute the complete code which you have provided and show your website how it will look like. This is the basic structure of your portfolio website. You can enhance the design, color, pattern, responsiveness and add few of the actions as per the requirement as well. Thanks for joining us on this journey as we built a portfolio website with ChatGPT 4o. Remember, we covered creating a portfolio website using GPT 4o, added customized designs and basic functionalities. Here we are in the last section of this session, that is summary. Let's quickly have a recap. What all did we learn in this session? First, we spoke about what is web development, how does a web work. Later, we had a broad knowledge on HTML, what it will cater, the role of HTML in building a website. For styling and other creative aspects, we use CSS. What are the aspects we have learnt on the CSS is styling, the tags, etc. Later, giving certain functionality is also important. For that, we learnt about JavaScript. Which added dynamic behavior to the websites. Later, we spoke about ReactJS, which is a JavaScript library which makes the website fast, dynamic and reusable. After all that, we came to the backend aspect, that is databases. We had a broad knowledge on what is SQL and what is NoSQL, what is the difference between both of these. We had a broad introduction. Next, we understood about PHP, that is server-side scripting, how it will handle the backend and what is the logic involved in order to interact with the database and the front end in order to manage the website. We put all this theoretical knowledge into a practicality by creating a simple project which is an interactive game. Also, it helps us to build our web development skills. At last, we also understood how ChatGPT and Generative AI, the solution helps in web development domain. Thank you. Happy learning.